In this course, you're going to master HTML and CSS. We are building 3 popular websites. To start off, we're going to build the Facebook website completely from scratch using HTML and CSS. You're actually going to learn a lot from this project. And immediately after that, we're going to build the Instagram website completely from scratch using HTML and CSS. Now, this is a very clean and professional project that you can actually add to your portfolio. And if you want to build this exact project and add it to your portfolio, I really would not mind. Now, next, to actually conclude the course, we are going to build the YouTube homepage from scratch using HTML and CSS. Now, if you're excited about this project, smash the like button and leave a comment below. 1 like equals to 1 prayer for the YouTube algorithm to push this content to more people just like you who are going to find it helpful. And it's a very little way for you to actually support this channel. And lastly, if you've not subscribed, ensure you do that and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss out on the next helpful web development tutorial we're going to drop on this channel. Let's dive into it. Now, welcome to the first build. Now, in this first build, we're going to build this complete Facebook website from scratch using HTML and CSS. Now, here's what we're actually building. First of all, we're going to build this input right here. You can actually type on this input. Then we're going to have these links and the nav bar. And these links are the links that you can actually see on the original Facebook website. Then after that, we're going to have these icons at the right hand side, also this profile image. Then at the left sidebar, we're going to have these items right here. We're going to have these items right at the left sidebar. Also, the left sidebar, we can scroll through the left sidebar. We're going to learn how to actually create a fixed layout that can actually be scrollable using HTML and CSS. Now, in the right sidebar, we're going to create this friend request section right here. We're going to create these 2 buttons. We'll create this birthday section right here. Also, we're going to create this contact section, so this group section. After that, we're going to create this create post container right here. Okay, we're going to have this input right here that you can type on, this profile image, also these items right here. When you hover on it, you can see how cool this is really looking. And these are the kind of over effects you're going to find on the original Facebook website on desktop. And after that, we're going to create this status area. You're going to have this first one is going to be the create story button. You're going to click on to actually create a new story when you want to create a new story, as you see on the original Facebook website. Then you're going to have status that you can actually scroll through this status. You're going to learn how to create a horizontal scroll container in this video. And also, we're going to create this post section. You're going to notice when we scroll through the feed section, the right sidebar and the left sidebar stay fixed, even the nav bar stay fixed, and you can see how smooth it is when we actually scroll through the feeds. Okay, and this feed is where you're going to actually see the post of this website, and each of the posts we're going to create this post header right here. I'm going to have this image, these items, this timestamp, these buttons right here, this text right here, also the image, and also it's going to have a post button right here. We're going to have these reactions right here, 5 comments, and also this like, comments, and share buttons. Now we're not going to actually stop there. We're going to ensure that this is actually fully responsive so that you can actually put this in your portfolio if you want to do that. Now, with the power of CSS Media Query, we're going to make this entire web page fully responsive. Now, whatever device you view this web page on there, it's going to be fully responsive. It's going to respond to the screen size. You're going to learn how to use CSS Media Queries to make a website fully responsive. I'm going to take this to a mobile device. I'll take this to iPhone 12 Pro, and you can see how good this website looks on iPhone 12 Pro. You can see that these icons right here, these links right here, get positioned at the bottom of the nav bar. I'm going to teach you how to do this in this video. You're actually going to learn a lot in this video. You're going to learn a lot about CSS Flexbox and how to use CSS Flexbox to create a fully professional layout. Now, with that being said, let's dive into the video. Now, I already have my index.html file created, and in my header tag, I have this link right here that's basically importing font awesome icon to our project. And I also add this style.css file up here that's linking this index.html file to this style.css file right here. And inside this style.css file up here, I'm importing Google fonts from Google, and down here, I'm actually applying that font to my project, Poppins. And up here, you can see the colors I'm going to use for this project. I've set them to a root variable. And as for the images, these are the images we are going to use for this project. Now, if you'd like to follow along with the project step by step, you want to follow along with everything we are doing in this project, I'm going to leave a link to a GitHub repo that has all the startup files, including all this initial code and all these images. All you can just do is just clone that repository. Now this is a public repo, which means you can easily just clone it into your local machine, and it has all the images we are going to be using for this project. All the images right here. Now inside my Visual Studio Code, I'll just close this up. Then I'm going to click on Go Live to actually run this on a web browser. And it's going to open our project right here in the web browser, and we have absolutely nothing in the web page. So let's start working on our project. So I'm going to head back to my index.html file. Inside my body tag, I'm going to create a nav tag. Now that nav tag I created is what is going to house every item in the navigation bar. This postly, this search input, these icons right here in the nav bar, and also these icons on the right side. And this nav is going to have a div. And this first div is going to have a class name of left nav bar. It's going to have another div that's going to have a class name of center nav bar. Then it's going to have another div that's going to have a class name of right nav bar. Now for the contents of the left nav bar, it's going to have a p tag that's going to act as our logo. It's going to say postly. And after that, it's going to have a div. This div is going to have a class name of search input. Okay. And inside this div, I'm going to have an icon that's going to say class of fast search, which we are going to be getting from this CDN link right here, this font awesome CDN link up here. And this div is also going to have an input, which is going to be of type text, and it's going to have a placeholder of search postly. And you can see that we have the contents of our left nav bar right here. We have our logo postly, our search icon, and our input right here. So let's start styling them up. So I'm going to head to my style.css file. Now first of all, I'm going to apply a background color to our body. I'm going to give the body a background color of this color right here, this light gray color right here. So I'm going to say light gray. Then you're going to notice that the background color is going to change to a light gray. Okay. So next we're going to start styling our nav bar. So I'm going to use that nav tag, nav. I'm going to give it a height, first of all, 55 pixels. Then I'm going to give it a background color of white. Then you can see our nav bar right here with a height of 55 pixels and a background of white. Next, I'm going to apply a box shadow to it. So I'm going to say box shadow 0.2 pixels, 4 pixels, RGBA 0.1 opacity. Now you can see that our nav bar now has a box shadow underneath it. Now I want this nav bar to always be fixed at the top of the web page, no matter what. I always want it to be fixed at the top of the web page. So I'm going to give it a position. I'm going to say position. I use fixed. Then it's going to have a top of 0. It's always going to be at the top of the web page. Left of 0. And it's going to have a width of 100%. Now we don't want the item to be at the extreme end of the navigation bar, so we're going to add a padding to it. So I'm going to say padding. Top and bottom of the nav bar is going to have a padding of 0. Then left and right is going to have a padding of 1%. And that's going to ensure that the items don't start at the extreme end right here. It's going to start around here. Then we can give the item inside the nav bar a display of flex. A justify content. I want it to be space between. Then align items. Align the items vertically center. Okay. And the item are now flex and there's not a space between them. But based on the fact that we don't have any other items in the nav, we can now actually see that. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to head to my index.html file. Down here, I'm going to say add a p tag called center nav. Then down here, I'm going to add a p tag called right nav. I'll save that, and then you can see that the items are now flex and there's a space between each item. We have the contents of our left nav bar at the left hand side. We have the contents of our center nav at the center, and then we have the contents of our right nav at the right hand side. Alright, and let's style the content of our left nav bar. So I'll copy this class left nav bar. So when I start of CSS, I'm going to say nav, then I'll target that class. Now to target a class name, I'm going to use a dot, put a dot, then you're going to put in the class name. That's this left nav bar class name I copied here. So apply the class in CSS, you put a dot, then you paste in the class name right here. Then I'm going to put the styles between this opening squiggly bracket and the closing squiggly bracket. And the first style I want to apply for the left nav bar is that you can see right now that the items of the left nav bar are arranged vertically. We don't want it this way, we want them to be arranged horizontally, like we want them to be flexed. So the first style we are going to have, we're going to say display. It's going to have a display of flex. Then align items of center. So align the items vertically center. Then we are going to have a gap of 10. Add a gap of 10 between the elements of the nav bar. Now you can see that the elements of the left nav bar are now arranged horizontally. So next I want to style up this logo. So I'm going to give the logo a class name. I'll give this logo a class name of logo. Now head to my style of CSS and target that. I'll say nav dot the left nav bar dot logo. As that logo class we created. Now first I want to give it a font size of 1.8 rem, a color as a text color. Now we are going to make use of one of those variable colors we created. And now to do that, we are going to see var. And in between this opening and closing bracket, we are going to pass in the color variable. That's this blue color up here. This blue color. Then next, we have to give this a font weight. I'll give it a font weight. I'll say 600. Now you can see that the logo is actually looking better. Now you notice that the more we add content to the left hand side of the nav bar, the more the items of the center nav will start to shift to the right hand side. And what's happening is that these items are occupying the left side of the navigation bar. And the more we add items to the left hand side of the navigation bar, the more it compresses the other items of the other side of the navigation bar. So in CSS, to actually solve this problem, we are going to give each of them a flex property. So for this one, this left nav bar, I want it to have a flex of 1. And that's going to ensure that it's going to occupy as much space as it can get. Right now, you can see that when I give it a flex of 1, it's going to push the contents of the center nav to the extreme end because it's going to occupy majority of the space in the navigation bar. But we want the center nav to be around here and we want the right nav to be around here. So what we can also do is that we also apply a flex property to those other parts of the nav bar. So down here, I'm going to say for my center nav, I want it to occupy a flex of 1.5. And when I save that, I can see that the center nav now starts around here. Now let me add a background color to this element so you can actually see this better. So for the center nav, I'll give it a background color. I'll use red. For the left nav bar, I'll give it a background color. I'll use blue. Then for the right nav bar, paste that right here. The right nav bar, I'll give it a background color. I'll just use green. And when I save that, you can see right now I gave this one a flex of 1. That's why it's occupying up to this point. I gave the center nav a flex of 1.5. That's why it's occupying up to this place. And both of them are actually squishing this right nav. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give this right nav, I'll give this right nav a flex. Same flex I added to the left nav. I want them to occupy equal space. But I want this other one to occupy a larger area, this center nav. That's why I gave it 1.5. Now when I save that, you're going to notice that this left nav bar occupies equal space with this right nav bar right here. And the center nav occupies a greater volume than the right nav and the left nav. So I'm going to get rid of those background colors. Get rid of this. I get rid of this. Now we have gotten a layout of our nav bar, we have to label them out because we are going to be writing lots of code so we don't get lost. So up here I'm going to say left nav bar. Now comment that off so you understand this stands for the left nav bar. I'll copy that. I'm head down here. Then I'm going to say this is going to be the center nav bar. center navbar, while this one is going to be the right navbar. Then I'll just copy these logo styles and paste underneath this left navbar styles right here. Alright. Now the gap between our input and our logo is not working. Why is that? That's because we are not adding pixels to it. So instead of 10, I'll say 10 pixels. And now you can see that the gap is being applied. So next, we're going to style up this input. So let's start working on that. To do that, we're going to make use of this class we added to this div here, this search input class. So I'm going to go to my style of CSS file. Down here, I'm going to say nav dot left navbar dot. I'll just copy that class from here, search input. Then I'll paste that class right here. We're going to give this a background color of light gray, then a height of 40 pixels and a width of 250 pixels. And now you can see the input container on the left hand side of our navigation bar. Next, I want to align these items at the center, so I'm going to give this a display of flex, then align items, I'll say center. Now I'm going to add a gap between this icon and this input, so I'm going to give this container a gap. I give it a gap, I'll say 10 pixels. And that's just to ensure that we have a gap between this icon and this input right here. Next, I want to give this a padding. Top and bottom is going to have a padding of 0. Left side is going to have a padding of 10 pixels. Then I'm going to give it a cursor of pointer, a color of this variable color right here, dark gray. And lastly, it's going to have a border radius of 30 pixels, and that's going to curve it at the edges. Right here, that border radius of 30 pixels. Now the icon is already looking good because of that dark gray color we applied, so there's really no need to style that up. It's in the right size. So next we have to style up this input. So to do that, I want to go back to my CSS. I'll copy this right here. Then I need this place right here. I'll paste that right here. Now I'll target the input inside this input container. Now I'm going to give this input a width of 100% and a height of 100%. That's going to ensure that it's going to take 100% of the width and height of its parent container. You can see right now it's going to stretch out to occupy the entire width and height of its parent container. But right now you can see that this our input right now has a background color of white. So what we could do is that we can go to our inputs. We're going to give this a background color. We're going to use transparent. That way it's going to retain the original background color of its container right here. But now I have this outline and border around it. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to add a border of none. Add a border. I don't want it to have any border. And also I don't want it to have any outline. I'll give it none. And that's also to ensure that we don't have those border around this our input, and we can type on this input and it's very clean. Now what I'm going to do next is that I'm going to take these two styles, this border and outline none. I'll cross that off. Now I'm going to go up here and create a general class. I'll say input. Then I'm going to paste that in here. That way any input I create in this project is going to have a border of none and outline of none. So when I go back to the web page, nothing really changes. Our border and our outline are not there. So lastly, I'll just give this input, the text inside, a font size. I'll give it 1 rem. That's looking way better. We are done with the left nav, but let's start working on the center nav. So I'm going to go to my index.html file and get rid of this p tag right here. Now for our center nav, it's going to house these 5 icons right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so that's what our center nav is going to house. So inside this center nav, I'm going to add a anchor tag. And this anchor tag is not going to point anywhere, so I'll put in a hash there. Then I'm going to add an icon. And this icon is going to have a class of fast far home. Okay. Then I'll drag that down multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one is going to be video. This one is going to be store. This one is going to be users. And this one is going to be, I think, users, I think cycle, user cycle. And check out the output. We are missing one icon. We have the home, the video, the store, the users, but we don't have the user cycle. I made a mistake there. Not user cycle, is user cycle. And yeah, we have all our 5 icons right here. So let's start styling them up. So I'm gonna head to my style.css file. Go to my style.css file now. I'll scroll down to the center nav styles. This center nav styles is labeled right here. Now what I want is I want the icons to occupy equal space inside their container, equal space. So I'm going to give them a display of grid. First of all, I'm going to give the container that houses those icons as a center nav. I'll give it a display. I'm going to use grid. Now next, I'm going to give it a place item. I want to place the items at the center. Save that. Now you notice that the icons are now at the center of the center nav. Now I want them to be arranged horizontally and I want them to have equal space in the container. So what I will do is I'm going to give it a grid template columns of 1FR, 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 1FR. Okay, I'll save that. Now you can see that the icons are now arranged in the center nav and each of the icons are occupying equal spacing. But we have a problem. This code is too long. We can't write 1FR, 1FR, 1FR. It's too long. What if there's a shorter way we can do this in CSS? There's actually a shorter way. So we can get rid of this. Then we're going to say repeat 5 times, then 1FR. I'll save that. Now you can see the icons are still arranged equally in the center nav bar. So next we have to start styling the individual icons in the center nav. So I'm going to go to my style.css file. I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. And just target the anchor tag in there. First of all, I want to give them a height of 55 pixels, which is the same height our navigation bar has. Then I'll give it a font size of 1.2 rem and a color of this dark gray color right here. And you can see that the icons are at the top of the web page. Remember that we give this container, each of the container that houses the icon, a height of 55 pixels. So the icons are starting at the top of the container. So what we could do is that each of the icons, I'm going to give them a display of grid. Then I'll say place items. I'll give it center. And now we can see an underline underneath these icons. That's because they are anchor tags, and by default anchor tag have a text decoration of underline. So I'm going to head to my style.css. So I'll create another general class just under these inputs. I'll create an anchor tag class. I'll say text decoration. I'll give it none. And that's going to ensure that that little underline underneath our anchor tags are not visible. And also we are going to reduce the opacity of these icons to actually make it look better. So I'm going to get back. I'm going to say opacity. Then I'm going to use 0.8. And that's going to reduce the brightness of these icons. It's going to be kind of dull a little bit, which actually makes for a better UI. Then next, on hover of this link, when someone hovers on this link, we add a hover pseudo class. I want it to have a background color of light gray. Okay. And when I hover on them, you can see that background color on each of these icons right here, these link icons right here. But they are too kind of tiny, so I'm going to add a padding to them. So I'm going to add a padding to this anchor tag. I'm going to say padding 0 top and bottom, then left and right. I'm going to give it 40 pixels. Now when I hover on them, you can see that they now have a padding to them. Now with this, we are done styling the center nav. So we're going to start styling the right nav. So I'm going to go to my index.html file. I'm going to get rid of this p tag right here. This right nav p tag. So in my right nav, I'm going to add an anchor tag. And this anchor tag is not going to go anywhere. But it's going to have an icon. It's going to have a class of Facebook Messenger. Hope I'm spelling that correctly. Then I'll drag this down 1, 2. And this one is going to be grip. And the last icon is going to be bell. Save that. And you can see we have these 3 icons right here. So So I'm going to head to my style.css file. Now for this right nav bar, first of all, I'm going to give it a display of flex. Now I want each of the items to have a gap of 10 pixels. And that's going to add a margin between each of the elements in that container. Now next, we want these icons to be at the extreme end. We don't want them to be around here. We want them to be at the extreme end. So what we are going to do is I'm going to give this right nav bar a justified content. I'll say flex end. And that's going to ensure that they are going to be arranged at the end of their container. That's flex end. So next, we have to start styling the individual icons. So I'm going to go to my style.css file. I'll just copy this right here. I'll paste that underneath here. Then I'll put in the anchor tag. I want to target the anchor tag. First of all, I'm going to give it a width of 40 pixels, a height of 40 pixels, and a background color of this light gray color right here. And now you can see our anchor tag right here with this light gray background color. Now next, I have to ensure that the items of these anchor tags are at the center, and also the anchor tag is circular. Now to make the anchor tag circular, I'm going to give it a border radius. I'll use 50%. Then to place it at the center, I'm going to use this streak wire. I'm going to give them a display of grid. Grid. Then I'm going to say place items at the center. Save that. Now you can notice that the icons are now at the center of the anchor tag. Next, I'm going to give it a font size of 1.3 rem, then a background color, or not background color, a color as a text color of black. Just use black. Now that we have done styling these icons at the right nav bar, now let's actually add our image. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. Now down here, I'm going to create a div. And this div is going to have a class name of right sidebar image. Then inside here, I'm going to have an img tag, and this img tag is going to point to our images folder and it's going to access our image1.jpg file. Okay. Then the alt text is going to be profile pic. I'll check out the output and you can see our image right here. Very large. So let's style it up. So I'm going to copy this class name I added, this right sidebar image. Sorry, not right sidebar image, right nav bar image. I'll copy this right nav bar image class. I'll go to my style.css. Then I'm going to say nav dot right sidebar. Then I want to target this class inside there. Then I'm going to give it a height of 40 pixels, a width of 40 pixels. Then after that, I want to target the image in there. So I target the image in there. I'll give the image a width and height 100% width, height of 100%, then border radius of 50% to make it circular. And now you can see the image right here. So we're going to give it an object fit of cover to actually make it look better. So I'm going to say object fit. I'm going to use cover and also cursor of pointer. And now you can see our image right now is looking really good. So next, we have to start working on getting our page layout and structure. So I'm going to head back to my index.html file. Now I'm going to close up this nav tag. We are done here. So down here, I'm going to create a div. I'm going to give this a class name of container. And inside this div, we're going to have an aside, which is basically going to be our sidebars. Then this one is going to have a class name of left sidebar, and it's going to have a p tag. I'm going to say sidebar. I'll copy that down. This one is going to be right sidebar, and in between them, I'm going to have a main. It's going to have a class name of feed. There's going to have a p tag of feed. Okay. I'll save that, check out the output, and we can notice that the items of that container are underneath our navigation bar. That's because our navigation bar has a position of fixed, which means it's not in the document flow. Now, since this container is in document flow, it's going to start at the top of the web page and it's going to be underneath this nav bar. So what we are going to do is we're going to copy that container, copy this container, head to the style of CSS file, and down here after our nav, we're going to paste that container class right here. Then we're going to say this is going to have a margin top of 80 pixels. Then you're going to notice that the elements are going to start after the nav bar, not underneath the nav bar. Now in the finished project, you're going to notice that this left sidebar is going to be fixed at the left hand side, while this right sidebar is going to be fixed at the right hand side. While this fit section is going to be the fit section we can actually scroll through, which means we have to fix this to the left hand side, we have to fix this to the right hand side. So let's do that. I'm going to go back to my index of this HTML file. I'm going to copy this left sidebar. I'll go to my style of CSS file. Now I have to label this. So down here I'm going to say this is the size for my left sidebar. Comment that off. Then down here I'll paste that class name right here. And the left sidebar is going to have a position of fixed. And it's going to be fixed at the left hand side, left of 0, then top of 0. It's going to have a width of 25%, a height of 100 VH. Then we can give it a background color to actually see. So say background color, I'll give it green. And you can see our left sidebar right here. But the problem is that our left sidebar is actually covering our nav bar. We don't want that to be so. So what we could do is that we can give this nav bar a z-index property. So I'm going to go up and give this nav. I'll give this a z-index of 999. And that's going to ensure that no element is actually going to overlap this nav bar. It's always going to be on top of any element in the web page. And before I give the nav bar a z-index, you will notice that this sidebar started from the top of the web page. Let me remove that again so you can see that. I'll take this off. Then you're going to notice that it's starting at the top of the web page. We don't want it to start at the top of the web page. So we're going to give it a margin top. I'll give it a margin top. Then I'll use 50 pixels. Margin top of 50 pixels. You're going to notice that it's going to start right here. It's going to start right here. Now let's do the same for our right sidebar. So I'm going to copy these styles. I'll drag this down. Then instead of position fixed at the left hand side, I'll say position fixed at the right hand side, right of 0. And it's going to still be at top of 0, width of 25 pixels, height of 100 views. I'm changing the background color to blue this time around. Then I'll save that. And it's still at the left hand side, and it's covering the left side bar. Why is that? That's because I did not change the class name. It's supposed to be right side bar. And now you're going to notice that the right sidebar is on the right hand side, while the left sidebar is at the left hand side. Now next, let's start working on the fit section. So first of all, let me label this. This is the styles for the right side bar. I'll comment it off. Then why down here it's going to be the styles for our feed section. I'll comment that off. And down here I can say dot feed. Now the feed section is going to be at the middle and it's not going to be fixed. You can actually scroll through it. So what we are going to do to ensure that it's fixed at the middle is that we're going to give it a margin left and a margin right to ensure that the items are at the center right here. So for the feed, I'm going to give it a margin top and bottom of 0, left and right of 13%. I'm going to give it a minimum height of 100 VH. And last, I'm going to give it a background color so you can actually see. So I'm going to say background color, I'm going to give it red. And now we can see the fit section at the center of the web page. We can actually scroll through the fit section. We have our left sidebar here, our right sidebar, and we have the fit section right here. Now that we've gotten the layout for the web page, I'm going to get rid of these background colors. I'll get rid of this. I'll get rid of this. And I'll get rid of this. Now before I start working on our left side, but I just realized that I didn't add those notification and message comes. So these icons at the left nav bar. So let's quickly do that. So I want to go to my index.html file. I'll open up this nav again, then scroll down right here in this right side nav. So inside this anchor tag, this notification anchor tag, I'm going to add a div, and this div is going to have a class name called icon, and inside this div I'm going to have a span that's going to say 5. Now I'm going to style this up, so I'm going to head to my style.css file. Just before this right nav bar image, I want to create this style up here, so I'm going to say nav.right nav bar. Then I want to target the anchor tag inside the right nav bar. Then inside that anchor tag, I want to target this .icon class. Okay. Then I want to give it a width of 20 pixels, a height of 20 pixels, and a background color of this hex color right here. Okay. Now returning back to the web page, you can see that red box right here. Now let's style this up to make it more better. I'm going to give it a font size of 0.8 rem. Then a text color, a color of white, as this white variable color right here, and a border radius of 50%. Now this is going to make it circular. Now let's check it out. Now you can see that little box is not circular, but the 5 is not positioned at the center of this red circle. So let's do that. So the trick we are going to use, I'm going to give it a display. We're going to say grid. Then we're going to use place items. Then we're going to say center. And that's going to ensure that that 5 is at the center of this circle right here. But right now, it's not actually positioned the way we want it. We want it to be positioned at the top right here, around here. That's where we want to be positioned. So we have to give it a position of absolute. So back to my style of CSS. So I'm going to give this a position. I'll say I want it to be absolute. I want it to be at the top of 0 pixels. Then I want it to be at the right of 0 pixels. Now when I save this and return back to the web page, you're going to notice that that circle, that red circle, is now at the extreme end of our web page at the top right corner. Now what's happening here is that we give this a position of absolute, but we are not telling the red circle which container to be positioned absolute to. Why is that? That's because this one right now has a position of static, because every HTML element, when you add them to the web page, by default they have a position of static, and you cannot position an element absolute to an element that's static, which means you have to give it another kind of positioning before you can position this red circle absolute to it. So to solve this problem, we're going to say, instead of leaving this as position of static, I'm going to say I want to give this anchor tag a position of relative, and that's going to ensure that we cannot position this red circle absolute to this anchor tag container right here. But it still doesn't look good. I want to shift it up a bit. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give it a top of -2 pixels and a right. Give it a right of -2 pixels. That's way better. Yeah, that's way better. So next, let's add the unread message count for this one. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. I'm just going to copy this div right here. Then inside this messenger anchor tag, I'm going to paste that in here. Then for this one, I'm going to say it's going to be 8 unread messages. And now you can see that circle with 8 on it in this messenger icon right here. Now we can start working on the left side bar. For the right side bar, we're going to have this container right here with this image and this Emmanuel name. Then we're going to have these icons and these names right here. And also when we scroll down, you're going to see that we're going to have a shortcut section. We're going to have online education and these other content right here. So let's start working on that. So I'm going to head back to my index.html file. Now collapse this nav again. Now inside this aside, I'll just get off this left side bar, take off this p tag. Now inside this aside, I'm going to create a div. And this div is going to wrap around everything that's going to be inside this first section, this Emmanuel name, and this up to this point. That's what this div is going to wrap around. Inside this div, I'm going to create an anchor tag, which is not going to go anywhere. Inside this anchor tag, we're going to have an img tag that's going to point to the images folder. I'm going to access our image1.jpg, and the alt text is going to be profile pic. Then so it's going to take a p tag. It's going to say Egbon Emmanuel. I'll save that. Now you can see we have our image in the web page and it's very, very large. So let's style up that image. I'm going to head to my style.css file. I'm going to go to my left sidebar styles. That's this left sidebar styles we labeled right here. And down here I'm going to say left sidebar. Now to target the anchor tag inside this left sidebar, and inside the anchor tag I want to target the image inside the anchor tag. Okay, I'll give it a width of 35 pixels, a height of 35 pixels, a border radius of 50%. That's going to ensure the image is circular. Then an object fit, I'll use cover. Now the image is actually better. You can see the image right here. But let's add some styles to the left sidebar and give it some padding. So I'm going to go to my left sidebar styles, this left sidebar styles right here. I give it a padding 20 pixels top and bottom and 15 pixels left and right. Now that is going to ensure that the contents of this left sidebar are not too close to the edge and are not too close to this nav. It's going to add a padding around them. Okay. Next, I want these elements to be arranged horizontally, not vertically. So you have to give them a display of flex. So I'm going to take this, I copy this right here. Up here, I'm going to paste that right here. Then I'll say this anchor tag, I want to give the element inside it a display of flex. And that's going to ensure that the two elements inside the anchor tag are placed side by side and they are arranged horizontally. So I'll give it an align items of center to center them vertically. Then I'll add a gap between the items of 12 pixels. Now they are looking way better. So next we are going to style this text. So I'm going to go to my style.css file. I'm going to copy this right here. I'll paste it underneath here. Now I want to target the p tag inside this anchor tag. So I'll put a p here. First off, I'm going to give it a color. I'm going to use this color right here, ash 1111111. Then I'll give it a font size of 0.9 rem, a font width of 600, and an opacity of 0.9. Now what we are going to work on next is that when we hover on this, we want a background color on this link. So let's work on that next. For that, I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath this place. Then I'm going to say on hover. I'm going to add a hover pseudo class. When someone hovers on this, I want this anchor tag to have a background color of light gray too. Okay. Now when I hover on this, you're going to notice that that light gray too gets applied. But I actually want to make it better, so I'm going to add a padding around the anchor tag. So for the anchor tag, I'm going to give it a padding. I'm going to have a padding of 50 pixels top and bottom, 10 pixels left and right. I'm also going to apply a border radius. I'm going to use 7 pixels. Now when I hover on it, I'm going to notice that the link is actually looking better this way. Now let's add the other links. That's the ones with icons. So I'm going to go back here. In my index.html file, I'll just copy this link and I'll drag this down. Now this one is not going to have an image, it's going to have an icon. And the class name of the icon is going to be class of far user friends. And you can see the icon right here. So I'm going to change this text to friends. So I'm going to say instead of Egbon Emmanuel, that p tag is going to be friends. Now next, I want to style up this icon. So I'm going to go to my style.css file. I'm going to copy this right here. And down here, I'm going to paste that. Now I want to target the icon inside the anchor tag. First off, I'm going to give it a font size of 1.7 rem, a color of blue, and lastly opacity of 0.8. Now you can notice that the icon is looking better now. So I'm going to add the next one. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. I'll copy this icon, then I'm going to drag this down, and this one is going to be fast store, and it's going to be marketplace. And now you can notice that we have the other link right here. Now what I'm going to do now is that since we already understand we created these links, I'm just going to paste the other links right here. Now I've pasted them in my index.html file. You can see all the other icons and the other text right here. And what we are going to work on next is this line that's actually dividing this left sidebar. It's dividing the left sidebar to two parts, the top side and the bottom side. So I'm going to add this line, okay? So in my index.html file, I'm going to wrap this div that contains all those links. So we are done here. I'll wrap this up. Now underneath here, I'm going to create a div. I'm going to give this div a class name. And I'm going to give it line. I'm going to copy this class name. I'm going to head to my style of CSS file. Scroll to the bottom. Now this is going to be general styles because I'm still going to use this line for the right sidebar for my feed section. So this line is going to be a general style. So down here I'm going to say general styles. I'll just comment that off so that we understand what we are doing here. So I'll paste that class right here. And this line is going to have a height of 1 pixels. It's going to have a background color of dark gray. It's going to have a margin. Top and bottom is going to have 10 pixels. Left and right is going to have 0. Then I'm going to save that. When we check out the output, you can see the line right here. Underneath these links right here, you can see the line right here. But it's too pronounced. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to reuse opacity. I'm going to give it an opacity of 0.2. That way, it's kind of dull a little bit, which is really good. I just want it this way, not too bright. So next we're going to add that text right here that's going to say shortcut. So let's do that. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. Now underneath this div tag, I'm going to create a p tag. And this p tag is going to say your shortcut. So I'm going to give this p tag a class name of sidebar text, and I'll copy that class name. I'll head over to my style of CSS file. Now underneath this line, I'm going to paste that class right here. And this is also going to be a general style. It's going to be a style I'm going to use for the left sidebar and the right sidebar. So I'm going to put it under these general styles. It's going to have a margin, top and bottom of 15 pixels, left and right of 0. A font weight of 600. And a color of dark gray. Okay. And now you can see that p tag, your shortcut. That shortcut is not spelled correctly. So I'm going to add a T to it. Where is it? Yeah, right here. Your shortcut. Yeah, that's way better. Next, we have to start actually creating a shortcut. Now, for the shortcut, you're going to notice that these shortcuts are actually kind of similar to this. So we don't have to rewrite this style. So all we can do is just copy this and paste this right here. So let's do that. So I'm going to go back to my index.html. I'm going to open up this div and I'm just going to copy this one with the image, copy the first one. Then I'll close it up. I'm going to head down to after this shortcut p tag and I'll just create a div that's going to have all the shortcuts and I'll paste that in here. Then for the image, instead of image 1, I'm going to use shortcut 1. Then for this one, I'm going to say shortcut. For the alt test, I'm going to say shortcut. And now you can see that shortcut link right here. But the name is not going to be Ugbo Emmanuel. This particular is going to be mobile games. So I'm just going to go to this text. Then I'm going to say mobile games. Now for the shortcut images, we don't want it to be circular, okay? We don't want it to be circular like this one. We want it to be curved, yeah, but not circular. So what we are going to do, we're going to add an inline style to each of these images. So I'm going to say, I'm going to add a style right here. And this is going to be border radius. It's going to be 10 pixels. And that's going to ensure that it's going to have a border radius, but it's not going to have a border radius of 50% and a circular like this one, okay? I'm going to add the other two shortcuts. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. I'm going to copy this. Then I'll drag this down twice. 1, 2. Then for this one, it's going to be shortcut 2. And this one is going to be shortcut 3. I'll save that. And you can see those images are going to be here. Now you are going to notice that we cannot scroll through our left sidebar. Now, what's happening is that, remember we gave this left sidebar a height of 100 VH, which means it's going to have the height of this laptop screen right here, that's the height we give to it. Okay, which means when it starts to overflow, the overflow is going to be hidden. Right now there are more content underneath this place, but we can't see them. Why? Because they are hidden. So to solve this problem, I'm going to give this left sidebar an overflow y of auto. That way when it overflows, you can actually scroll to see the items at the bottom. So I'm going to head back to my style of CSS. So I'm going to go to my left sidebar, go up here, and down here I'm going to say I want to give it an overflow y of auto. Save that. And when I go back, I'm going to notice that I can now scroll down. I can now scroll to the bottom of the left sidebar. But the problem is that when I scroll to the bottom, we're at the bottom, but we still cannot see the last one. So for the left sidebar, I'm going to give it a padding bottom property. So I'm going to say padding bottom. I'm going to use 60 pixels. And that's going to add a padding to this last element right here. And we can actually see it better. Now let's update this other one. This is going to be online education. This one is going to be food lovers. So the second one is going to be food lovers. So instead of mobile games, I'll just change this to food lovers. And this one is going to be online. Online education. Now with that, we are basically done styling the left sidebar. Now all that's left for us to do is to get rid of this ugly scroll bar right here. So let's do that. To do that, I'm going to head to my style of CSS file. Now underneath this left sidebar styles, I'm going to add this left sidebar. I'll say dot left sidebar, then colon. I'm going to say WebKit scroll bar. I'm looking for WebKit scroll bar. Then I'm going to give it a width of 0. And that's going to ensure that our scroll bar has a width of 0 and is not visible to the UI. We are basically done with the left sidebar. So next we're going to start working on the right sidebar. Now for the right sidebar, we're going to have this friend request section. We're going to have this birthday section. We're going to have this contact section. And then we're going to have this groups section. Okay. So inside my index.html, I'm going to wrap up this div because we are done here. Then I'm basically done with the left sidebar. So I'm going to wrap up this aside. Then I'm going to go to the right sidebar, get rid of this. Then we can also label this. I'll just label this. I'll call this left sidebar. I'll call this one the field. Then I want to call this one the right sidebar. So inside the right sidebar, we're first of all going to add a p tag. That's going to say friend requests. And this is going to have a class name of that general style we created. This general style we created, this sidebar text right here is going to have that class name. So I'm going to say class name of sidebar text. I'm going to go back to the web page and you can see that sidebar text right here. But we have a problem. This friend request text is too close to this nav bar. Okay, so we're going to apply the similar padding we added to this left sidebar. We're going to add that similar padding to this right sidebar. So in my left sidebar, I'm going to go and check the padding I added to my left sidebar. So I added the padding of 20 pixels and 15 pixels. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go to my right sidebar. Then I'm going to paste that padding property right here. And that's going to ensure that it's going to apply a padding to all the elements inside this right sidebar. So next, we're going to start working on this friend request right here. So let's start doing that. So I want to head back to my index.html file. Now, underneath this bit, I want to create a div. Now, this div tag is going to have a class name called friend requests. And it's going to have an image. That's going to point to the images folder and access image2, image2.jpg, and the alt is going to say friend requests image. Then underneath this image, we're going to create a div. Now this div is going to have a class name of requests info. Inside this div, we're going to have a p tag that's going to have this name right here, Zara Anaya Patel. They're going to have a span. They're going to say 13 mutual friends. Now after this spawn, I'm going to have a div. And this div is going to have a class name of action buttons. It's going to be the buttons, the confirm button and the decline button. So the first button, we're going to add a button right here. So the first button is going to be confirm. As confirm the friend request. While the second button is going to be decline the friend request. Now you can see that the image is very, very humongous. So let's start styling it up. So I'm going to head to my style.css file. Inside my style.css file, I'm going to scroll to my right sidebar style right here. So I'm going to start styling the contents of the right sidebar. So I'm going to target the right sidebar dot right sidebar dot the friend request. That's this friend request class right here. So I'm going to copy that. This friend request class right here. I'll paste that here. Now I want to target the image inside that friend request container. Now I want to give the image a width of 60 pixels, a height of 60 pixels, an object fit of cover, and a border radius of 50%. And that's going to ensure that our image has a height and width of 60 pixels and it's actually circular. So next, we're going to give it a display of flex because we want the elements inside this friend request container to be arranged side by side, to be arranged horizontally. So we're going to give it a display of flex. So I'm going to go back to my style.css. So I'm going to copy this. Then up here, I'm going to paste that right here. And the friend request container, I want it to have a display of flex. Now I'm going to align the items. I'm going to use flex stats. Then I'm going to give it a gap of 10 pixels. Now I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that the elements of the friend request container are arranged side by side. The image is on the left hand side and the request info are on the right hand side, and there's a gap between them. Now next we have to style up this p tag. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my style.css file. I'm going to copy this. Then I'm going to paste that underneath here. Then I'll target the p in there. Now you notice that in our final project, you're going to notice that this p tag right here, this p tag, all these p tags are actually similar to this p tag. Now we don't have to rewrite those styles because in CSS, in programming in general, you don't want to write as less code as possible. You want to keep your code dry. That is, don't repeat yourself. So what we are going to do is that we're going to apply similar styles to this p tag right here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this class name right here. I'll cut this off. I'm going to head up to my left sidebar styles. Around here is that p tag. Yeah. So around here. So what I'm going to do, I want to apply these styles to the p tag of my left sidebar and to that of my right sidebar. So I'm going to add a comma. So I'm going to paste that right here. That way they are going to share these styles right here. So when I save that, you're going to notice that this is actually bold and it has similar styles with this one. They are going to share the styles. That way I don't have to rewrite the styles for this other p tag right here, this friend request p tag. So next I'm going to style this span tag. So I'm going to go back to my style.css file. I'm going to scroll down to my right sidebar styles. I'm going to copy this. Then I'll paste that underneath here and I'll target the span tag. The span tag, I'm going to give the font size of 0.8 rem and a color of dark gray. That's way better. So next we have to style up these action buttons. So I'm going to go back to my style.css file. I'll copy this. Then I'll paste that underneath here. Now I want to target this class right here, this action buttons class. So I'll just copy that class. Then I'll paste that right here. Now for the action buttons, I want them to have a margin. Top and bottom, I want 15 pixels. Let me use 15 pixels. Left and right, I want 0. I want a display of grid. Grid template columns. I'm going to use one FR, one FR because I want both of them to occupy equal volume. Then I want to give them a gap of 8 pixels. Now you're going to notice that the buttons are not extending to the end right here. That's because we are not telling this info container to occupy as much width as it can. Okay, remember that we gave this a display of flex, and I'll give this a fixed height of, I think, about 60 pixels. So now we have to tell this container to stretch out and occupy the remaining width of this friend request container. So to do that, I'm going to go to our style of CSS file. I'm going to copy this. I want to apply a style to the friend request info container. So down here, I'll paste that right here. Now I want to target this container right here, this request info container. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go to my style of CSS file, paste that right here. Now I want to give this a flex of 1. And that's going to tell it to actually stretch out and occupy the remaining space after the image has occupied a width of 60 pixels. Now I'll save that. When I go back to the web, you're going to notice that these buttons are going to stretch out and they are going to occupy the remaining space of the container. And next, let's start styling the buttons. So I'm going to go back to my style of CSS file. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste that right here. I'm going to target the button. Now, first of all, I'm going to give this an outline of none and a border of none. And that's going to get rid of the outline and the borders on this button. But we want to apply these styles generally, so I'm going to cut this off. I'm going to go up here and create a general button style, just the way we did for our anchor tag. I'm going to say button, and I'll paste that in here. Or no need to create a button class. I'll just share the styles between both of them. I'll paste that, button. That way, both the input and the button by default are going to have a border of none and outline of none. And when I save that, I'm still going to notice that the outlines and the border are not on this button, even when you click on it. So first of all, I'm going to give this button a background color of this blue color right here. Then I'm going to give it a color of white. I'll save that. Now you can see that the button has a background color of blue and a color of white. So next, you have to apply a padding to it to make it look better, and also a border radius to curve these edges. So I'm going to say padding. Top and bottom, I'm going to say 8 pixels. Left and right, I'm going to say 0. Then also have a border radius of 8 pixels. And then you can see that the buttons are actually looking better. So next, I want to give this text inside this button a font width of 600 to make it a little bit more bold. So I want to give it a font width. I'll use 600. Then I'm going to give it a cursor of pointer. And with that, we are done styling these buttons. So let's create another friend request. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. I'll just wrap this container of this friend request container, and then I'll just drag that down. Okay. And for this one, it's going to have a name of Olivia Scott, and it's going to be 2 mutual friends. Then for the image, you're going to say image 3. Okay. And now you can see we have 2 friend requests right here, Olivia Scott and Zara Naya Patel. But they are kind of too close to each other. So what we could do is I'm going to apply a margin between the 2 friend requests. So I'm going to go back to my style of CSS file. Go up to that friend request. So I'm going to say margin. Top and bottom is going to have a margin of 10 pixels, and left and right is going to have a margin of 0. And that's going to add a space between these 2 friend requests. So next, we're going to start working on the birthdays section. That's going to say Syracuse and 6 others have birthdays today. Then we're going to add this line on top of this one and also the line right here. So let's do that. So inside my index.html file, I'm going to wrap these 2 friend requests inside a div. Okay. Now I can easily wrap them up. So I'll just wrap this up. I'll wrap this up. I'll cut them. Then I'll paste them inside a div container. Then I'll just wrap up this div. Then underneath this div, I'm going to create another div. And this div is going to have a class of line, which is going to be this line right here. Now after that, I'm going to add another line, which is going to be this other line right here. Now in between these 2 lines, I'm going to create the birthday section. Now in between these 2 I'm going to create a p tag, and this p tag is going to say birthdays. And it's going to have a class name of sidebar text. I'm going to save that and check out the output, and you can see that text right here, birthdays. Next, we're going to add an anchor tag. So after this pizza, I'm going to add an anchor tag, and this anchor tag is not going to go anywhere, but inside this anchor tag, we're going to have two items. First of all, we're going to have an icon, and this icon is going to have a class name of gift. Then after that, we're going to have a p tag that's going to say Sarah Cruz and 6 others have birthdays today. I'll save that, check out the output, and you can see we have that text right here and we have that icon right here. And what we want to do next is that we want this Sarah Cruz and this 6 others to have a font of bold. So what we are going to do, we're going to wrap them inside a span tag. So I'm going to go back there, I'm going to copy this, I'll just cut this off. I'll create a span tag. And inside that span tag, I'll paste that name right there. Also, these 6 others, I'm going to paste them inside a span tag. Now when I save that, you're going to notice that nothing really changes. That's because we've not applied a style to the p tag or even the span tag. I'll save that. Now copy that class. Go to my style of CSS file. Now underneath here, I'm going to say dot right sidebar. Then I'll paste that class right here. Now first of all, I'm going to give the items inside this anchor tag a display of flex. Then I'm going to give them a gap of 15 pixels. I'll save that. And you can notice that they are now arranged side by side. So next, I want to style up this icon. So I'm going to go to my style of CSS file. Right here, I'm going to say dot right sidebar dot birthdays. Now inside this birthdays anchor tag, I want to target the icon in there. Now you're going to notice that this icon and this icon are going to have a similar size. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to ensure they share the same styles. So I'm just going to cut this off. Instead of adding another style right here and add a font size to it, I'm going to cut that off. I'm going to go up here. I'm going to look for that left sidebar icon I styled, which is this icon right here. Then I'll just paste that right here. That is going to ensure they are going to share these similar styles right here. And when I save that, you're going to notice that that style is going to be applied to this icon right here. But the problem is that I want this icon to have a yellow color, so I'm going to add an inline style to this. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file, and that icon, I'm going to say style, I'm going to say color, then I'll paste in this hex color right here. And that's going to ensure that this icon is actually yellow, but it's going to have the same font sizes as these other icons right here. And the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to start up this text. So I'm going to go to my birthdays container. I'm going to scroll down. Right here, I'm going to give this a font size. I'm going to use 0.9 I'll give it a color of #111111. Okay. Now you're going to notice that the font size of this birthday text is now 0.9 and it now has a color of black. Next, we're going to target this span inside here. This character and this is other span. So I'm going to go back to my code. I'm going to copy this. Then I'll paste this right here. Then I want to target the p tag. Now inside that p tag, I want to target the span. I'm going to give it a font weight. Then I'm going to say 600. And that's going to ensure that the span tag has a font weight of 600. Now with that, we are basically done with this birthday section. So next, we're going to start working on this contact section right here. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. I'm going to wrap this birthday container. I'll wrap this up. I'm done here. Now after this line, we'll create a p tag. And this p tag is going to say contacts. And it's going to have a class name or sidebar text. Check it out. I'm going to see where I have that text right here, contacts. The next, I'm going to create a div underneath this p tag. And this div is going to have a class name of contacts. Inside this contact, we're going to have an anchor tag. Now this anchor tag is not going to go anywhere. Then inside this anchor tag, we're going to have an image. And this image is going to point into the images folder. I'm going to access image4.jpg. Then the alt is going to be contacts. And it's going to have a p tag. I'm going to say Elijah More. Now save that, check out the output, and you can see we have this humongous image right here in the web page. So let's start styling this up. So I'm going to go back to my style of CSS file. First of all, I'll copy this name right here, this class name. I'll go to my style of CSS file. I'm going to say dot right sidebar dot. I'll paste in that contact right here. Now I want to target the anchor tag inside that contact container. Now you're going to notice that this link right here in our finished project, these links right here are actually similar to these links right here, which means we can actually reuse the styles. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ensure that they share similar styles. So I'm just going to cut this off. I'm going to scroll up to my left sidebar styling section. Then right here, I'm going to add a comma. Then I'll paste that right here. Then I'll save that. Then check out the output. So you're going to notice that we still have that image really large right here. The styles are not being applied. That's because we only applied these styles to that container already, and we are not applying these other styles to it. So we can also do that here. We can say dot, then on hover. Then we can also add that styles right here. Then target the image. I'll save that. Now I go back to the web page. You can notice right now we now have that styles being applied to this element right here. Also, you have to apply the style to this text. So I'm going to go back. Then for this one, yeah, I'll just paste that right here. Then target the p tag inside the anchor tag, and that's going to apply the style to our p tag. Then I go back to my index.html file, create another contact. I'll just fold this together. Then I'll just drag that down. For this one, it's going to be image 5, and the name is going to be this name right here, Isabella Chen. I'll save that, go back to the web page, and you can see we now have another contact right here. Now that we understand how we style this, so I'm just going to add the remaining 3 contacts. Now I've added the remaining 3 contacts, and you can notice that the remaining 2 are underneath this place. You cannot see them because they are hidden from the viewport, and that's because we've not given this right sidebar an overflow property. So I'm going to go to my right sidebar, go to my style of CSS file. I'll scroll down to my right sidebar. Where is that right sidebar? Right here. Then I'm going to say overflow Y. I want it to be auto. And now we can now scroll through the elements of our right sidebar, but we cannot see the element at the bottom properly. So we're going to add a padding bottom to it. So I'm going to say padding. I'm going to say bottom. Then I'm going to say 80 pixels. And that's going to ensure we can actually scroll down and see the elements of our right sidebar at the bottom properly. Now we have to get rid of this ugly scroll bar. So let's quickly do that. So I'm going to copy this right sidebar class. I'm going to head to my left sidebar. I already created a style for this. I'll scroll down. Where is that style? Yeah, there's that style right here. I'll paste that right here. Then I'll just copy this WebKit scroll bar. I'll paste it to the right sidebar. I'll save that. And that's going to ensure that they share the same styles and we don't have that scroll bar on this right sidebar. So the next thing we are going to work on is that we want to add these little green dots on these images right here to actually show that the user is actually online. So let's quickly do that. So I want to come back to my index.html file. I'll wrap a div around my image tag. Now inside this div, I'm going to have a div that's going to have a class name of online dots. So let's style this up. So I'm going to copy this class name. Go to my style of CSS file. I'll scroll down to my right sidebar. Then down here, I'm going to place that class right here. It's going to have a width of 12 pixels, a height of 12 pixels, a background color of this hex color right here. Now save that. Go back to the web page. You're going to notice that we now have that green dot right here. But we don't want that green dot to be here. We want to position it absolute to this image right here, right here. That's what we want to do. So we have to add a position absolute to this green dot. So my style of CSS, so I'm going to give this a position. I'll use absolute. Absolute. It's going to be at the bottom of 0. Bottom 0. There's going to be right 0. And when I save that, as usual, you're going to notice that that green dot is not going to be positioned absolute to this image. It's going to be positioned right here. And that's because we've not added a position of relative to the container that wraps around this image. So let's quickly do that. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. Now, this container I added, this div I added to wrap up this image and this online dots. I'm going to give it a class, a style of position. I'm going to use relative. And that's going to ensure that it's positioned absolute to this image right Yeah. Now let's actually start up this dot better. So first of all, I'm going to give it a border radius. I'll give it a border radius of 50%. That's going to ensure it's circular. Then a border of 2 pixels solid white. So with that, we are done styling these online dots. So I'm going to apply these online dots to these other anchor tags right here. I'll go back to my index.html file. I'll just copy this. Then I'm going to paste that here. I'm going to add a div around this image. So I'm going to notice that it's not on the second one. So I'm just going to add the dots to the other ones. Then I'm going to return back. So I've added the dots to the other anchor tags. And with that, you are basically done with this contact section. Let's move on to the group section. So I'm going to add a line. First of all, I'll just wrap up this div right here. This div for this contacts. There's that div that wraps around the contacts. This div right here. I'll wrap this up. Now underneath this div, I'm going to create a p tag. And this p tag is going to say groups. I'm going to have a class name or sidebar text. I'll save that. I'll check out the output. When we scroll down, you can see that text right here, groups. Now next, what we want to do is I want to actually add that anchor tag right here. Now you can notice right here now that anchor tag is going to be similar with these ones right here, that group anchor tag. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy one of these. I'm going to paste it down here. So first of all, I'm going to create a div tag. And this div tag is also going to have a class name of contacts. Then I'll just copy one of these. Then I'll paste it right here. Then I get rid of this dot and this div of relative. I don't need it for this one. I'll save that. When I go back to the web page, you can see that we have that right here, but it has this image of Elijah Moore. So I'm just going to say the image is going to be group 1.jpg. Rid of this Elijah Moore. I just paste CSS to beginners right here. Now I think we are basically done with the right sidebar, but there's no line between this group section and this contact section. Let's quickly do that. So between this div and this pizza, I'm going to add a div, and this div is going to have a class name of line. And we have that line right here. Yeah, these buttons right here. Now for these confirm and decline buttons, this decline button is supposed to be gray, while this confirm button is the one that is supposed to be blue. So let's quickly resolve that. So I'm going to go to my style of CSS file. So in my style of CSS file, I'll create a quick ID style. It's going to be confirm button. Now for this style, it's going to have a background color of blue and a color of white. So I'm just going to put that style right here. Now for the other button, the decline button, I want it to have a background color of light gray too. Okay. Now when I save that, you're going to notice that both the buttons are going to have a background color of light gray too. But we want this confirm button to be blue and have a text color of white. So what we are going to do, we're going to copy this ID. I'll copy this ID, this confirm button ID I created. I'll go to my index.html file and I'm going to look for that. That will be in here. Yeah, that will be in here. Now inside this confirm button, I'm going to create an ID. I'll paste in that ID name right here. Same thing for the other confirm button. I'll create an ID. I'll paste in that ID name right there. That way, that confirm button is going to have its own unique style. It's going to have a background color of blue and a text color of white. And with that, we successfully styled up our right sidebar. So let's start working on our feed section. Now for the feed, we're going to have 3 sections. First of all, we're going to have this create post section. We're going to have this status section that we can scroll through status of users. And then we're going to have this section that's going to house our posts. So let's start working on that. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. I'm going to wrap everything in this friend request. I'll wrap everything here up. Then basically I'll just wrap everything up in the right sidebar because I'm done with the right sidebar. So I'm going to go to my feed section, get rid of this P. And inside this feed container, first of all, we're going to have a div that's going to have a class name of create post. And inside this create post div, we're going to have another div that's going to have a class name of input section. Inside this input section div, we're going to have an image, and this image is going to point to the images image1.jpg. Then the alt text is going to be profile pic. Then this input section container is also going to have an input, which is going to be of type text, and it's going to have a placeholder of what's on your mind. Now when we turn back to the web page, you can see we have this image right here. It's very large, so let's quickly style that up. So I'm going to go back to my feed section. Down here underneath my feed section where I labeled where we're going to style up our feed, this feed section comment right here, I'm going to say .feed .create, sorry, spell that create correctly, post dot, I'm going to copy that class right here, this input section class dot input section. So I want to target this image inside the input section. I'll paste that right here. Then I want to target the image. So I'll give the image a width of 40 pixels, a height of 40 pixels, a border radius of 50%, then object fit of cover. And you're going to notice our image is now styled up right here. Now let's style up this create post container. So for the create post container, I want to create that up here. I'll say dot field dot create post. First, I'm going to give it a box shadow of 0, 2 pixels, 2 pixels, RGBA 0, 0, 0, then opacity 0.1. Then I want to give it a background color of white, then a padding of 10 pixels, and lastly border radius of 12 pixels. And you can see that our create post container is actually looking better. And let's start styling these inputs and this input section container. So I'm going to target the input section, so I'll just copy this on top of this style. I'll just paste that right here. First, I'm going to give it a display of flex, align items, I'll say center, and lastly I'll give the elements inside there a gap of 15 pixels. Yeah, way better. Can type on this input. So next we have to style up this input inside this input section. So I'm going to go back to my style of CSS. So I'm going to copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now I want to target the input inside the input section. I'll give it a padding, top and bottom 8 pixels, left and right 12 pixels, a background color of light gray, and a border radius of 30 pixels. Save that and check out the output, and you can see that input right here. But we have a problem, and the problem we have is with the size of the input. It's not stretching to the end. Now since this image is occupying a width of 40 pixels, so we have to ensure that this input occupy the remaining space. So I'm going to give this input a width. I'll give it 100%, and that's going to tell the input to stretch out and occupy the remaining space after this image has occupied 40 pixels. And when we do that, you can notice that the image is kind of compressed a bit because the input is not actually compressing the image. So to solve this problem, we're going to ensure that the image does not shrink. So we're going to give this image a flex shrink of 0. Now when I save that, you're going to notice that the image is not going to be shrinked anymore. The image is going to retain its width and height of 40 pixels, and the input is going to occupy the remaining space of this input section container. Now next, we have to increase the font size of the text inside the input. So let's quickly do that. So I'm going to my input. Where's our input? Down here. I'll give it a font size of 0.95 rem. And now we can see that the text inside the input is now a little bit larger. We can actually see it clearly. So next, I'm going to add a line underneath this input section. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. Now underneath this div right here, I'm going to create a div. And this div is going to have a class of that line class we created before. And you can see that line underneath this input section right here. But the line is actually a bit pronounced because when we use it on the right sidebar and the left sidebar, where we're adding it to this gray background right here. Now we are using it on a white background. So I'm going to reduce the opacity a bit further. So for this line, I'm going to add a unique style to it. I'll say style. Now I'll say opacity. I'll say 0.1. So next we are going to add these 3 buttons right here. 1, 2, 3. So let's do that. Inside my HTML, underneath this div, this line div, I'll create another div. And this div is going to have a class name of post types. Now inside this div, we're going to have another div that's going to have a class name of post type. It's going to represent each of the post type, whether it's a video. And inside this div, we're going to have an icon that's going to have a class name. I'm going to say far video. And it's going to have a span that's going to say live video. I'm going to copy this and drag this down twice. 1, 2. And the name of this icon is going to be far image. And the name of this one is going to be far film. And the span tag of this one is going to say photo video, while the span tag of this one is going to say real. Let's check out the outputs. And you can see those elements we just added right here. So let's start styling them up. So I want to copy class name, post types. I'll copy this class name. Now I head to my style of CSS file. Now underneath this style right here, I'm going to say dot feed dot. I'll paste that class name right here, post types. And the first time I'm going to add is a display of flex, because I don't want the elements to be arranged vertically down. I want them to be arranged side by side horizontally like this. So I want to give it a display of flex, a justified contents or space between. Okay. Now you can see that the elements are now arranged horizontally and they have a space between them. So next I'm going to target the individual post type. So I want to go to my style of CSS. So I'll copy this. I'll paste that right here. Then I'll say dot post type. First of all, I'm going to give it a display of flex. And the reason I'm giving it a display of flex is that I want these items, this icon and this text to be arranged vertically center. I want them to be equal. That's why I'm giving it a display of flex, so that I can align it center. So I'll give it a display of flex. Then I'll give it an align items of center. And that's going to ensure that they are actually at the center. I'll give it a justify content. I'll say center. Then I want the items to have a gap between them of 8 pixels. And you can see there's now a gap between this icon and this text right here. Okay. So next I'm going to give it a cursor of pointer. Now I want each of these post type right here to occupy equal space. So I'm going to give them a flex of 1. So I'll say flex. I'll give it 1. And that's going to ensure that they occupy equal space inside this container right here, this post types container right here. So next we have to style up this icon inside this post type and also the text. So let's start doing that. So I want to copy this. For the icon, I want to give it a font size of 1.3 rem. Then I'll paste that underneath here again. Then I'll target the span as the text. So I'll give it a color of dark gray, a font weight of 600, a font size of 0.85 rem, and opacity of 0.8. And you can see those text right here, they are styled and they have a color of gray. Now for the color of the icon, I cannot add the same colors to them. I cannot add the color inside this style right here because each of these icons is going to have its own unique color. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add unique styles to each of these icons inside my index.html. So I'm going to my index.html file. And for this icon, I'm going to add a style. And this icon is going to have a color of this hex color right here. The other icon is going to have a color of this hex color right here. And for the last icon, it's going to have color of this hex color right here. And now you are going to notice that each of the icon now has a unique color. This one is red, this one is green, and this one is yellow. Now next, we're going to add a over property to each of these items right here. So let's do that. So I'll head to my style.css file. Now down here, I'm going to copy this because I want to add a hover property to this post type. So when someone hovers on this, I'll add a hover pseudo class. When someone hovers on it, I want to give it a background color of light gray. I'll save that. And when I hover on each of these items, you can see that background color being applied to it, but we can actually make it better by adding a padding to it. So inside this post type style, I'm going to add a padding of 10 pixels top and bottom, 2 pixels left and right. Then I add the border radius of 10 pixels to curve the edges. When I go back to the web page and hover on this, you can see that really cool effect right here. Now with this, we are done with this create post section. Let's start working on our status section. So for the status section, we're going to have these images right here that we can scroll through. These status images right here, and also we're going to have the profile picture of the person that posted this status up here. That is profile pictures positioned right here. And also we're going to have this first one right here with this text create story. So let's start working on it. So I'm going to head back to my index.html file. I'm going to close up this create post. We are done here. I'll close this up. Now underneath this create post div, I'll create another div. I'll give this a class name of status section. And the status section is going to have a div. And each of these divs is going to have a class of status. I'll just drag that down. 1, 2, 3. So we have 4 of them right here. So let's start styling them up. So I just copy this status section class name. I head to my style.css file. Now underneath this place right here, I'm going to start creating this style. So dot to feed dot. I'll paste in that status section name we copied. Now first of all, I want to give each of the items inside this status section a display of flex. Then I want a gap between each of the items, a gap of 10 pixels. Then I want this status section to also have a margin, top and bottom 15 pixels, left and right of 0. So now we have to target each of the status. So I just copy this right here. I'll paste that underneath here. Then I'll target each of the status. It's going to have a minimum width 110 pixels, a height of 200 pixels. Now I want to give this a background color so we can actually see the item. So I'll say background color. I'll give it red. When I go back to the web page, you can see those red boxes right here. 4 of these red boxes right here. But we have a problem. If I decide to go back to my index.html file and add more status, so I'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, you are going to notice that these status items will start to overflow. So to solve this problem, so that when these items start to overflow, you can actually scroll through them. We're going to give this status section an overflow X of auto. That way, when the items start to overflow, we can easily just scroll through the items. So next, let's quickly get rid of this scroll bar right here. So I'm going to go back to this code. I'll copy this. Then I'll paste that underneath here. Then : web kit scroll bar. I want to give it a height of 0. That should get rid of that scroll bar. Yeah, that's gotten rid of that scroll bar. So now that we have gotten the structure of this status section, let's start styling it up. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. I just need one, so I'm going to get rid of these other ones. Get rid of this. I'll go to my style.css, so I'm going to get rid of this background color of red. So inside my index.html file, inside this status container, I'm going to add an image. And this image is going to point to the images folder. It's going to access status 1.jpg. And the alt text is going to be status. So when I go back to the web page, you can see that image right here inside this container, and it's very, very large. So let's style it up. So I'm going to go back to my style.css file. First of all, I'm going to add an overflow of hidden inside this status container. That way, when an image overflow, it's going to be hidden. That way, when I go back, you're going to notice that we cannot actually scroll through it anymore. It's going to be hidden when it overflows. So next, let's target the image. So I'm going to copy this. I'll paste this underneath here. Now remember, we already gave this status a minimum width of 110 pixels and height of 220 pixels. So all we have to do is to tell the image to occupy 100% width and height. So say width 100%, height 100%, then object fit of cover. Now we'll check out the output. You're going to notice that the image now occupies 100% width and height of its status container. So now we're going to add a border radius to it to ensure that the edges are curved. So I'm going to say border radius. So this status container right here, border radius, I'm going to use 10 pixels. And that's going to ensure that the edges around these images are actually curved. And lastly, I'll just give the cursor of pointer. So now next we can start working on that image that's going to be positioned right here. So let's do that. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. Underneath this image, I'll create a div. I'll give this div a class name of profile picture. And inside this div, I'm going to have an image. This image is going to go into the images folder and it's going to point to the image2.jpg, and the alt text is going to be profile picture. So next, let's style this up. So I'm going to copy this name right here. I'm going to head to my style.css file. And down here after this status image, I'm going to say dot feed dot status section dot status. Now paste in that class name right here. So here I'm going to add a width of 40 pixels, a height of 40 pixels, and a border radius. I'm going to say 50% to ensure the image is circular. Now when we come back to the web page, you can see that we cannot see our image right here. And that's because remember we gave this status a overflow of hidden, which means any elements that overflows this container is going to be hidden from the viewport. So to see it, let's position that image right here at the top left corner. So I'm going to give this a position. I'm going to use absolute. Then I'm going to say top 10 pixels, left 10 pixels. I'm going to save that. And when I go back to the web page, you can see that we still cannot see that image. And the reason why we cannot see that profile image is that we position that profile image absolute to this container. And remember, right now this image has a position of static, and you cannot position an element absolute to an element that is of position static. So we have to give this status container a position of relative. So I'm going to go up here. In this status, I'm going to say position, then I'm going to say relative. That way, when we go back to the web page, you can see that profile image at the top left corner of this status. So next, we can notice that the border radius is not being applied. That's because the image is actually overflowing that profile picture container. So to actually see that curved edges, we're going to give this profile picture container an overflow of hidden. And that's going to ensure when the image overflows, it's going to be hidden. So it's going to actually apply that border radius to the image. So next, we're going to add that border around this image. So let's quickly do that. So in this profile picture, I'm going to say it's going to have a border 4 pixels solid blue. I'll save that. When I go back to the web page, you're going to notice that we now have a blue border around this profile image. Now with that, we are done styling each of the status. So I'm going to add another status. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. I'll just take this, I'll copy this up, then I'll drag this down. Now for the second one, it's going to be status 2 image, it's going to be status 2, then the second image is going to be image 3. I'll save that. And now you can see that we have another status right here. So now that we understand how we created this status section, so I'm going to add more status to this. So underneath this second status right here, underneath this second status, I'll just paste the rest status right here. And you can see the rest status right here. So I'm going to save that and check out the output. And you can see we have all the other status right here. And we can actually scroll through them. So what we are going to work on next is that for our finished project, you're going to notice that the first image is going to have this create story text right here. It's going to be our create story image. So let's start working on that. So inside my HTML right now, I'm going to copy this first status right here. Then I'm just going to drag that down. Now instead of the image for the status 1, I'm going to say it's going to be image 1. And I'm not going to need a profile image for this one. So I'll just get rid of this. So I'm going to save that and go back to the web page. I'm going to notice that the first status does not have a profile image. So next, I'm going to give this status container an ID. I'll give it an ID of create post. And inside this status, so I'm going to add a p tag that's going to say create story. Under this p tag, I'm going to have a div that's going to have a class name of plus icon. So I spell the icon correctly. Now inside this div, we're going to have an icon, and this icon is going to be class of far plus. I'll save that. When I go back to the web page, I'm going to notice that we cannot see those items right here. Remember that we'll give it an overflow of hidden. So what we are going to do, we are going to target this, actually style this image and reduce the height of this image. So I'll copy that ID name. I'm going to head back to my style.css file. Now I need this feed status section style here. I'm going to paste in that ID. First, I'm going to use the pound. Now I'll paste in that ID name. Now first of all, I want to target the image. So I want to target the image inside this create post. I want to give this image a height of 70%. When I go back to the web page, you're going to notice that our image now has a height of 70%, and we can see our icon and our create story. And I also want this to have a background of white. So I'm going to give this create story ID a background of white. I'll paste that right here. I'm going to give it a background color of white. And when I go back to the web page, you're going to notice that it now has a background of white. So next, we're going to style up this create story text and this plus icon right here. So first of all, let's style up this icon right here. I'll copy this. Then I'm going to head to my style.css file. And in my style.css file down here, I'm going to say create post. Then I'll target that class name right here, that plus icon inside this create post container. First, I want to give it a width of 40 pixels, a height of 40 pixels, a background color of this blue color right here, and a border radius of 50%. Now I'm going to save that and go back to the web page, and you can see that blue circle right here. Now what I want to do next is that I want to position that blue circle right here, just at the bottom of this image right here. So let's do that. So I want to give this plus icon container a position. I'll say absolute. It's going to be positioned at the bottom, 20%, left 50%. And I'm going to give it a transform translate x of negative 50%. Next, we want to position this icon at the center of this icon container. So let's do that. So I'm going to give it a display. I'm going to say grid. Then place items. I'm going to use center. Then I'm going to add a color property. I want the color of the icon to be white. And I also want the icon container to have a border around it. So I'm going to add a border. 5 pixels, solid, white. I'll save that. When I check out the output, you can see that icon right here, and it's looking really, really good. So next, I'm going to style up this create story text. So I'm going to go back to my style.css file. I want to copy this create post. Copy this. Paste that underneath here. Then I'll target the p tag in there. First of all, I'm going to margin top of 20 pixels. And that's going to ensure that there's a margin between it and this icon right here, and we can actually see it properly. Then I'll give it a text align of center to center the text. Text align, I'll use center. I'll give it a font size of 0.75 rem and a font width of 500. I'll save that. Now you can check out that p tag, and you can see that it's looking really, really good. And with that, we are basically done styling the status section. So next, we are going to start working on this post right here, creating each post. So let's start working on that. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. Now I'm going to wrap everything in this status section, just wrap up this div. Now underneath this status section, I'll create another div. And this div is going to have a class name of posts. And each of the div inside this div is going to have a class name of posts. Now each of these posts is going to have a post header that's going to contain this image, the name of the user that created the post, the timestamp, and also these icons at the right hand side at the post header. So let's do that. So I want to create a div inside this post, and this div is going to have a class of post header. And inside this post header, I'm going to have a div that's going to have the class name of user details as the username and the user image, and also the timestamp. So first we're going to have an image in here. This image is going to point to the images folder and it's going to access image4.jpg. And right here we're going to say the alt text is going to be profile picture. And after that, it's going to have a div. It's going to have two p tag in there. And the first p tag is going to have this name in there. And the second p tag is basically going to say 4 hours ago. And then on the right hand side of this header, we're going to have another div that's going to have a class name of header icons. That's these two icons that is going to be at the extreme end right here. These two icons are going to be at the extreme end right here. So this div is going to have two divs, and each of these is going to have a class of header icon. And inside this first one, you're going to have an icon that's going to have a class of faz, far, ellipsis, h. Now just copy that and drag that down. Then this one is going to have a class name of faz, far s, mark. Then I'll save that. When I go back to the web page, we can see the elements we just added right here. You can see them right here, but the image is very, very large. So let's start styling this image. Down here, I'm going to say dot feed, dot post, dot post header. I want to target the image in there. First of all, I'll give this image a width of 40 pixels, a height of 40 pixels, a border radius of 50%, and object fit. I'll use cover. Now check it out again. And you can see that we've styled that image and it's now circular right here. So next, what we are going to do is I want to give this post container, that's each of the posts, we want to give it a background of white. So let's do that. So up here, I'm going to say dot feed dot post dot post. So each of the posts, I want to give it a background color of white, a box shadow of 0, 2 pixels, 2 pixels, RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0.1. I'll save that. Check out the output, and you can see that it now has a background of white, and we now have a box shadow on it. So I'm going to add a style to actually curve these edges. So I'm going to say border radius, give it a border radius of 18 pixels, and that's way better. It's not curved at the edges. So let's start styling the post header. So for the post header, I'm going to copy this. I'll paste this underneath this style right here, and I'll say dot post header. First of all, I'll give it a display of flex to ensure that the elements are arranged side by side. Then I'll give it a padding of 10 pixels. Then lastly, I want to justify content. I want a space between the content of space between. I'll save that. When I go back to the web page, you can see that right now that they are now arranged horizontally and there's a space between them. I will now have a padding around this post header right here. So next, we're going to start applying styles to the left hand side of this post header. So in my style of CSS file, I need this place. I'm going to copy this right here. I'll paste that underneath these styles right here. Then I'll say dot user details. First, I want to give it a display of flex to arrange them side by side horizontally. Align items of center to ensure they are vertically centered. A gap of 8 pixels and a cursor of pointer. Let's check out the outputs. And you can see they are arranged side by side. So next, let's style up this p tag. Now these are both p tags, so if I try to style both of them the same way, you're going to have similar style. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give them a class name. I want to go to my index.html file, and this one I'm going to give it a class name of the username as the user's name. Then I'm going to give this one a class name of dates. Okay, so my style of CSS, I'll copy this, I'll paste this underneath this place, then I'll target the username. That's that username class I just created. I will a font size of 0.85 rem and a font weight of 600. Then I'll target the dates. I'll paste that underneath here. Dot dates. I'll give one a font size of 0.8 rem, a font width of 500, and a color of dark gray. Save that. Check out the outputs. Now with that, we are done styling the left hand side of the post header. Let's start styling the right hand side. So I will go back to my index.html file. I'll just wrap up these user details. I'm done here. Then I'm going to copy this header icons class. Go to my style.css file. So I'll scroll down underneath this. I'm going to say dot feed, dot post, dot post, dot post header. Now I want to target the header icons. Okay. First of all, I'm going to give it a display of flex to arrange the icons side by side, and I'm going to give each of them a gap of 6 pixels. I'll save that. Check out the outputs, and you can see they are now arranged side by side. So next, I'm going to style each of the icons. So I'll copy this class name right here, paste that underneath here. I want to target each of the header icons. So I'll say header icon. It's going to have a width of 35 pixels, a height of 35 pixels, a border radius of 50% to make it circular. Then I want to copy it again. I'll paste that underneath here. Then on hover of this icon container, I want to give it a background color of light gray. I'll save that. And I go back to the web page and I hover on this, you can see that it's actually circular and has that background of light gray, but the icon is not in the center, and it's not, the cursor is not actually pointer. So I'm going to give this a cursor of pointer and position it at the center. So up here I'm going to say cursor, I'll say pointer, then I'm going to give it a display of grid, then place items, I'll give it center. When I go back to the web page, you can see now that when you hover on it, it's actually looking really, really good. And the last thing I'm going to do right here is I'm going to change the font size of the icon. I also change the color. I'm going to go back to my style.css file. Down here, I'm going to say I'm going to give it a color of dark gray. Then a font size of 1.3 rem. Check out that. So when I hover on it, it sees really good and now has that gray color. So with that, we are done styling the post header. Now after this post header, I'm going to add a picture that's going to represent our post text. So I'll come back to my HTML file, I'll pop this post header. I'm done here. Then underneath this post header div, I'll create a p tag which is going to have a class name of post text. And it's going to have this text right here, feeling grateful for the little things today. So I'll copy this class. I'll head to my style.css file. And down here, I'm going to say dot feed, dot post, dot post. I want to target that class name. I give it a margin, top and bottom, 10 pixels, left and right of 0, a font size of 0.9 rem. Let's check out the output. And you can see we have that text right here. But I have to add a padding to that text, but the text is too close to the edges right here. So I'm going to give it a padding. Top and bottom 0, left and right 10 pixels. That's going to ensure it has similar padding as our post header. So next we are going to add our post image. So I'm going to go back to my HTML file. Underneath this p tag, I'm going to create an img tag. Now this img tag is going to go into my images folder. I'm going to access post1.jpg, and the alt text is going to be post image. Okay, and I'll give it a class name of post image. Now copy this class name. I head to my style.css file. Underneath this post text, I'm going to say dot feed dot post. Now pasting that class name right here. First of all, I'll give it a height of 500 pixels. I'm going to give it a width of 100% because I want it to occupy the entire width of its container. And lastly, I'll give it object fit of cover. I'll save that. When I go back to the web page, you can see we have that image right here. So next, we are going to start working on the items that are going to be at the footer of the post. These 468 people like this, these images, these comments right here, and also all these action buttons right here. So let's do that. So I want to go back to my index.html file. Underneath this image, I'll create a div. And this div is going to have a class name of post footer. Footer. Inside this post footer, first of all, it's going to have the post reactions. So it's going to have a class name. This div is going to have a class name of post reactions. Inside this post reaction, we're going to have another div. It's going to have a class of likes. And inside these likes, I'm going to have a div. I'm going to have a class name of users. And this is the container. It's going to house the images of the user that actually liked this post. I'll say users. And this div is going to have 3 images in there. Images, image3.jpg. Now copy that down twice. This one is going to be image4.jpg. This one is going to be image5.jpg. Okay. Now underneath this users container that is going to house the images of the user that liked the post, we're going to have a p tag. This p tag is simply going to have 498 people liked this. Now after we added everything for our likes container, underneath this likes container, we'll add a p tag. And there's the 5 comments. Now let's start this up. So I'm going to head back to my style.css file. Underneath here, I'm going to say dot feed. I'll target each post. Then I'm going to target the post reactions. That's this post reactions container. Copy that. Head to my style.css file. Paste that right here. I'll target the users container inside this post reaction. Then inside that users, I want to target the img in there. First of all, I'll give the images a width of 20 pixels, a height of 20 pixels, a border radius of 50%, and an object fit of cover. I'll save that. Coming back to the web page, you can see we have these items right here. So what I want to do is I want these ones to be positioned on the left hand side. I want these 5 comments to be positioned on the right hand side. So I have to give it a display of flex and justify content of space between. So I'll go back to my style.css. So I want to copy this right here, the post reaction container. And up here, I'm going to give it a display of flex, a justify content of space between. And that's going to have space between these elements right here. They're going to be of display flex, and there's going to be space between them. So next, I'm going to add a padding to this element right here, but I generally want to apply padding to all the elements in the footer, the post footer. So I just target the post footer. So in my style.css file, I'm just going to go up here and say dot feed dot post footer. Footer. I give it the padding, top and bottom 0, left and right 10 pixels. And that's going to ensure that every element inside this footer container has a padding on the left hand side and the right hand side. So next, we're going to style up this left hand side of this footer right here. So let's do that. So I'll copy this right here. And for the elements inside the likes container, I want to give them a display of flex, a gap of 10 pixels. I'll save that. Go back to the web page. You can see they are now arranged side by side. So next, I'm going to style up this speed test. And next, I'm going to ensure that these images actually overlap each other. So I'm going to go to my style.css file. I'll just copy this right here. I want to target the p tag inside this likes container. The p tag in there. For the pixel, I'll just give it a font size. I'll use 0.9 rem. I'll save that. And you're going to notice that the font size of this p tag is going to reduce. So let's style up this image. Now, what we want for this image is that we want the image to actually overlap each other. That's what we want. So let's do that. So to do that, I'm going to go to my images. I'm going to give them a margin left of -10 pixels. And that is going to ensure that they are going to shift to the left hand side by -10 pixels. But you see, the problem we're having is that we only want these second images, these last images and the middle image to shift to the left to overlap the first images. That way they can overlap each other. But we don't want the first one to shift to the left. Okay, we want to maintain that padding of 10 pixels in this container. So what we are going to do, we're going to target this first image right here. So I'll come back to my style of CSS. So I'll copy this. Now to target the first image, so I'll paste that right here. Then I'll say colon first child. I want to give it a margin left of 0 pixels. And that is going to ensure that these two images, the last one and the middle one, are going to have a margin left of -10 pixels. But this first image, as the first child, is going to have a margin left of 0. Okay, so let's style up this 5 comments text. First of all, I'll quickly give it a class name. I'll give this comment text a class name of comment text. Okay, I'll copy that class name. I add to my style of CSS file, and down here .feed .post reactions. I'm going to paste that right here. I give it a font size of 0.9 rem and a color of dark gray. Save that. Check out the output, and you can see that we've completely styled this 5 comments right here. So next, we're going to add a line underneath this post reaction. So I'm just going to wrap up that post reaction, wrap this up. Underneath this, we're going to add a line, div.line. Save that. Go back to the web page. You can now see that we have a line underneath this place. Right? The line, we can't actually see the line because it's at the bottom right here. So next, let's start working on this part right here, this like button, this comment button, and this share button right here. So underneath this line, I'm going to create a div. And this div is going to have a class name of action buttons. Okay. Now you will notice that in our finished project, these buttons right here, are similar to these buttons right here, which means you can actually reuse the styles. You can basically actually even reuse the HTML code. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up here to my create post. I'll go up here and I'll just copy everything in this post tabs. I'll just copy everything here. I'll wrap this create post back. Then I'll go to my action buttons container. I'll just paste that right here. I'll save that. Now when I go back to the web page, you're going to notice that we now have those items right here. All we have to do now is just update the text and update the icons, and also add a padding to the bottom of this action button container. So I just go to the index.html file. I just add an inline style. I'll say style padding bottom. I'll use 10 pixels. And that's going to ensure that we have a padding at the bottom of this action container. We have a padding underneath it. So next, let's update the text and the icons. Okay. First of all, I'm going to get rid of this custom color I added. I'll just get rid of this. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. For the first one, it's going to be like. For the second one, it's going to be comet. And for the last one, the span is going to be share. And for the icon, the first one is going to be far, thumbs up. The second one is going to be far, comet. And the last icon is going to be fast file. Share. I'll save that. Go back to the web page. And you can see those icons right here and the text, like, comment, and share. So next you have to style these icons. So I'm going to go back to the HTML file. I'm going to apply a style to this. I'll give you this color right here. And also apply an opacity of 0.7. I'll copy that because they are going to have similar styles. Paste that right here. Then I'll paste that right here. When I save that and go back to the web page, you can notice that our icons are now styled and they are looking really, really good. Now with that, you are basically done styling each of the posts. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create another post. So I just wrap up this post right here. So I'm going to wrap everything up in this post. Now just drag that down. Again, notice now we now have two posts right here, but they are too close to each other. You see the posts, they are too close to each other. I want a little space between them, so I'm going to add a margin between these two posts. So I'm going to go back to my style of CSS. So I'm going to scroll up to my post styles. Let's make that style. That's right here. I'll say margin bottom. I'll use 18 pixels. Go back to the web page. Again, I'll now have a margin between these two posts. Okay. So next, I'm going to update the details for this second post. So let's do that. I'm going to go back to my index.html file. Open this up. And this is going to be post 2. And the post text is going to be this right here. Paste that right here. Now also update the post header. The name this time around is going to be Emma Collins. The timestamp is going to be 2 days ago. Then for the profile picture, let's use image5.jpg. I think that's it. I'll go back to the web page and you can see we've created another post right here. So next I'll create another post. I'm going to fold this up. Drag this down. For this one, the name is going to be Noah Bennett. Timestamp is going to be 2 hours ago. Then the post text is going to be this text right here. Then the post image is going to be post 3. Then for the reactions, let me just make these images random. Say 5. Say use 6. Then I'll use 2. Just random images there. Then for this one, say 48 people like this. Then 3 comments. Then I'll scroll up to this one. This one just make random 2. Say 5. I'll say 6. Say 7. And for this one, just say 72 people like this. Save that. And when I go back to the web page, you can see now that we are done with the post section. And we did not update this image. Let's quickly update this image. Down here, the image is going to be image 7 for the third post. Yeah, Noah Bennett. And with that, you are basically done styling the post section. So the last thing we are going to do in this feed section is that we're just going to add that footer underneath here, that copyright footer. So I'm going to wrap up this post. I'm done here. So I just wrap this up. I wrap this up. Now underneath this div, I'm going to create a footer. And this footer is going to have a p tag. I'm going to just copy. Right. 2025. And after this p tag, I'm going to have another p tag. That's going to say Igbon Tech YouTube channel. Save that. When I go back to the web page, we can see that footer text right here. So let's style it up. So I'll head to my style of CSS file. Now underneath everything, underneath all the code, I just add a footer code right here. Footer. First of all, it's going to have a margin. Top and bottom of 15 pixels, left and right of 0. It's going to have a text align or center. A font size of 0.8 rem, a font weight of 600, and a color of dark gray. I'll save that. Go back to the web page, and you can see that footer text right here completely styled. But I want to add a margin between this first p tag and the second p tag. So I just target the p tag. Down here I'm going to say footer. I'll target the p tag. Margin top and bottom, I'll give it 8 pixels. Left and right, I'll give it 0. Save that, and you can see they actually look better this way. So with that, you are basically done styling this entire web page. So what we are going to work on next is that we are going to ensure that this web page is actually responsive in all screen devices. So I'm going to create another CSS file. Up here, I'll create a file, call this responsive.css. Then I'll just link that to my index.html file. Go up here, I'll drag this down. Instead of style.css file, I'm going to say responsive.css. And inside my responsive.css, I'm going to have 3 breakpoints. First of all, I'm going to have a breakpoint for laptops, and the breakpoint is going to be 1280 pixels. I'll comment that off. Next one, we're going to have a breakpoint for tablets, and the breakpoint is going to be 1024 pixels. I'll comment that off. Then lastly, we're going to have a breakpoint for tablets, and the breakpoint is going to be 768 pixels, and I'll also comment that off. Okay, so up here, I'm going to say at media max width of 1280 pixels. Okay, now I'm going to say I want to give the body of this web page, so I can test if it's working, a background color of red. Let's test if that's working. So I'll go back to my web page. When I start to shrink this, I'm going to notice that for screen sizes that are less than 1280 pixels, the body is going to have a background of red, and you can see that breakpoint right here. So I'll just get rid of this. Now at these breakpoints, let me check what I want to remove from the screen. Now at this breakpoint, what I want to actually remove from the screen is going to be this search input right here. Okay, so I'm going to copy the styles for that search input. Go to my style.css file, scroll all the way up to my nav bar. There's that search input. Yeah, got the styles for the search input. So I'll copy that styles. So for the search input, when the screen size is less than 1280 pixels, I want to give it a display of none. That's going to ensure that when you reduce the screen size for less than 1280 pixels, the search input is going to disappear, and the items in the nav bar are not going to be compressed. So once we start to reduce this, you're going to notice that the elements of our web page start to compress. So what we want to do is that when it shrinks to less than 1024 pixels, I want to get rid of the right sidebar. Okay, so I'm going to go to my responsive.css. Now down here, I'll just copy this, I'll paste this. Instead of 1280 pixels, I'm going to say 1024 pixels. Then here I just want to remove the right sidebar, so I'll say dot right sidebar. I'll just give it a display of none. Save that. And when I return back to the web page and we use this further, you're going to notice that we'll get to a breakpoint where our right sidebar is going to disappear from the UI. So next, we want to ensure that this feed section occupy up to this point right here. Remember, we'll give this feed section a margin of 30%. When we go back to our style.css file, you're going to notice that we gave this a, where's that feed section? Yeah, we gave it a margin 30% left and right. So what we have to do is get rid of that margin we added. So I'm going to go to my responsive.css. I'll just copy that name right here, feed. I'll go to my responsive.css. Now down here, I'm going to say I want to give it a margin of 0. Okay. When I go back to the web page, I'm going to notice that it's not going to have any margin. It's going to occupy the entire width. But we also want it to have a margin left, because we also want to be able to see our left sidebar. So for that, we're going to give it a margin left of 30%. Okay. When I go back to the web page, you're going to notice that it now has a margin left, okay? But it's too close to this right hand side, so we have to add a margin there too. So I'm going to say I want to add a margin right of just 3%. That's going to actually look more better. So now we can move on to the next breakpoint, which is 768 pixels. So I'll just copy everything here. I'll paste it underneath this 768 pixels. Then for this one, I'll just change it to 768 pixels. Instead of giving the right sidebar a display of none, I'm going to give the left sidebar a display of none. And I go back to the web page. And when I shrink this screen further, you're going to notice that we'll get to a point where our left sidebar is going to disappear from the UI. And now we want this fit section to occupy the entire width, okay? So we're going to give it a margin left of 0, a margin right of 0. Now save that. When I go back to the web page, you're going to notice that it's going to occupy the entire width. But we want a space at the left hand side and the right hand side, okay? We don't want it to occupy up to the edges. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give this a width of 95%. That's going to ensure that it occupies 95% of its entire container. But you can see right now that it actually occupies 95%, but it's not at the center, okay? So we have to give it a margin auto. So I'm get rid of this margin 0 property. And down here, I'm going to say I want to add a margin of auto. I'll save that. When I go back to the web page, you're going to notice that it's not centered right here. So next thing you're going to notice that the items for our navbar are starting to shrink a lot. We can no longer see the third icon of the right navbar. So what I'm going to do is that this center nav, I'm going to remove the center nav from this navbar, and I'm going to position it fixed underneath the navbar. That way the other element is going to have a breathing space. So let's do that. So I'm going to go back to my style.css file and look for that center nav style. Center nav, yeah. I'm going to take the center nav. Now I'll take the center nav to my responsive.css. I'll paste that right here. First, I want to give it a position of fixed top. Now if I give it a top of 0, it's going to overlap this navbar. So I'm going to give it a top of 55 pixels. That way, remember that this navbar has a height of 55 pixels. So after the navbar, we're going to have that nav links underneath here. It's going to be of top of 55 pixels. So I'll say top. I'll give it 55 pixels. I'll give it a background color of white so that we can see it. Give it a left of 0 and a width of 100%. I'll save that. I'm going to go back to the web page. You're going to notice that that links are now positioned underneath this navbar right here. So next, I'll just reuse the padding. I'll take this, I'll paste this underneath here. Now remember, I will give each of the link a padding. Remember, I will give each of the link a padding of 0 top and bottom, 40 pixels left and right. So I'm going to reduce that padding. I'm going to say 0 top and bottom, then padding 0 top and bottom and 20 pixels left and right. Okay, you can shrink and you're going to notice that they are still going to look really good. Now after we've positioned this center nav fixed right here, you are going to notice that a part of our feed section is now being covered by this center nav. This create post imp is being covered. So what we are going to do is that we're going to give this entire feed section a padding top. So down here, I'm going to say dot feed. I'll give it a padding top of 40 pixels. Okay, I'll save that. And now you're going to notice that it's going to start after these center links right here, and it's looking really good for mobile devices. Now with this, we have completely started up this web page and it's looking really good. Now at this point, you can actually leave it like this, but I'm going to add some additional styles to make it look extra good on mobile devices. Now if you want to stop here, there's really no problem. It's already looking good, but I just want to add extra styles to ensure that it looks really good for mobile devices. So first of all, I want to target these icons for mobile screen devices. When I viewed it on my phone, it was looking too large for mobile devices, so I'm going to reduce the font size for mobile devices. So I'm going to go back to my style.css and copy that class, scroll all the way down. Where's that? Yeah, right here. I'll copy this. I'll take this to my responsive.css. Now underneath here, I'll just paste that right here. I'll give, instead of 1.3, I'm going to give it a font size of 1 rem. That way it's going to look smaller for mobile devices. It's going to actually look smaller for mobile devices. And also, since I've reduced the font size of this icon, I also want to reduce the gap between the icon and this text right here. Okay, so I just copy this, I'll paste that underneath here, then I'll say gap of 4 pixels. That's going to reduce the gap between this text and this icon right here. And next, I want to reduce the height and width of this status section, this status right here for mobile devices. I want them to be smaller for mobile devices. Okay, so I'm going to go to my style of CSS and look for that class status section right here, this status right here. I'll just copy it. I'll go to my responsive.css. I'll just paste that right here. First of all, I'll reduce the height to 180 pixels. Then I'll reduce the minimum width to 90 pixels. I'll save that. Now you're going to notice that they are smaller for mobile devices, which actually makes for a better user interface. So finally, this image, I want to reduce the size for mobile screen devices. Okay, so I'm going to look for the style for that images. There's the style for the post image. Scroll up right here. The post image is right here. So I'll copy that style, go to my responsive.css, and down here I just give the image a height of 350 pixels. Okay, again you notice that the height now reduced to 350 pixels and it's actually looking way better. Now with that, we are basically done with this project. Now welcome to the second project. Now in this second project, we are going to build this complete Instagram website from scratch using HTML, CSS, and a very little JavaScript. First of all, I'm going to show you what we are going to build. First of all, you're going to learn how to create this really good looking sidebar right here. You learn to create this right sidebar. Now this right sidebar is not actually fixed. When we scroll through the main feed, you're going to notice it's going to scroll off. It's going to scroll off the viewport. And also we're going to create this status section. And you can see that each of these status, there's like a rainbow effect around each of these images. I'm going to teach you how to actually do that. We're going to do that using conic gradient in CSS. You're going to learn how to do that. And for the colors, you are going to need to do this conic gradient. I'm going to leave the link to the startup file in the description below. Now in the CSS file in the startup file, you're going to find the colors. I just commented the colors out. I commented the colors you're going to need to make this conic gradient so that you can actually follow along with the build. And also you're going to see that we can actually scroll through this post and it looks really good. And each of these posts, we're going to have this profile image, this name right here, the username, the location, this icon right here, this really good looking image. Also the call to action button, the like button, comment button, I think there's a share button, the bookmark button, the number of likes and other items that a post should have, just as it is in the original Instagram website. And also in each of these posts, we're going to have a comment input. You can actually type on this input and this is going to look really good. I'll teach you how to make this look clean input with CSS. And also we're going to create this button right here, this latest messages button. I'm going to teach you how to do this using fixed positioning in CSS. You're going to learn how to do this using fixed positioning. And not just that, when we click on this message, just as it is in the original Instagram website, it's going to pop up these latest messages right here. You can see the latest messages from your account. And also you can click on this X to actually close this back up. Now we are not going to actually stop there. We're going to ensure that when we actually build this, we're going to ensure this is actually fully responsive. Whatever device you view this website on is going to be fully responsive. Now you're actually going to learn a lot from this build. Now if you actually want to put this project in your portfolio, not big deal, you can actually put this project in your portfolio as your HTML and CSS personal project. So with that being said, let's actually dive into the project. So I've already created my index.html file. Now inside this HTML file, I have this link right here that's actually importing Fort Awesome through this CDN link right here. I also have this style.css link right here that is connecting this index.html file to this style.css file right here. And inside this style.css file, up here I'm importing two fonts. I'm importing Poppins and I'm importing Pacifico from Google Fonts. And down here I'm applying Poppins to the web page. And also I have an images folder right here that contains all the images we're going to use for this project. Now these images are going to be available in the startup file repo. All you have to do is clone that repo and you have access to all these images. Now let's start working on our project. So I'm going to close up this sidebar right here. I'm going to head to my index.html file. Now inside my index.html file, I'm going to create a main. Now inside this main, I'm going to create an aside. And this is going to be our left sidebar. That's the sidebar we're going to have at the left hand side. So I'm going to give it a class of left sidebar. Now this is going to be our left sidebar. So let's just label that. I'll say left sidebar. I'll comment that off. Then after that, I'm going to create our main section, which is going to be the feed. So down here, I'm going to say main feed. And I'll comment that off. Now this one is going to be a section with a class of main feed. Okay, and the left sidebar is going to represent this part right here, this left hand side right here, while that main feed section is going to represent this part that is going to be scrollable. Okay, so let's head back to our Visual Studio Code. So let's start working on the left sidebar. Now inside the left sidebar, we're going to have a logo at the top of the left sidebar that is going to say social gram. And after that, we're going to have nav link. So I'm going to create a nav tag. Now inside this nav tag, we're going to have an anchor tag. Now this anchor tag is not going to lead anywhere, so I just put in the hash here. And inside the anchor tag, we're going to have an icon that's going to have a class of fast far home. And inside this anchor tag too, we're going to have a span that's simply going to say home. I'll copy this and I'll drag that down. The second icon is going to have a class of fast far search, and it's going to say search. I'm going to save that. Now to run this application, I'm going to click on Go Live because I have Visual Studio Code Live Server extension installed in my Visual Studio Code. So I just click on Go Live. And this is going to open up this project in a web browser. You can see those, and you can see those items we just added, the sociogram text we added, and the two links we added to our left sidebar. So let's start styling the left sidebar. But before we do that, I'm going to get rid of this background color and apply the background color we are going to use for this project. So I'm going to go back to my style of CSS file. Down here, I'm going to say body. I'm going to give it a background color of bg main. That's these variables up here, these color variables up here. You're going to find them in the startup files. Okay, so I'm going to save that. Now when I return back to the web page, you can see that we now have a black background. All right, so let's start styling the left sidebar. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. I'm going to copy this left sidebar class right here. I'll copy this. Then I'm going to head to my style of CSS file. Down here, I'll just paste that right here. For the left side, I want to give it a position of fixed, left of 0. I want it to be positioned on the left hand side of the web page. A width of 250 pixels and a height of 100 VH. Okay, so I'm going to give this a background color so that we can actually see it. So I'll give it a background color of red. So when I return back to the web page, you can see that we have our left sidebar right here, and that's a background color of red. Okay, but we don't want it to have this background color of red. To actually know that we have a left sidebar here, I'm going to add the border to it that you're going to see on the original Instagram application. So I'm going to go back there. I'm going to get rid of this. Then I'm going to say border right 1 pixels solid var. I'm going to use one of our variable colors, the one named border color. I'm going to save that. When I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that we now have a border at the right hand side of this left side bar. Now you're going to notice that we cannot see our logo right here. That's because by default, p tags, span tags, and even h1 tags have a color of black, which means you can't see them in the black background. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a general style for our p tag. So up here, I'm going to say p. I want all the p tags to have a color of white. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that we can now see that text right here, sociogram. Okay, you are going to notice that the items of the left sidebar are too close to the edges. Okay, so we're going to add a padding around it. So I'm going to go to my left sidebar styles. Down here, I'm going to say padding. I'm going to apply a padding of 20 pixels. Okay, and when I return back, you're going to notice that it now has a padding around it, and this is actually looking way better. So next, I'm going to style up the logo. Okay, so I'm going to head back to my style of CSS file. I'll copy this and I'll just target the logo. To do that, I'll just create a class name in that logo p tag. I also say this is going to have a class of logo. Then I'll go to my style of CSS file. First of all, I'll just copy this. I head to my style of CSS file. Then I'll just paste that logo right here. Then I'm going to give this a font size of 1.5 rem. Now I'll give it a font family of this font family up here, this Pacifico font family. So I'll just copy that. I'll scroll down. Then I'll paste that right here. Then the fallback font family is going to be cursive. I'll save that. And now we return back to the web. You're going to notice that our logo is looking really, really good. So next, we're going to start styling the links of the left sidebar. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm going to go back to my style of CSS file. Then down here, I'll just target the nav. Remember that the nav is what actually wraps around all our links. Okay, so the nav is the container that wraps around all our links. So first off, I'm going to give this nav a margin top of 25 pixels, and that's going to add a margin between the logo and the links right here. Now I'm going to target each of the links. So I just copy this, I'll paste that underneath here, and I'll target each of the anchor tags. Now give them a display of flex, okay, and an align items of center. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web, you're going to know that the links are actually looking better. So next, what I'm going to do is I want to get rid of the underline on this link and also change the color to white. Okay, so what I could do is that I could come to this nav anchor tag and actually apply the styles here, but I want the styles to be shared by all the anchor tags in this web page. So what I'm going to do, I want to go up here and create a general style. So to get rid of the underline, we'll say text decoration. I'm going to use none. Then I'm going to say color. I'll say white. And this is actually going to make the links look better. You're going to see that that underline is no longer there and the links are actually now white. Okay, you are going to notice that the links are too close to each other, so we're going to add a margin between them. So I'm going to go back to the links. I'm going to add a margin. I'll say margin top and bottom. I want them to have a margin of 12 pixels, and left and right I want them to have a margin of 0. And also I add a padding. Top and bottom I want a padding of 50 pixels, left and right I want a padding of 10 pixels, and that's actually going to make them look way better. They're going to see that they have a margin and a little bit of padding between them. Next, I'm going to add a gap between this icon and this text right here. So I want to add a gap between the item of this anchor tag, a gap of 15 pixels. Okay, and that's going to add a gap between these two items. So next, I'm going to increase the font size of the icon. So I'll just copy this, then I'll paste this here. Now I'll target the icon inside this anchor tag. I'll give it a font size of 1.3 rem. Okay, now when I save that, I'm going to notice that the font size of these icons is actually going to increase. Now the span tag already looks great. We don't really have to style that anymore. So next we're going to add a background color. When we hover on this link, we want to apply a background color. So let's do that. So I'm going to go back to my style of CSS. So I'll copy this. Now when someone hovers on this link, paste that right here. When someone hovers on this link, I want to apply a background color of this hover background color right here from our CSS variables. I'll save that. When I go back to the web page, when I hover on this link, I'm going to notice that little background on it. Alright, now all that's left to do is just apply a border radius to this. So I'm going to go back there, go back to my anchor tag. I'll just add a border radius of 10 pixels. Yeah, that looks way better. Now, since we already understand how we created these two links in our HTML, I will style them up in our style of CSS. To save time, I'm just going to add the other links, then I'm going to return back. Now down here underneath this search link, I'll just paste the other links right here. Now the third one is going to be explore. You have the font right here, far compass. Then the fourth one is going to be reels. Then we have the icon fast video. The fifth one is going to be messages. We have the icon right here, notifications, create, and then we have dashboard. So I'm going to save that. Then I'll go back to the web page. You can see the other links have been added. But we are not done yet. In our final project, you're going to notice that for the profile link, we are going to be having an image. We're not going to have an icon. We're going to have our image right here. So let's actually work on that. So now I'm just going to copy this. Now drag that down. Now this text is going to be profile. Then for this one, we're not going to have an icon. We're going to have an image instead. Okay. And this image is going to point into this image folder. And it's going to access the image1.jpg. And the alt text is going to be profile pic. Okay. Now when I return back to the web page, you can see that humongous image right here. It's very, very, very large. Okay. So let's actually style this image up. So I head back to my style.css file. I'm going to go to my style.css file. Now down here, I'm going to say nav. And I want to target the anchor tag of the nav. Then I want to target the image inside the anchor tag. Okay. I want to give this image a width of 25 pixels, a height of 25 pixels, a border radius of 50%. And to actually make the image look good, I'm going to give it an object fit. I'll use cover. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, you can see right now we have our profile link right here. And with that, we are basically done with the left sidebar. For the main feed, we're going to have two sections. We're going to have this section right here that's going to house this status and also the post. And then we're going to have this right-hand side right here. It's going to house the suggested for you and this profile right here. Okay. So let's start working on that. So I'm going to head back to my index.html file. Now just wrap up everything inside this aside because I'm basically done with the left sidebar. Wrap everything up. And inside this section right here, inside this section, we're going to have two divs. And the first div is going to have a class of feeds. And the second div is going to have a class of main feed right. Okay. Now let's start styling them up. So I'm going to copy this main feed right here. I head to my style.css file. Down here, I'm just going to paste that right here. I'm going to give it a height. I'll give it a height of 100 VH. Okay. I'll give it a display of flex. Now I'm going to target the feed and the main feed right. Okay. So I'm just going to copy this. Now paste that underneath here. Then I'm going to target that .fit class we have in there. That's this class we have in there. This fit class. So I'm going to give this a flex of 1. Okay. Now I'll do the same thing for the main feed right. I'll paste that underneath here. Now just copy that main feed right class from here. I'll copy this. Then I'll head back to my style.css file. Then I'll paste that right here. Then I'm going to give this a flex of 1. Okay. Now what this is going to do is going to ensure that both the feeds and the main feed device is going to occupy as much space as they can get. Okay. So I'm going to give this one a background color of blue. Then I'll give this one a background color of red so that we can actually see the area they are occupying. So when I head back to the web page, you're going to notice that we now have these two items right here, blue and red. Now the one on the left hand side is our feed, and the one on the right hand side, the red one, is our main feed right. But you can see the problem right now that the main feed section is actually covering our left sidebar. We don't want that. What we want is that we want our main feed to start around here. Okay, we don't want it to actually get to where the left sidebar is. Okay, so what we are going to do, we're going to give this main feed a margin left property. So I'm going to head back to my style.css file. I'm going to say I want to give this main feed a margin left. I'm going to use 25%. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that the main feed is going to start around here. It's not going to get close to the left sidebar anymore. And we also don't want the main feed to get to the extreme end. Okay, we want a margin at the right hand side too. So we're going to give it a margin right of 10%. Okay, and when I return back, you notice it now has a margin at the right hand side. All right, cool. Now you notice that in our final project, this main feed, this section right here, this feed section has a larger width than this right side right here. Okay, this right side is actually smaller than this. But when you look at our current project, you're going to see that they are equal. We don't actually want that. What we want this blue part to actually be larger. So instead of giving this blue part a flex of 1, I'm going to give it a flex of 2. I'm basically telling it occupy twice as much as the main feed right. So when I save that, you're going to notice that it's going to occupy twice as much, while the main feed right is going to occupy the smaller portion. All right. So now that we have gotten the layers, I'm going to get rid of this background color. So I'll just get rid of this background color of red. I'll get rid of this background color of blue. Then I'll save that. So next, we can start working on this right hand side. So let's do that. So before we start working on this right side, but I want to first of all quickly add a active class to these links right here. Okay, so I'm going to create an active class. I'm going to go to my style of CSS file. I'll go up here, then down here I'm going to say nav dot active class. This is going to have a font weight of 600. So I'll just copy that class name. I'll head to my index.html file. Then I'll paste it in my very first link, which is acting as our active class. I'll give this a class of active. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that this first link has a higher font weight because it's going to be acting as the active class. Okay, so next let's start working on this right main side. Inside my index.html file, I'll just wrap this up again. Then I'm going to label this. This is going to be our feeds. I'll label it. Then for this one, it's going to be our main feed. Right, has the right hand side of our feed. Now also comment this out. And for the right hand side, first of all, we are going to have this link right here, this image, this text, and this switch button right here. So let's start working on that. Now inside this main feed right div, I'll create a div. I'll give this a class name of sidebar item. And inside this sidebar item, I'm going to have a div that's going to have a class name of account info. Okay, and inside this account info div, first of all, we're going to have an image, and this image is going to go into the images folder and it's going to access image1.jpg, and the alt text is going to be profile pic. And after that, we're going to have another div, and this div is going to house an anchor tag that's not going to go anywhere. This one is going to be Egmont Tech, and it's also going to house a p tag that is simply going to say Egmont Emmanuel. Okay, after this account info div, we're going to have another anchor tag that's not going to go anywhere, and the text inside is going to be switch. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that we have this humongous image in the web page, very, very large image. So let's quickly style this up. So I'm going to head to my style of CSS file. I want to scroll down, then down here I'm going to say main feed right. Remember that we are trying to target the image inside this sidebar item container. So we're going to copy this class name. Then I'll just paste that right here. Then I'll target the image inside this container. Okay, I'll give it a width of 40 pixels, a height of 40 pixels, a border radius of 50%, and lastly, an object fit of cover. Okay, and when I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that our image is completely styled, but we have a problem. You're going to notice that these items are too close to the top of this web page right here. Okay, so we could add a padding to the right main side, but what I want to do is I want to add a padding generally to the main feed. Okay, so I head to the style of CSS file. Up here I want to go to the main feed. I'll add a padding top and bottom. I'm going to give it 30 pixels. Left and right, I'm going to give it 0. And when I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that padding has been applied and it's not at the top of the web page anymore. Next, I'm going to give the container that houses this image and this username and this name a display flex. I want this switch to be positioned right here, and I want these ones to be positioned at the left hand side. So I'm going to head to my style of CSS file. I'll just copy these sidebar items because the items are inside the sidebar item container. Then I'll just give them a display. I'll say flex. Justify content. I'll use space between. Then I'm going to say align items. I'm going to use center. And when I save that and return back to the web, you're going to notice that these switch buttons are at the right hand side, while this item, this account info, is at the left hand side. Now next, we're going to style up the left hand side of this sidebar item. Okay, so I'm going to head back to my style of CSS file. I'll just copy this. I'll paste this underneath here. I want to target that account info container. So I'm just going to copy that class right here. Copy this class. I paste that right here, and I'm going to give this a display of flex, and that's going to ensure that these items are going to be arranged side by side. Okay, I'll give it an align items of center and a gap of 12 pixels. That's going to be a sweet spot. And when I return back, you're going to see right now they are now arranged side by side, and there's a gap between both of them. So next, we're going to style up this Egbon Tech username. Remember, this is an anchor tag, so we just target the anchor tag. So I'm going to head back to my style of CSS file. I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now I'm going to target the anchor tag in there. But we are going to face a problem. Remember that we have two anchor tags inside this sidebar item. We have this first anchor tag that's going to say Egbon Tech, and we have the other anchor tag that's going to say switch. Okay, so we have to tell CSS to only target the first one. So how are we going to do that? We're going to go to our style of CSS and I'm going to use a pseudo class called the first child. Now this is only going to target the first anchor tag. I'll give this a font size of 0.85 rem, and a font weight of 500. I'll save that, and that's actually looking better. Next, I'm going to style up this p tag that says Egbon Emmanuel. Okay, so I'm going to copy that account info. I'll paste that underneath here. Then I want to target the p tag in there. I'll give this p tag a font size of 0.75 rem, a font weight of 300, and a color of test secondary. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web, you can see this is actually looking way better. So next, I'm going to style up this switch button right here. So I'm going to head back to my style of CSS file. I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now I want to target the last anchor tag, the last child as the last anchor tag inside this sidebar item. I'll give it a color of blue, and I'll give it a font size of 0.7 rem. Okay, I'll save that. Now when I go back to the web, you can see that button is completely styled up. Next, when I hover on this, I want this to have a text color of white. So let me quickly do that. So I just copy this, paste that underneath here. I'm going to say on hover of this link, I want it to have a color of text primary, which is basically white. And when I hover on it, you're going to notice that it's going to be white. So after our sidebar item, we're going to have a h2 tag. So down here, I'm going to have a h2 tag. Let me just wrap up the sidebar item. And this h2 tag is simply going to say suggested for you. So when I go back to the web page, we cannot see that text. That's because we've not styled it. Remember that I said that all the text in HTML by default are black in color, so we cannot actually see it. So let's quickly style that up. So I head to my style of CSS file. Now I'm just going to copy this. Then I want to target the h2 tag in there. First of all, I'm going to add a margin. Top and bottom, I want to have a margin of 20 pixels. Left and right, a margin of 0. A font size of 0.8 rem. A font weight of 500. And lastly, I want the color to be test secondary. I'll save that. When I go back to the web page, you can see that h2 text right here, and it's completely styled and it's looking really good. So next, we're going to start creating a suggested for you list. Now you quickly notice that these items right here are similar to this item, which means we can reuse these codes right here. So let's do that. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. I'll go back there now. I'll just copy this sidebar item. Then I'll paste that underneath this h2 tag right here. Then I'll save that. Now when I go back to the web, you can see that we have another one right here. But for this one, this button is not going to be switch. This is going to be follow. Okay, and also we have to update the name, the username, and the image. Okay, so let's do that. For this one, it's going to be image 2. The username is going to be tech savvy, and the name is going to be Tina Savvy. I'll save that, and you can see that it's actually been updated right here. Now to save time, I'm going to add the remaining 4 items in the suggested for you list, and I'm going to return back. Now I've pasted there, you can see we have 4 other items right here. So after tech savvy, Tina savvy, I have another one right here with image of profile picture of image 4, username code bender, name quiz bender. Then we have the next one, profile picture of image 5, then name username of Lizzie Codes, then name Lizzie Obasi. Then we have the next one, username of John Snap, name John Oko, then the image 6. Then we have the last one, username Dave, name Dave Richards, and the profile image is image 7. So I'm going to save that and check out the output. And you can see all of them right here. Underneath this text tab, we have the other list of items in the suggested for you. But we have a problem. The items are too close to each other. So what we are going to do, we're going to add a margin bottom to each of these items. Okay. So I'm going to scroll up to the very first item. This one, I'm going to give it a style property. I give it margin bottom. I give it 15 pixels. Now just copy this. I'll scroll down. I'll paste that here. I'll paste that here. I'll paste that here. Then I also paste that on the last one. I'll save that. And now you can see they are looking way better this way. So next, I'm going to add this footer underneath this right hand side. Copyright 2025. It won't take YouTube channel. Let's do that. And say my index.html, I just wrap up this suggested list right here, and they are not inside a container. Let me just create a div container for them. Then I'll just copy all the items of the suggested list. I'll cut that and I'll just put them inside a container. Now I can easily just wrap them up by wrapping up the div. Just wrap this up. Okay. And then I'm going to create a footer. And this footer is going to have a p tag. Inside this p tag, I'm going to add that copyright symbol. In 2025, Igbon Tech YouTube channel. I'll save that. And I head back to the web page. You can see that text right here. Copyright 2025, Igbon Tech YouTube channel. So I head to my style.css to actually style this up. So I'll go to my style.css. Down here, I'm going to target the footer. I'm going to give it margin, top and bottom. I'll give it 40 pixels. Then left and right, 0. Then I'll target the footer p tag. That's the p tag inside the footer. I'll give it a font size of 0.8 rem. I'll give it a font weight of 300. And lastly, I'll give it a color of text secondary. I'll save that. And you can see that the footer is actually looking really good now. Now with that, we are basically done with the main feed right now. So let's start working on the feeds, okay? The status section and the post. So I head back to my index.html file. I'll go to my index.html file now. Now inside this div right here, feed, this is where we're going to add the code for our status section and our post, okay? Inside here, I'm going to create a div, and this is going to have a class of status section. And inside this div, I have another div that's going to have a class of status, which is going to represent each status, okay? So let's start applying styles to this. I'll copy this status section right here, this class name. I'll head to my style.css file. Now here, I'll just paste down here, I'll say .main field .feeds. Then I'll paste that right here. Now, first of all, this is going to have a display of flex. I want all the items inside this container to be arranged horizontally, okay? So I'll give it a gap, each of the items a gap of 12 pixels. Then next, I'll just type the individual status, okay? I'll paste that underneath here. Then I'll just target that status class. That's this status class inside this status section, this status class right here. I'll target that. Therefore, each of these status, I want to give them a height of 65 pixels, a width of 65 pixels, a border radius of 50% because I want them to be circular. And for us to actually see, I want to give it a background color. I'll use red. Okay, I'll save that. When I go back to the web page, you're going to see that we have one status right here. This circular red status right here. I'll just add a background to the status section so we can actually see that too. So I'll say background color, I'll give it blue. And now we can see the status section and the area it actually occupies. But you can see right now that the status section is actually too close to this main feed, right? It's too close to it. Okay, we don't want it to get to this point. We want it to stop around here. We want a gap between it and this main feed, right? Okay, so we're going to add a gap. So we're going to head back to our CSS. That feed container, that main feed will give a display of flex for the feeds and the main feed. We're going to add a gap to that style. So I'm going to go up this right here. This one will give a display of flex. We're going to give it a gap. I'll use 80 pixels. I'll save that. When I return back to the web, you're going to notice that there's now a gap between this feed right here and this main feed, right? And this is actually way better. Okay, so next I'm going to add more status items. That's this red circle, more to this container right here. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. Now I just take this, I just drag this down multiple times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll save that. And you can see we have actually 9 of them now. Now everything seems to be working fine. You're going to notice something that is going to happen when I add more. Now when I add more, 1, 2, 3, 4, you are going to notice that it's going to start to actually expand and actually squish this right side right here. Okay, and the reason this is happening is because remember we gave this container a display of flex, then we gave this feed a flex of 2. We gave this feed right here a flex of 2, then we gave this main feed right a flex of 1. Okay, but right now you can see that even with that flex property, this one is actually expanded to actually compress this one. This one is no longer at flex of 1. This one is at a flex of like 0.1, 0.2 right now. Okay, but we don't want that, and it's going to make our web page actually have to overflow. We don't want that. What we want is that when the items inside this status container, this status section container overflows, we want to be able to scroll through it. So what we are going to do, we're going to give this entire main feed, this main feed right here, we give a flex of 2, a minimum width of 0. Okay, so I'm going to go back here and I'm going to say I want this to have a minimum width of 0. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that it no longer expands. What it does instead is actually compress the items inside of the status section. That each of the status is going to compress them so that they are going to be able to occupy the status container, okay, without overflowing. But at the same time, we don't want the status to actually shrink. We want them to retain their height and width of 65 pixels. So what we are going to do, we're going to go to this status right here, this status class right here. Then we're going to say we want each of the items to have a flex shrink of 0. We don't want them to shrink. And that's going to ensure that these items are not going to shrink. Now, instead of them shrinking, they are going to overflow. Now, what we are going to do is that we're going to give this blue container an overflow of auto. Okay, what that is going to do, that's going to ensure that when these red circles overflow this blue container, this status container, we can actually scroll through it to actually see more of it. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to my status CSS file. Down here I'm going to say overflow X, I'm going to say auto, then overflow Y, I'm going to use hidden. Now this overflow X auto is going to ensure that we can scroll through it horizontally when it overflows horizontally. Then the overflow Y hidden is going to hide any vertical overflow we have. So I'm going to go back to the web here. You're going to notice that right now we can actually now scroll through this status list right here, and it's looking really good. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this ugly scroll bar. To do that, I'm going to copy this right here. Copy this, paste that here. Now say : web kit scroll bar. I'll give it a height of 0. That's going to get rid of that scroll bar for us right there. So with that, we are basically done actually getting the structure of this status section. So I'm going to get rid of this blue background color. Okay, so I just get rid of this. Then for this, instead of background color of red, it's going to be background color of gray. And you can see now the circle now has a background color of gray. So I'm going to just get rid of the other circles and just make use of one. So I'm going to go back. I'll just remove these other ones and just leave only the first one. I'll save that. And we'll just have one to work with. Now remember that in our finished project, this status section, some of these images have a gradient background color, okay, while some has a gray. And these ones that has a gray shows that there's no active status, okay, while these ones that has a background color of gray, which means the user has an active status you've not actually seen. So to actually achieve this rainbow like background color, we're going to use conic gradient. I'm going to head to my style of CSS. And after this status style right here, then I'm going to create a unique ID style. I'll call this one new status, okay. Now this is going to have a background, and this background is going to be a conic gradient. And it's going to start from 225 degrees. Now we have to add the colors. Now in the startup file, we actually have that colors up here. I'm going to find these colors up here. These colors are commented up here. So just copy these colors, head back down, and just paste that colors white here. Now save that. When I return back to the web page, nothing really happens because we've not applied that ID to this status right here, okay. So I'm going to go to my index.html file. I'll just create another status, then I'll add that ID to it. I'll add the ID of new status. I'll save that. When I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that this one has a gray background color and this one has a kind of rainbow like background color, because it's actually a conic gradient of different colors. So remember, each of these status is going to have an image and the username of the user that actually posted the status, okay. So let's do that. I'm going to go back to my index.html file. Now inside this status, I'm going to add an image. And this is going to go into the images folder. It's going to access status 1.jpg, and the alt text is going to be status. Then after this status, we're going to have a p tag that is simply going to say techie gear. Now just wrap this p tag and this status div inside a div container. Just wrap them up in a div. I'll paste that right here. Now when I return back to web page, you can see that the image is actually there, but it's very, very large. So let's start styling it up. I'm going to go back to my style of CSS file. Now just copy this right here. Now I'll paste that underneath here. Now I want to target the image inside this status, okay. I'll give this image a width of 60 pixels, a height of 60 pixels, a border radius of 50%, an object feet of cover. Now coming back to the web page, you're notice that we have that image right here inside this gray circle, but the image is not actually at the center. So let's ensure the image is at the center. So I'm going to go back to my status. I'll give this a display. I'll use grid, then a place items. I'll use center. I'll save that. Now coming back to the web page, you're going to notice that it's not at the center of that gray background. Now I'm going to add a black border around the image. So I'm just going to go back there. I'm going to add a black border. I want this to have a border of 2 pixels, solid BG, that's solid black. Now you are going to notice that black border around this image. Now this is looking really, really good. So next, let's style up this p tag. So I'm just going to go back to my style of CSS file. I'll copy this, because this p tag is not inside the status container. So I'm just going to copy up to the status section. I'll paste that underneath and I'll target the p tag in there. I'll give it a margin top and bottom of 5 pixels, left and right of 0. A text align, I'll say center. A font size, I'm going to use 0.7 rem. I'll save that and go back to the web page. And you can see this is actually looking really, really good. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to add that new status ID to this, okay, so you can see the rainbow effect with the image. So I'm going to go back here. I'll just get rid of this. This we understood how we created that rainbow background. Then for this status, I'm going to add an ID of new status. I'll save that. Now returning back to the web page, you're going to notice that rainbow effect at the back of this image. But we're actually not done styling this status. Now you're going to notice that if I go back to my index.html file and I add more items to this, you're going to notice that this would start to actually expand. Now imagine we have another status right here, and this one is the text of this one is getting up to this point, where is this text of the second status going to be? Okay, so we are actually going to solve this problem. What I'm going to do, I'm going to give this p tag, as this p tag, the same width as our image. So I'm going to say I want this p tag to have a width of 60 pixels. Okay, then I'm going to give it a overflow of hidden, and this is going to ensure that when the text overflows that width, it's going to be hidden from the viewport. To actually make this look way better, I'm going to add an ellipsis. Okay, so I'm going to say text overflow. I'm going to use ellipsis. Now what this is going to do is that when the text overflows, it's going to add these 3 dots at the end to signify to the user that the username is actually longer than what you can actually see. There's more to it. Techie get, there's actually more. So it's going to add this little ellipsis to it. That way, when the username of the user is actually very long, it's not going to affect the next status. Okay, it's just going to stop right here. So I'm going to go back to my HTML file, just get rid of this and leave it as techie get. So I'm going to add more status. So I'm just going to go to my index.html file. I'll just copy this div. I'll drag that down. Then this one is going to be status 2. And the username is going to be this username right here. So I'll add another one. I'll drag that down. And this one, the status image is going to be status 3. The username is going to be queen.sid. Go back to the web page, and you can see we have those 2 status being added, and the status section is looking really good. Now that we understand how we created this status section and we actually styled it up, I'm going to also add the other status to actually save time. And then after the third status, I'll just paste the other status right here. And you can see that we have other status. We have the second one, Dami XO status 4 as the image. Then the second one, Black Cypher, the username. Then the next one, Alima Short username. Then Nina Daily, iop.png. Then it's Amara. Then Lila Lens. Okay, so I'll just save that. Then when I return back to the web page, you'll notice our status are looking really good. Now you're going to notice that some of these status don't have the new status ID. Okay, for example, now this one, this Nina Daily. When I go to that Nina Daily, you're going to notice that it does not have that ID of new status. That's why I add the background. The background is actually gray, which means this user does not have a new status. Okay, so I'm going to scroll through the status section. You can see that it's looking really good. So next, we can start working on creating each of the posts. So inside my index.html file, I just wrap up this status section. I'll wrap it up. I'm done here. Now I'll create another div. I'll give this one a class of posts. And this is the container that's going to wrap around all our posts. It's going to contain a div. And each of these divs is going to have a class of posts. Now I'm going to style up this post container. So I'm going to copy this post class. I'll head to my style of CSS file. Down here, I'm going to say dot main feed, then dot post. Okay. I want to give this one a width of 75%. I'll give it a height of 100 views so that we can actually see it. Then I'll give it a background color of red. I'll save that. When I go back to the web page, you can see that post container right here. And the reason I give it a width of 75% is that you're going to notice that in the final project, the width this status section occupies is actually larger than the width this post occupies. Okay, each of the posts are going to occupy a smaller portion in the post container. Okay, so that's why I gave it a width of 75%. But you are going to notice that it's not actually at the center, so I want to add a margin property to it. So I want to give this a margin top and bottom. I want a margin of 25 pixels, and left and right I want a margin of auto. And that margin of auto left and right is going to ensure that it's actually at the center, and the margin 25 pixels is going to add a margin between this post container and this status section right here, this little margin right here. Now with that, we've gotten the structure for the post container. Now we can start adding each of the post items. So I just go back to my style of CSS. So I'll get rid of this height of 100 fish and this background color of red. I'll save that. So I head back to my index.html file. Now inside this post container, I'm going to create another div. And this div is going to have a class name of post header. And this post header div is always going to contain these items at the header of the post, this image, this username details, and this icon right here. Okay. First of all, it's going to have a div. I'm going to have a class name of user details. Inside this user details, we want to have another div. Now this one is going to have a class of image container or image wrapper, whatever you want to call it, image container. Then inside this one, we're going to have an image. Now this is going to go into the images folder. I'm going to access the status1.jpg. I'm going to use the status1 image. Then here is going to be profile pic as the alt text. So after that image content, I'm going to have another div. This one is going to have a class of user info. And inside this div, I'm going to have a p tag that's going to say techie gear. Okay. And also inside this p tag, I'm going to have a span. And the first span is going to have this dot in it. Then the second span is going to say 33 minutes. And this is going to have a class of dots. And this one is going to have a class of time stamp. After this p tag, I'm going to have another p tag. And this p tag is simply going to say Sydney, Australia. I'll save that. When I go back to the web page, I'm going to notice that we have this humongous image right here in the web page. So let's quickly style up this image. So I head to my style.css file. Down here, I'm going to say dot main feed dot post dot the post header. I want to target the image inside this post header. Okay, I want to give it a width of 35 pixels, a height of 35 pixels, a border radius of 50%, and object fit of cover. I'll save that. When I return back to the web page, you can notice that image has been styled up. But we are not actually done yet. You are going to notice that this image is also going to have something like a rainbow background. And that's why I added this image container div around this image. Okay, so that I can add that background color. So let's actually do that. So I head to my style.css file. Up here, I'm going to say dot main feed dot post header. And I'll target the image container class. I'll just copy that from here. Copy this image container class. I'll head to my style.css file. I'll paste that right here. And this container is not spelled correctly. It's not container, it's container. Head back and actually correct that in my HTML file. Yeah, better. Okay, now inside this container, I'm going to give it a width of 40 pixels. I'll give it a height of 40 pixels. I'll give it a background color of gray. Remember that by default, without an active status, these images are going to have a background color of gray. I'll give it a border radius of 50%. Okay, I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, you're going to notice that this now has a gray background color, but let's actually ensure the image at the center. So I just give it where is that? Let me copy those styles I had to this one. These two styles, display of grid and place item center. I'll just paste that right here, and that's going to ensure that this image is actually at the absolute center of this image container. Okay, so now all we have to do is just add that ID. Okay, so I want to go to my HTML file. Now that's actually why I created that unique ID. I just say ID is equals to new status ID. I'll save that. When I go back to the web page, you'll notice that that rainbow background color is now at the back of this image. So then I'm going to give this image and this a display of flex. Remember that they are inside this user details container. Okay, so I'm going to target this user details container and give it a display of flex. So I'm going to go back to my code. So I'll say post header, then up here I'll just paste that right here, then dot user details. I want to give it a display of flex, align items. I'll say center. I add a gap of 12 pixels and I'll just ensure this has a cursor of pointer. I'll save that. And that's going to ensure that they are arranged side by side. There's a gap between them. So next I'm going to style up this p tag, this techie get p tag, then I'll style up this location right here. You're going to notice that inside our user info, we have 2 p tags, okay, and each of these p tags are going to have different styles. So we are going to target them using the first child pseudo class and the last child pseudo class. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my style of CSS file. I'm going to copy this right here. I'll paste that underneath here, underneath this image right here. Then I'll target the first p tag. I'm going to say the first child as the first p tag inside this user details container. I want to give it a font weight of 500 and a font size of 0.85 rem. Okay, let me check that out, and this is actually looking better. So also I want to give these spans their unique style. So I also want to copy this. I just copied this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now I want to target the span inside this first p tag. I'll give them a font size of 0.8 rem. I want them to have a smaller font size, a color of text secondary, and a font weight of 300. I'll save that. Going back to the web page, you notice that these span tags now have their own unique style. Okay, so next let's style up the Sydney Australia text. I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Then I'm going to target the last child, the last p tag child. Okay, I'll give it a font size of 0.7 rem and a font width of 300. I'll save that. That's looking way better. So the last thing I'm going to do for the post header, I'm going to add that 3-dot icon that's going to be on the right hand side of this post. Okay, so I head back to my index.html file. Now underneath this, after this user details right here, after this user details, I also wrap this up. I'm going to add an icon after this user details, and this icon is going to have a class of far ellipsis h. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that we cannot see that icon. That's because that icon is actually black in color, so we can't actually see. So I'm going to give these icons, all the icons, a general style of whites, because I'm going to be using icons a lot. So up here I'll just give icons a general color of white, and that's going to ensure that all the icons I add to the web page are actually white, and you can see that icon right here underneath this image. So next I want to add a flex display to this post header, because I want these items right here to be at the left hand side. I want this icon right here to be at the right hand side. So I'm going to apply a display flex to the post header. So just scroll down. There's that post header. Don't think we've added styles to it. I just copy this. I'll just paste that up here. I'm going to give this a display. I'll give it flex. I'll give it an align items of center. Then a justify contents or space between. This is going to add space between the icon and the items at the left hand side. And you can see that the icon is now right here, while these items are now at the left hand side. With that, you are basically done styling the post header. So we can now start styling the post image. So I'm going to add the post image. I'll go to my index.html file. I'll just wrap up this post header. And after this post header div, I want to create an image tag. And this image is going to go into the images folder. It's going to access post1.jpg. And the alt text is going to be post. Okay, I'll save that. Now obviously when I go back to the web page, the image is going to be very large. Let's quickly style it up. So I head back to my style of CSS file down here. Now I just noticed I didn't add a border to this image. Now this image is supposed to have a border. This image is supposed to have a border just like this one. So I didn't add a border. So let me do that. I'll say I want to add a border of 2 pixels, solid BG main. I saw this black. I'll save that. And you can see that border has been applied to this profile picture right here. So let me style this image. So I'll just go down here. Down here I'm going to say dot main feed dot post. Now I want to target each of the posts. Okay. Then I want to target the image of the post. For the image, I'll give it a width of 100%. I'll give it a height of auto. Okay. A border radius of 3 pixels. I just want a little bit of border radius. And lastly, a border of 1 pixel, solid gray. I'll save that. And now I return back to the web page. You can see this image is looking really good. I can see that gray border at the edges of this image looking really good. But the image is too close to this post header, so we are going to add a margin between them. So I'm going to head to my post header styles. Where's that post header style? Right here. I'm going to give this a margin. I'll say bottom of 15 pixels. Yeah, this is way better. This is way better. All right. Now, before I start working on the items that are going to be on the footer of the post, I want to give it a padding bottom so that we can actually see it better. So I'll go to my post style. Where's the style for my posts? Yeah, right here. I'm going to give this a margin, or sorry, a padding bottom of 80 pixels. Okay, and that's going to ensure that we have a padding right here at the bottom of this post section. We can actually scroll through it. So next, we can start working on the items that are going to be at the footer of the post. Okay, all these items right here. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. Under this image, I'll create a div. Now this is going to have a class of post footer. First off, it's going to have a div. It's going to have a class of post reactions. And inside this div, we're going to have another div. That's going to have a class of left actions. And these are going to contain our heart icon, our comment icon, I think our share icon. Okay. Inside this, I'm going to have an icon. Then the class is going to be far heart. I have another icon. This one is going to be far comment. Then I have another icon. This one is going to be far paper plain. Now after this left reaction, I'm going to have another icon right here. This one is going to be a class of far bookmark. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, you can see those icons right here underneath this post image. So let's start actually applying styles to this. So I'm going to copy that post footer. Just copy this class right here, post footer. I head to my style.css file. Now down here, I'm going to say .main feed .post each of the posts. Then I want to target the post footer. Okay. I want to give all the text inside this footer a font size of 0.8 rem. Alright, I want a margin bottom of 20 pixels, and lastly I want a border bottom of 1 pixels solid. This border color right here. I'll save that, and I return back to the web page. You can see that little border underneath this post footer right here, this border right here. So next, I want to style up the icons. Okay, so I'm going to go back to my style.css file. First of all, I have to copy that class. So I'm going to go here, post reaction class. Let me just call this post actions class, post actions. Then I'll copy this class name. I'll head to my style.css file. Inside my style.css file, I'll say .main feed. I want to target each of the posts. Then I want to target the post footer. Then inside the post footer, I want to target this post actions right here. I want to give it a display of flex, and that's going to ensure that the icons, these icons are going to be arranged side by side. Okay, now I'll give it a justify content. I'll use space between, then I'll give it an align items of center. I'll save that, and you're going to notice that these left actions are going to be at the left hand side, while this bookmark is going to be at the right hand side. Then I'll add a margin to it. Margin top and bottom, I want 10 pixels, left and right, I want 0. I'll save that. And now you're going to notice that this icon now has margin at the top and at the bottom of it. Okay, so next I'm going to target the icons. Okay, so I just go back to this post reaction, I'll copy this, I'll paste this underneath here, and for each of the icon I want to give them a font size of 1.5 rem. I'll save that. Going back to the web page, you can see the icons actually look better this way. But these ones are too close to each other, so I'm going to add a gap between them. I just put them in a flex container, then add a gap between them. So the post reaction, I'm going to copy this, I'll paste that underneath here. Now I'm going to say I want to target the left hand side, that's this left reaction side. That's the icons at the left hand side. I'll paste that right here. Now I'll give this a display of flex, then a gap of 12 pixels. I'll save that. When I return back to the web page, you can see there's now a gap between each of these icons. Let me actually increase it a bit. Let me use 15. That will be the sweet spot. Yeah, this is way better. And you can see that these icons are actually looking really, really good. I'll just give them a cursor of pointer too. So for each of these icons, say I want them to have a cursor of pointer. And when you hover on it, it's like you are hovering over something you can actually click on. So inside my index.html, if I'm going to wrap up this post reaction, I'm done here. Underneath this post reaction, I'm going to add a p tag. And this p tag is simply going to say 8,554 likes. Okay, so I'll save that and head back to the web page. And you can see that p tag right here. So after this p tag, I'm going to have another p tag. And this p tag is simply going to have this text right here. Sundays in the city just hit different. And after that, I'm going to have another p tag. And this p tag is going to say view all 1,540 comments. Okay, I'll save that and check out the output. And you can see all these p tags right here in the web page. Next, I want to add a class name to each of these p tags so that we can actually style them up. So I'll give this one a class of likes. I'll give this one a class of post text, and I'll give this one a class of comments. I'll save that. Now I head back to my style.css file. I'll just copy this post footer. I'll paste that underneath here. Now I'll target the dot likes. For this, I want to give it a font weight of 600, and I want to give it a margin bottom of 5 pixels. Then I'll copy that, paste that underneath here. I'll target the post text. I'll give this one a margin bottom of 5 pixels. I'll paste it underneath here again, and I'll target the comments. Now I want to give this one a color, a text color of text secondary. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, you can see these elements are styled, but this view all comments, the styles are not being applied. Why? Okay, this one is comments here, then this one is comments. Let me correct that. It's not supposed to be comments, it's supposed to be comments. Get that class right. Yeah, that's really, really good. So next, I'm going to add that input that the user can type, and when the user wants to leave a comment, this input right here. So let's do that. So I head back to my index.html file. Just underneath this pizza, I'm going to create a div. And this is going to have a class of comments container, because it's going to wrap around everything in that comment input. Now inside this comments container, we're going to have an input. And this input is going to have a placeholder that's simply going to say add a comment ... After that, we're going to have a div that's going to wrap around the post button and also the emoji icon you're going to see at the right hand side. Okay, and this is going to have a class of comments button, and inside this container I'm going to have a button, and this button is simply going to say post. And after this button, I'm going to have an icon that's going to have a class of smile. Sorry, spell that smile correctly. Smile. Now save that and check out the output. And you can see those items I just added right here. Add a comment, this post button, and this icon right here, this emoji icon right here. Now let's start applying styles to these elements. So I want to head to my style.css file. First of all, I'll copy this comments container class. I'll head to my style.css file. And then I'm going to say dot main field dot post footer. Sorry, post footer. Then I'll paste that right here. First off, I want to give it a display of flex because I want the items to be arranged side by side. Then I'll give it a justify content or space between. Also, I'll align items of center. I'll save that. I'll check out the output. You can see right now that these inputs are the left hand side, while the post button and that emoji icon is at the right hand side. But they are too close to this view all 1,540 comments. And also this line right here. So I'm going to add a margin to this container. So I'm going to give this container a margin. Top and bottom, I'm going to give it a margin of 15 pixels. Left and right, I'll give it a margin of 0. And that's going to add space between this container and the items above and below the container. Now we have a problem. You are going to notice that this input is only occupying up to this place, but I want this input to occupy up to this point. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give this input a width of 100%. So I'll just copy this comments container. I'll paste that underneath here. Then I'll just target the input inside this comments container. I'm going to give this input a width of 100%. And this is going to tell the input to stretch out and occupy 100% of its parent container. But you see the problem we are now having now. When this input stretches out, it's going to actually compress these items right here, this post button and this emoji icon. We don't want that. We don't want this element at the right hand side to actually shrink. So what we are going to do, we're going to give this comment button container a flex shrink of 0. So I'll just copy this right here. I'll paste that underneath here. Now I'll head to my HTML. I'll just copy that class name, that comment button class name that wraps around the button and the icon. I'll paste that over here, and I'm going to give that a flex shrink. I'll give it 0, and this is going to tell the elements not to shrink at all. You're going to notice that this, no matter how far the input actually stretches out, the input is not going to shrink that container. So next I'm going to add a gap between the input and this item. So let's do that. I'm just going to go back to that comments container. I'm going to say I want to have a gap there of 15 pixels. I'll save that. And when I return back, you're going to notice that there's now a gap between the input and these buttons right here. So let's actually style up this input. So first off, I'm going to give this input a background of transparent. And that's going to ensure that the input is actually transparent and we can actually see through the input. Next, I'll get rid of the border. So I'm going to say border. I'm going to say none. I'm going to say outline. I'm going to say none. Then when you tap on this input, I want the color of the text to be text primary, which is basically white. Save that and go back to the web. Now when I tap on this, you're going to notice that it's actually white and the input is actually looking really, really good. So next thing we're going to do, I'm going to style up this post button right here. So I'll go back to my style of CSS file. I'll copy this. Now I'll paste that underneath here. I'm going to say .comment button. I want to target the button inside this comment button container. I'll give this button a background color of transparent. I'll give it a color of blue. I want it to have a font weight of 600, and also I don't want it to have any border, so I'm going to say border. I'm going to use none. Then last, I'll just add a cursor of pointer, and I'll save that. When I go back to the web page, you can see that button right here is completely styled post. Okay, next I'm going to add a margin between this post button and this icon right here. So I'm just going to give this a margin. I'll give it white of 5 pixels. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web, you're going to understand there's now a margin between this post button and this icon. Now I think with that we are done styling the post. Okay, so let's actually create another post. So I'm going to go back to my index.html file. I'll just wrap up this post right here. I'll wrap this up. I'll copy this and I'm going to drag that down. Okay, I'll save that. Then when I go back to the web page, I'm going to notice that we have another post right here. We now have 2 posts, though they are similar, but we actually have 2 posts right here. So I'm going to update the details of the second post. Okay, for the second post, the image is going to be post 2. Then for the name, let me open up this post header. Then for the name, open up this user details. Then for the name, is going to be queen.seed. Then for the location, it's going to be New York, USA. Then for the timestamp, I'll just change this to 2 hours. Okay. Now what am I going to change again? Then for the profile picture, I'm going to use status 3. Then I'm going to scroll down. Then for the likes, you can use any number here. I just use 84 likes. Then for the post, I'm going to get rid of this post right here. Then I'll use this dummy post right here. For the comments, I'll just use this 140 comments. Then I think we are done. Yeah, I'm going to save that. Now when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that the second post has been updated. Queen said, New York, USA, 2 hours ago. Morning tastes better with the vanilla latte. Yeah, this is actually looking really good. Really, 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 really good. So let's actually add the third and final post. So I'm just going to go up here. I'm going to fold this up. I'll just copy this and I'll just drag this down. I'm going to open this up. Now for this one, it's going to be posts 3. The profile picture is going to be status 4. The timestamp I'm going to use 2. Let me just use 4 days. 4 days ago. For the location, I'll use Lagos, Nigeria. For the username, I'm going to use dami.xo. I'll scroll down. For the likes, I'll just use, okay, let me just use 150 likes right here. Then for the post, I'm going to get rid of this one. Then I'll paste this post right here. I'm going to make use of this post. Then view all. Let me just use 10 comments. Then yeah, I'm done with the third one. So I'm going to save that and head back to the web page. And you can see we have the third post right here. The first post, the second post, and we have the last post right here, Queen said. And now we can scroll through the feed and can see how smooth that's actually looking. And scroll through the status section. Very, very, very clean. So I'm going to head back to my index.html. I'm going to wrap up this post. In fact, I'm just going to wrap up everything that has to do with the post. So I'm just going to go up here, wrap up this other post, wrap up this other post, then wrap up the feed section. I think we are basically done with the feed section. Wrap up the feed section. I'm also going to wrap up the main feed right. So I'll wrap this up. Now underneath here, I want to create that button. So next we're going to start working on this messages button. Now when you click on it, it's going to open up the messages of the user. When you click on it, it's going to close it up. So let's start working on this. Okay. Now underneath this main feed right div, I'm going to create another div that's going to have a class of message button. And let me label this so that we understand what this code is doing. So I'm going to say this is going to be the message button. Then I'll just comment that off. And inside this div, I'm going to have a container. I'll call this container icon text, because this is the container that's going to house the icon and the text at the left hand side of this button. So I want to add an icon, and this icon is going to have a class of Facebook Messenger. Messenger. Then after that, I'm going to have a span. I'm simply going to say messages. Now after this icon text div, I'll create another div, and this particular div is going to have a class of images. And this is a div that's going to house the 2 overlapping images at the right hand side of the button. It's going to have 2 images in it. The first image is going to go to the images folder. It's going to access status 1.jpg, and the alt text is going to be profile pic. Okay, so I'll drag that down. The second one is going to be status 3. Now returning back to the web, you can see these humongous images right here. Let's quickly add styles to them. So I'm going to copy this class name, copy this message button class name. I head to my style.css file. Underneath here, I'm just going to paste that right here. I'm going to target the images class. That's this images class right here that wraps around these 2 images. Then I'm going to target the image inside the images class. I give the image a width of 25 pixels, a height of 25 pixels, a border radius of 50% to ensure it's actually circular. Object fit, I'm going to give it cover, and last I'm going to add a border around the image of 1 pixel, solid gray. I'll save that. Now you can see that the images are actually circular and they are up here. Now you're going to notice the problem we're actually facing right now. You're going to notice that the images are actually positioned right here. Now why is this happening? That's because in HTML, elements by default have a position of static, and when an element has a position of static, it's going to follow the document flow. Remember that we added this container, and then we added this container, and then we added this container right here. So right now HTML believes that this is supposed to be the document flow, okay, which means we are giving this item, and this item a display of flex. Okay, so we have to tell HTML that we don't want this item in the document flow. We want this item to be positioned fixed relative to the viewport. So let's do that. So I'm going to go back to my style.css file. I'll copy this message button. Then I'm going to paste that up here. I'll give this a position. I'll use fixed. Now I want it to be positioned on the bottom right, so I'm going to say bottom. I'll say 40 pixels. Then I'll say right. I'll use 40 pixels. I'll save that. And now we return back to the web page. You're going to notice that these items are going to be positioned right here at the bottom right corner of the web page. And when we scroll through the web page, you're going to notice that it doesn't really affect those elements. Okay, this icon is white. I didn't add styles to this icon. Let me quickly do that. I'll just get this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now just target the icon. I want to give the icon a color of test secondary. I don't want it to be white. I want it to have a color of test secondary. Yeah, that's way better. I prefer it this way. Back to what we are doing now. You notice that when you scroll through the web page, you're going to notice that it doesn't really affect this message button. No matter what you scroll, it's always going to be positioned at the bottom left corner of. And that's how you position an element fixed relative to the viewport of the device that the web page is being viewed on. So I'm going to apply more styles to this. So I'll give the message button a background color of message box color. I'll give it a color of test primary, which is basically white. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, you can see that box right here. Okay, so let's actually add more styles to this. I'm going to give it a width of 250 pixels, a padding top and bottom. I want to have a padding of 12 pixels. Left and right, I want to have a padding of 20 pixels. Then a border radius of 30 pixels. I'll save that. And now we turn back to the web, you can notice that this is actually looking way better. But we don't want it to be this way. We want these images at the right hand side and we want these messages and this icon on the left hand side. So we're going to give this a display of flex. And once I want this to have a display, I'll say flex, and I want it to have a justified content of space between. Then I'm also going to add an align items of center to ensure the items are vertically centered. Now you can notice they are looking way better this way. Next, I'm going to style up the icon. I want to increase the font size of the icon. I also want to increase the margin between this icon and this messages text. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the web page. I'll just down here, I'm going to say dot message button. I want to target the icon in there. I'll give the icon a font size of 1.1 rem, a margin right of 5 pixels to add the margin between the icon and the messages text. And this is way better. So the last thing we're going to do in this button is that we want these images to actually overlap each other. Okay, to do that, I want to give each of the image a margin left pop theme. So I'm just going to go to the image style. I'm going to say margin left. I'm going to say negative 10 pixels, and this is going to ensure that the image actually overlap each other just like this. So next, I'm going to add a hover property to this button and also a cursor of pointer. So I go back to my style of CSS file. First of all, I'm going to add a cursor of pointer. Then down here, I'm going to say dot message button. On hover of this button, I also add a background color of this hover BG right here. I'll save that. And then we turn back to the web page. When I hover on this, you can see that little background color on it, and it has a cursor of pointer. We are basically done with this message button. Now we're going to work on the box that's going to appear when the user click on this button. Let's do that. So I'll go back to my index.html file. I'll just wrap everything up in this message button. Then down you want to have Then down here I'm going to have the latest messages. I'll just comment that off. Now I'm going to create a div. I'll give this div a class name of message lists. Inside this div, I'm going to have another div, and this div is going to have a class of header, and this is going to be the message box header. That's when we go to the finished project, we'll click on this. This is going to be this header right here. That's going to contain this messages text and this icon right here. That's the message header. Inside this message header, I'm going to have a span. I'm simply going to say messages. After this span, I'm going to have a button. And inside this button, I'm going to have an icon. And this icon is going to have a class of far times. I'll save that. And let's start applying styles to this message list. So I'm going to copy this. All right, to my style of CSS file. Now I'm going to paste that underneath here. I'll give this message list a width of 280 pixels, a height of 500 pixels, and the background color of message box color. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, you can see that box right here. Okay, but the box is inside the document flow. We don't want it to be in the document flow. We want it to be fixed right here, just like this messages button. So let's do that. I'll give this a position of fixed. It's going to be fixed at the bottom of the web page. It's going to have a bottom of 40 pixels. It's going to have a right of 30 pixels, and also I want it to have a border radius of 15 pixels. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, you can see that box right here is positioned at the bottom right corner of the web page. Now we can start styling the elements of the box. That's this messages right here and this button right here. Let's do that. So I head back to my index.html file. Now I'm going to target this header right here. So I want to say .message list. Then I want to target the header inside that message list container. I'll give it a display of flex. So I arrange the messages and the button in a flex container. A justify content or space between. Add an align items of center to center them vertically of center. I'll give the header a padding of 15 pixels. And lastly, I'll give it a color of text primary, which is basically white. And I return back to the web page. You can see right now that this message is white and it's at the left hand side, while this one is at the right hand side. Yes, I want to style up this span text and also this button right here. I want to style them individually. So in my style of CSS file, I'll just copy this. I'll paste this underneath here. I'm going to target the span inside this header. I'll give this span a font weight of 500 and a font size of 0.9 rem. I'll save that. And you're going to notice that the messages text is going to actually look better this way. And let's style up this button right here. So to do that, I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Then I'm going to target the button inside the header container. For the button, I'm simply just going to give it a background color of transparent. I want it to be transparent. I want it to have a cursor of pointer and a border of none. I don't want any border in the button. Now when I go back to the web page, you can see that that item is actually styled right here. But I'm going to increase the font size of the icon a bit. So in my style of CSS, so I just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now I want to target the icon inside the button. I'm going to give it a font size. I'll give it a font size of 1.3 rem. I'll save that. Now going back to the web page, you're going to notice that the icon is actually looking better this way. So next, I'm going to add that line that's going to be underneath this header. Okay, so I'll go back to my index.html. Now after this header, I'm going to create a div. I'll call this div, or I'll give it a class name of line. I'll save that. Now head to my style of CSS file. Now down here, I'm going to copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Then I'll just target that line class. I'll give it a height of 1 pixels, a width of 100%. I want it to occupy 100% of its parent container. I'll give it a background color of gray. And lastly, I'll give it an opacity of 0.4. I don't want it to be too obvious. When I go back to the web page, you can see that line underneath this header right here. So next, we can start working on the latest message and actually display the messages. Let's do that. So after this line div, I'm just going to wrap up this header, wrap this up. Then after this line div, I'm going to create another div. Now inside this, I'm going to create an anchor tag. And this anchor tag is not going to go anywhere, so I'm going to use hash. Inside this anchor tag, I'm going to have a div that's going to have a class of image. And this is the div that's going to wrap around the image of the latest message. So in there, I'm going to add an image. And this image is going to go into the images folder. And it's going to access image to the JPG. And the alt text is going to simply going to say profile pic. After this image div, I'm going to have another div. And this div is going to have a p tag. And this p tag is simply going to say Tina. savvy. And after that p tag, I'm going to have another p tag that's going to say active 11 hours ago. So next, I'm quickly going to style up this image inside this anchor tag, okay? Because when we go back to the web, you're obviously going to see that the image is very, very large, okay? So let's do that. So I'll go back to my style CSS file. Down here, I'm going to say dots message list. I want to target the anchor tag. Now inside that anchor tag, I want to target that dot image class. That's this image class container that wraps around the image, okay? I'll give it a width of 55 pixels. I'll give it a height of 55 pixels. And I'm going to target the image inside the image container. Then I'll just paste that right here and I'll target the image. Now, since the image container already has a width and height of 55 pixels, all we have to do is set the image to occupy 100%. So I'll give it a width of 100%. Then I'll give it a height. I'll use 100%. Then I'll give it an object fit of cover. I'll save that. And I go back to the web page. You can see that image right here, and we also have to add a border radius to it to make it look really good. So I'm going to add a border radius, and since I want it to be circular, I'm going to give it 50%. And you're going to notice that the image is actually circular and actually looking really, really good. Next, I'm going to apply a display of flex because I want the image and I want this thing as having an active 1 hour ago to be at the right hand side. I want them to be arranged horizontally. So I want to target the anchor tag. I'll copy this. I'll paste this up here. I want to give this anchor tag a display of flex, align items of center, and I want a gap of 10 pixels between the image and those p tags, okay? And you can see there's a gap between them, and they're now arranged side by side, but it's not actually looking good because they are too close to the edges, okay? So I'm going to add a padding around this anchor tag. So in my style of CSS, I'm going to add the padding. I give it a padding, top and bottom. I'm going to use 10 pixels, left and right, I'll use 15 pixels. And when I return back to the web page, you can see that this is actually looking very, very, very good. Now we have to style this 2p tag, but this first one, this one is already looking okay. But I want to style this active 11 hour ago. I want to actually make it smaller. So I want to target that. Now I'm going to copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I want to target the p tag inside the anchor tag, and I want to target the last p tag. Remember that this active 1 hour ago is the last p tag inside this anchor tag, so I want to target the last one, okay? So I'm going to use the last child pseudo class. I'll go to a font size of 0.75 rem and a color of text secondary. I'll save that, and I'll return back to the web page, and this is actually looking really good. Active 11 hour ago. So you're just going to add another message. So I'll go back to my index.html file. I'm going to copy this. I'll just drag this down. The second one is going to have an image of status 1, and it's going to have a name of this name right here. And for the timestamp, I'm going to say active 2 days ago. And when I go back to the web page, you can see the second message right here, Sophie Williams. Now we understand who created these messages right here, so I'm just going to add the remaining 2. I'm going to return back. Now under the second message, I'll just paste the other messages right here. And for the third one, we have this one with profile picture of status 3. Then the name is Seth Johnson, active 2 days ago. We have the last one, status. The profile picture is status 4. We have the name Damini Adebayo, then active 22 seconds ago. I'll save that. And I return back to the web page. You can see those messages right here. Now when we hover on these links, I want to add a property to it, a background color to it. So I'm just going to go back to my style of CSS file. I'll copy this. Now underneath this message and contact style, I'll say on hover. And when someone hovers on this, I want to give it a background color of this hover BG right here. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, when I hover on this, you can see that little nice background color being applied to the links. So next, we're going to work on this green dot right here that's going to be positioned at the bottom right corner of the image. That's going to signify that the user is actually online. So let's do that. So I head back to my index.html file. Now inside this last one, inside this image content, I'm going to create a div. And this div is going to have a class of online dots. Now just copy that class name. I head to my style of CSS file. I'll scroll down here. I'm going to say dot message list dot the online dot. First, I'll give this a width of 12 pixels. I'll give it a height of 12 pixels. I'll give it a background color of this hair color right here. Give it a border radius of 50% to ensure it's circular. And last, I'm going to give it a position of absolute. I'll position at the bottom of 0 and right of 0. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that that green dot is positioned at the bottom right corner of this message list right here. It's not positioned at the bottom left corner of this image and this image container. And the reason for that is because HTML elements by default has a position of static. These images, these links right here, all have a position of static. So if you don't say otherwise, the elements in your HTML are going to have a position of static. Now the reason it's positioned at the bottom left corner of this message list container is because this message list container does not have a position of static. Remember, we gave this message list container a position of fixed, so it's not a position of static. That's why it's being positioned to this message list container. If this message list container did not have a position of fixed, it actually had a position of static. This green dot is going to be positioned relative to the viewport. It's going to be positioned right here. Okay. So to actually ensure that this green dot is positioned absolute to this image, what we are going to do is we're going to give this image container a position of relative. So I'm going to go up here. Where's that message? Yeah, that image container. I'm going to give this a position of relative. And since this no longer has a position of static, when I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that that green dot is going to be positioned absolute to this image container right here. So next, I'm going to add a white border around this green dot. So I'll scroll down. So I want to add a border of 2 pixels text primary, which is basically white. When I return back to the web page, that's looking really good. So I'm going to add that green dot to this other Sophie Williams message right here. So I'll go back to my index.html file. I'll just copy this div right here. I'll scroll up, then I'll just paste that right here. Then I'm just going to say the user is actually active. Take away this 2 days ago. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that that green dot is now the second message right here, and this message container is looking really good. Now the message container is not going to be this way. We want this to have a display of none. We want it only to be visible to the user when the user clicks on that message button that's underneath this one. Okay, so I'm going to give this message lists. I'll give this message lists. There's that message list container, message list. Yeah, I'll give this a display. I'll give it none. Now that's going to ensure the user is not going to see that message list in the viewport when the user comes to the website. The user is only going to see it when he clicks on this messages button right here. So we are going to use a little bit of JavaScript to actually accomplish that. So I'm going to go to my index.html file, scroll all the way down. And just before this body tag, I'll create a script. Then inside this script, first of all, I'm going to target 2 items. First of all, I'm going to target this message box right here, and also I'm going to target the message list. Okay, so I head back to my index.html file. I'm going to scroll up. Now this message box, I'm going to give it a unique ID of message button. I'll save that. And for the message list, I'm going to give it a unique ID of message lists, or you can call it latest messages. Now I'm going to scroll down. Now I'm going to use JavaScript to actually target those 2 HTML documents. Okay, so down here I'm going to say document dot. I want to get the element by the ID name. And which element do I want to get? I want to first of all get this button. We give an ID of message button. So I'll copy this. I'll head down. I'll paste that right here. Okay, now we have to actually set this to a variable in JavaScript so that we can actually reuse this document. So I want to say I'll call it const button. Then anytime I want to do something with this button, we don't have to call this message button anymore. This document, we just call the variable name the button. Okay, so down here I'm going to create another variable, const messages is equals to documents dot, I'm going to get it by the ID name. So get element by ID. Now which ID name? I'm going to copy that ID name and give to this message list, which is this message list ID name. I'll copy that. I'll scroll down. Now paste that right here. So next we're going to target the close button. Okay, so remember that in our final project, when we click on these messages button, it's going to open up this message list box. And when we click on this X, it's going to close it up. So we have to target that X too. So I'm going to go up in my code. In that, I'm going to give this button a unique ID. I'll give it a ID of close button. I'll just copy that ID name. I'm going to head back down. Then down here, I'm going to say const. I'll just call the variable name close button. It's equals to documents dot. I'm going to get the element by the ID name, and I'll just pass the ID name in here. Okay. Now we've targeted the button we are going to use to open the box. We've targeted the box, and we have also targeted the button we are going to use to close the box. Okay. So what we want to do is that, remember, we give this box a display of none. Okay. So we are going to create a new class that we are going to use to toggle the class. Okay, I'm going to create a new class that's going to have a display of block. Then we can use that button to add and remove the class. Okay, so down here I'm going to create a class. I'll call this class show message or show messages. This is a better naming convention. Then I'm going to give this a display of block, and I'll save that. Now what I'm going to use JavaScript to do, I'm going to use JavaScript to add and remove the class. Now if I copy this class and I go to my index.html file and I paste it down, remember this has a display of none. And if I add that class to this message list class and save that, now when I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that the box is actually open. That's because it's having that extra class that has a display of block. Now when I take off that class and save that, you're going to notice that the box is no longer in the UI. The box has disappeared. Now has a display of none. And that's what we are going to use JavaScript to do. We're going to use JavaScript to add and remove that show messages class. So let's do that. So I'm going to scroll down to my JavaScript. Down here, I want to add an event listener to this button. I'll say button dot. I'm going to add an event listener. Now, what event listener do I want to listen for? I want to listen for the click event. Now, when someone clicks on that button, I want to run a function called open message box. Then down here I'll create that function. I'll say function open message box, and inside this function, what I'm simply going to do, I'm going to take the messages, I'm going to target the class list, then I'm going to add that class right here, that show messages class. That way when someone clicks on that open button, that button is going to add that show messages class to that div. Okay, now when I go back to the web page, now when I click on this, it's going to open it up. Now when I click on this, it's not going to close it up. So let's actually work on that. So I'll go back there and create another event listener. I'll add another event listener, but this time I'm going to add an event listener to this close button. So I'll say close button dot add event listener. Now I want to listen for a click event. And when someone clicks on it, I want to run a function called close message box. Okay, so then I'll create that function. I'll call the function close message box. Now inside this function, I'm going to say messages dot class list dot remove. This time I'm going to remove the show messages class. Okay, now it's going to go back to having a display of none. Just format documents. Now when I return back to the web page, when I click on these messages button, it's going to open up this box of latest messages. Now when I click on this X, it's going to close it up. And with that, I think we are basically done styling the web page. We've basically done everything. Okay, let's quickly add a footer underneath this post right here. Okay, so I'll just go back to my index.html file. I'll scroll up. I'll wrap up this message list. I'm done here. I'm done with this one, with the message button. I'll open up this main feed right. That footer, I'm going to copy that footer. Then I'll close it up. Then in my feeds, I'm going to, now just underneath this last post right here, inside this post content, I'm going to paste that footer right here. And I'm going to add a style to it. Add a style of text align center. And the reason I'm doing that is that if I don't add this text align of center, let me take this off now and save. When I go back to the web page, I'm going to notice that the footer is going to be there, but it's going to be aligned to the left, because for the right sidebar it's aligned to the left right here, and I want it to be aligned to the left right here. It's okay this way, but for this one I want it to be at the center, so I just add that class of test align center. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web, you can see the footer is right here. It's looking good. Okay, I won't click on this. It's going to open up our messages list. Okay, so now we are basically done styling the web page. Now we have to start working on making it responsive. And when I shrink this screen, you're going to notice that this is not responsive at all. It's not responsive at all. So we have to start working on actually making it responsive. Now to actually do that, first of all, I have to create a new file. I'll call this file responsive.css. I'll just close this up again. Now inside this responsive.css, I'm going to have 4 breakpoints. The first breakpoint is going to be for large laptops or desktops. I'll say desktops. And the breakpoint is going to be 1280 pixels. I'll comment that off. I'll create another breakpoint. I'll just copy this and I'll drag that down. I'll create another breakpoint. And this one is going to be for small laptops, basically laptops. I'll give this one 1024 pixels. Then I'll create another breakpoint. And this breakpoint is going to be for tablets. And it's going to be 768 pixels. I'll create another breakpoint again. And this one is going to be for mobile phones. I'll save that. Now up here, I'm going to say at media max width of 1280 pixels. Now this screen size, first of all, I'm going to test. I want to give the body, that is the entire body, a background color of maybe blue or red. So actually test if the media code is working. So I'll just scroll up here. This body, I'll give it a background color of blue. So I want to give this the body a background color of blue. Blue. Now this is not going to take any effect unless we import this in our index.html file. So inside our index.html file, I'll just drag this down. Instead of style.css, I want to import the responsive.css. I'll save that. And when I go back to my web page, when I reduce the screen size, you'll notice that for a certain screen size, it's going to have a background color of blue. Now let's trace that breakpoint. You can see that breakpoint right here at 1280 pixels. So I'll get rid of that background color of blue. Get rid of the body. Let's get rid of that. Now this screen says, what style do I want to actually apply? Let me check it out. And when I start to reduce, you're going to notice that these items start to actually compress. So the first thing we are going to do, we're going to reduce the padding at the right hand side of this main feed. Okay. And also we're going to increase the width of this post, because this post is getting too tiny. So we're going to increase the width of the post. So I'll go back to my style.css file. I'll just go back to my style.css file, scroll and look for that styles for the main feed. Remember, we gave the main feed a margin right of 10%, so we'll just reduce that margin. So I'll copy this. I'll head to my responsive.css. I'll paste that here. I'll give this a margin right of 5%. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that at less than 1280 pixels, that margin is going to be reduced. You can notice right here, the web page is going to actually expand to occupy more space, and the margin is going to reduce to 5%. Next, I'm going to increase the width of this post section right here. So I'll just go back to my standard CSS file. I'll scroll down. Yeah, this post. I'll copy this. I head to my responsive.css file. Remember, we gave it a width of 75% because I wanted it not to occupy as much space as the status section, but now I want to actually increase the width. So I just go to my responsive.css. I'll paste that right here. I'm going to give this a width of 90%. I'll save that. I'll return back to the web page. Now you're going to notice that it's going to expand at that breakpoint. You can notice it right now. It's going to actually expand. That's looking way more better. Now we can move on to the next breakpoint. I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Just close that up. Now instead of 1280 pixels, it's going to be 1024 pixels. Now for the next breakpoint, when we reduce, you're going to notice that the left sidebar is going to start to squish this other part. Okay, for the next breakpoint, I want to actually get rid of this left sidebar. Okay, so what we are going to do, we're going to go to our responsive.css. Then I'm going to say dot left sidebar. Now for the screen size that's less than 1024 pixels, I want this to have a width of 50 pixels. Okay, I'll save that. And now we return back to the web page. I'm going to notice that when I reduce the screen size, this left sidebar is going to have a width of 50 pixels. You can see where it starts from here. This one starts to actually overflow. So what we are going to do is that we're going to give this span text a display of none for that screen size. Okay, so down here I'm going to say dot left sidebar. I want to target the nav, I want to target the anchor tag, then I want to target the span, that is those text. I want to give them a display of none. I'll save that. And when I go back to the web page, I'm going to notice that for that screen size, those spans are going to have a display of none. So next, I'm going to position these icons where so they actually look better. Okay, I'll copy this, I'll paste that up here. I'll give the icons a padding, top and bottom 10 pixels, left and right of 0. Now I'm actually reducing the initial padding we give to these links up here. Now we will give these links, let me scroll up, we gave these links a padding top and bottom of 50 pixels, left and right of 10 pixels. Now I'm reducing the padding to top and bottom 10 pixels, left and right of 0 pixels. And this time I want to justify the content at the center. I want the icons to be at the center of that 50 pixel sidebar. I'll save that. When I return back to the web page, you can notice that the icons are positioned absolute right here, and this is actually looking way better. But we actually have a problem, and when you hover on these links, you're going to notice that the background color is not actually covering the links. Okay, it's actually like it's squished. There's no padding around the icons. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to give this left side by padding property. I want to add a padding top and bottom 0, left and right. I want to add a padding of 5 pixels. Now when I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that these links are actually looking better when you hover on them. Obviously, you're going to notice now that since we've actually reduced the width of this left sidebar, there's now a space here to be occupied. Okay, so I have to reduce the margin left of this main feed. Okay, so that it can occupy up to this point. Okay, so I'll go back to my responsive.css. I'll copy this main feed, I'll paste that underneath here, close that up. I'm going to give this a margin left of 12%. Remember that initially when we were designing the web page, we gave this main a margin left of 25 pixels. Okay, so we are reducing that margin to about 12%. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, you're going to notice that the main feed is going to stretch and occupy that space right there. Also, you're going to notice that now that the screen size of the devices are reducing, there's really no need to also have large gap between this main feed and this main feed, right? Okay, so you can reduce the gap between them. So I'll go to my responsive.css. This main feed, I'm going to give it a gap of 40 pixels. Remember, initially we gave the main feed a gap of 80 pixels between the main feed and the main feed, right? Okay, so I'll just reduce that gap. And when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that that gap has been reduced, and this looks actually way better. Now, the last thing I'm going to do for this screen size is that for this screen size, everything is looking good, but for this socialgram text, it's not really looking good at all. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to get rid of this from this O upward. I'm going to get rid of them. I just want only the S. Okay, when we reduce the width of the sidebar, I just want only the X here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'll go to my index.html file. Now inside my index.html file, I'll cut this up. I'll leave only the X. I'll cut it off. I'll put them inside a span. Okay, that way I can actually style the span on its own. I'm going to head to my responsive.css. Now I'm down here. I'm going to say dot left sidebar. I want to target the logo inside the left sidebar. Now that logo, I want to target the span. Okay, that is that span we just created. That span we just created right here. I want to target that span. And for when the screen size is less than 1024 pixels, I want that span to have a display of none. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that the other parts are not going to be there. They're only going to be visible when I expand the screen size. Okay, and the font family is not being applied to this span Let's quickly fix that up. I'll go to my style of CSS. I look for that logo. Where's that logo class? Let's say about logo Pacifico. I'll just copy this. Say dot left sidebar dot logo. Then the span. I also want the span to have these styles right here. I'll save that. Yeah, the font family is actually back. Okay, now when we reduce the screen size, you're going to notice that when it gets to that breakpoint, we're going to really have that X right here. Now you're going to notice that the X is not actually at the center like these icons right here and this image. So let's actually do that. So when we remove the other part, the span, I'm just going to give this I'll just give the logo. That's this logo right here. I'll give this logo a text align of center. Now that's going to ensure that the text inside this logo container is in the center. When I return back, I'm going to say that X is now at the center. And when we expand, I'm going to have social grammar. When we reduce, that X is going to be present. So I think we are done with this breakpoint. So we can move on to the next breakpoint. I'll just copy this. I'll scroll down. I'll paste that right here. Then for this one, I'll change it to 768 pixels. Okay. Now the first thing I want to do for this breakpoint is I want to get rid of this main feed right. Okay, I don't want this right side anymore. I just want this feed to occupy the entire width. Okay, so let's do that. So I'll go to my style of CSS. I look for that class. I'll scroll all the way down. Yeah, main feed right. I'll get this. Now head to my responsive of CSS. I'll just paste that in here. I'm going to give this a display. I'll say none. I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that for screen size are less than 768 pixels, that main feed right is not going to be there. Okay. Now we can just totally reduce the margin on the right hand side. So I'll just give the main feed a margin right of 0. Remember this main feed now has a margin right of 5% initially. Okay, so just remove all the margin altogether. So when I save that, that's actually better. It's going to occupy up to the edges. Now the next thing, we don't want this status section to have 100% width anymore. We want it to have the same width as this post. Remember this post has a width of 90%. Okay, so we want the status section to have the same width. So I just go to my style of CSS and look for that styles for the status. Yeah, the status section. This is the styles. I'll just copy this. I'll head to my responsive of CSS. Then I'll just paste that down here. I'm going to give this a width of 90%. I'll save that. And now I return back to the web page. I'm going to notice that it now has a width of 90%, but it's not at the center. You can see that space right here. So what we are going to do, we're going to give it a margin of auto. So I just give this a margin. I'll say auto. And that's going to ensure that it's actually at the center. And this is way better for mobile devices. And I think we are basically done making it responsive and it's looking good. The final thing we are going to do is that we are going to make this one responsive, because this one is not actually responsive for mobile device. We're going to ensure that this is actually responsive. So what I want to do is that I don't want these messages, text, and these images to show for mobile. I only want this icon to be shown to the user. Okay, so let's work on that. Now the trick I'm going to use, I'm going to create a class called hidden items. Okay, now that hidden item class is going to be applied to this messages span and this image when the screen size reduced to up to 768 pixels. Okay, so I'm just going to add that class. First of all, let me just create that class right here. Say dot hidden items. This is going to have a display of none. Then I'll copy that class thing and add it to the items I want to hide for less than 768 pixels. I'll go to my index.html file. I'll scroll all the way down. Now, where's the button? There's the button right here. First of all, I'll add it to these images right here. Then I'll add this to this span class. I'll paste that name right here. I'll save that. Now, when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that those items are no longer visible to the UI. And those items are only going to be visible when the screen size is greater than 768 pixels. Immediately it goes less than 768 pixels, those items are going to actually disappear. Now you're going to notice that the message button still retains its original width. Remember, we gave this message button a width of 250 pixels. Okay, so it's still going to retain that width regardless of whether the span and the images are visible. Okay, so we're going to reduce that width. So I just copy this. I head to my responsive of CSS. I'll paste that down here. Then I'm going to give this a width instead of 60 pixels. I'll give it a height of 60 pixels. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that it now has a height and width of 60 pixels and it's not actually circular. Okay, now it's actually circular because the border radius we applied to it right here, this border radius of 30 pixels is still being applied to it. Okay, now when I click on this, it's going to open up the message box. When I click on this, it's going to close it up. Now the message box looks actually responsive, but that's not actually the case for actually small devices. That's because we are viewing it on a web on a laptop, but we reduced the screen size. But on a mobile phone, it wasn't really fully responsive. Okay, so we are going to add more steps to it to ensure it's actually fully responsive. Like this message box right here. Let's do that. So I'll go back to my style.css file. I'll look for that message list. Okay, I'll just copy these styles. I'll head to my responsive.css. I'll scroll the way down, paste that right here. I'm going to give this a width of 90%. I'll give it a height of 60 VH. That's going to have 16% of the viewport height of the device is being viewed on. I'll save that. Check out the output. When I click on this, you're going to see this right here. Okay, I want to position it at bottom 20 pixels, right of 5%. I'll save that. And this is actually going to be looking better. Now you're really not going to see a difference here because we are viewing it on a web browser, but on a mobile device you're going to see the difference. And the reason I'm going this far to actually ensure it's responsive on mobile so that you can actually add this to your portfolio. If you want to add this to your portfolio, you can actually add this and it's going to be fully responsive. That's why I'm actually taking that extra method to actually ensure it's actually fully responsive on mobile devices. And with that, we are basically done with this project. And the last and final project, we're going to build the YouTube homepage from scratch together. Okay, now in this project, the most important thing we're going to learn is how to create a fully responsive card using CSS Grid. Okay, we're also going to build a navbar. This navbar right here, we're going to create this sidebar right here, and also we're going to create this feed section right here. Okay, and you can see that this feed section, when we take this feed section to small screen device, you're going to notice that this feed section is actually fully responsive too. I'm going to learn how to use CSS media queries to make a website fully responsive, and also we're going to use CSS grids to ensure that these cards are actually responsive. Okay, so let's start creating the project. So I already created my index.html file. Now inside this index.html file, I have two links right here. This first link is linking this index.html file to Fort Awesome CDN link. We are basically importing Fort Awesome CDN link with this link tag right here. While this second link tag is linking this index.html file to this title CSS file right here. And inside this title CSS file, I have these root variables of colors we are going to make use of for our project. Up here, I'm importing Google font from Google, and down here I'm just applying that font to our project poppins and this basic style right here. And I also have an images folder that contain the images I'm going to make use of for this project. Okay, so I'm just going to close up this left side bar. Just close this up. I head to my index.html file and start working on this project. First of all, I'll create a header. Inside this header, I'm going to create a nav. And this nav I just created is going to wrap around everything in our nav bar. This nav is going to have three divs in there. The first div is going to have a class of nav left. The second div is going to have a class of nav center. While the third div is going to have a class of nav right. And these divs are going to represent everything in our navigation bar. The nav left is going to represent this logo right here. That's going to be at the left hand side. The nav center is going to represent the items at the center of the nav bar. While the nav right is going to represent and wrap around everything at the right hand side of the navigation bar. Okay. Inside this nav left, I'm going to have a div. This div is going to have a class of icon container. And inside this div, I'm going to have an icon that's going to have a class of fast far bars. And after this, I'm going to have a p tag. This p tag is simply going to say vid tube. This tube part of the p tag is going to be wrapped around a span because I want to add unique styles to it. So I'll paste that in here. Okay. Inside the nav center, I'm going to have a div. This div is going to have a class of input container. And inside this input container, I'm going to have an input in there. It's going to be of type text, and the placeholder is simply going to say search. After this input, I want to have on the div. I'm going to have a class of search button. And this div is going to have an icon in there. This icon is going to have a class of far search. Now after this input container, I'm going to have another div. This div is still going to have a class of icon container. And inside there, we're going to have an icon in there. This icon is going to have a class of far microphone. Inside the nav, I'm going to have a div. This is going to have a class of create button. Inside this create button div, we have an icon. This icon is going to have a class of far plus. And after this icon, we're going to have a span that is simply going to say create. And after this create button div, we'll create another div. This div is going to have a class of icon container. And inside this icon container, I'm going to have an icon. It's going to have a class of far bell. I'll save that. Now to run this project, I'm going to click on Go Live because I have Visual Studio Code Live Server extension installed in my Visual Studio Code. So I just click on Go Live. And that's going to open up this project in our browser. And we can see all those items we just added right here. The icons we just added, the input and the VidTube logo. Okay. So next we have to start applying styles to these elements. So I'm going to head to my standard CSS file. First of all, I'm going to give this body, the body of this web page, a background color of BG main, which is one of the variable colors we have right here. You can see it right here, BG main, this hex color right here. Okay, so I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, I'm going to notice that I now have that black color as the background of our web page. Next, we're going to start styling the elements of the nav bar. So I'll go to my style of CSS file. Down here, I want to see nav. I'll give this nav a display. I'll give it flex. Okay, and that's going to ensure that every item inside the nav bar is going to be arranged side by side horizontally. So I want to add a space between them. So I'll say justify content. I'm going to use space between. And that's going to add space between each of the items in the nav bar. Now the icons and the text are actually black, so we cannot actually see them. Okay, so I'll give the nav bar a color of white. So I'll just give the nav bar a color of text color primary, which is basically white. Head back to the web page. You can understand we can actually see them right now. And there's now space between each of these items in the nav bar. So next I want to add a padding to this nav bar. Now the items of the nav bar are too close to the edges, okay? So we're going to add a padding to them. So I'll give the nav bar, nav padding, top and bottom. I want it to have a padding of 0, left and right. I want it to have a padding of 2%. And that is going to ensure that we have a padding on the left hand side and the right hand side of this nav bar. Okay. Next, I want to give it a height of 55 pixels. I'll align the item center. I'll say align items. I'm going to give it center. I want the nav bar to be positioned at the top of the web page. So I'll give it a position of fixed. I'll give it a top of 0, a left of 0, and then I'll give it a width of 100%. I'll give it a Z index of 100. That way no other item will be able to overlap the nav bar. Then last, I'll give it a background color of BG main, which is the same color we give to our background. I'll save that. We cannot actually see the nav bar. That's because the background color of the nav bar is the same background color we applied to the body. And to actually see the height of the nav bar, just give this a background. I'll give it red. And now when I save that, you're going to see that our nav bar has a height of 55 pixels. I just get rid of that background of red. Alright. So next, we're going to style the items on the left hand side of the nav bar. Okay, there's this icon and this VidTube logo. Okay, so I'll go to my standard CSS file. Down here, I'll say nav. I want to target the left hand side, so I'll say dot nav left. As the nav class we added to our nav left right here, this nav class right, this nav left class right here. Okay, I'll give this a display. I'll give it flex. Then I'll give it an align items of center. Then I want a gap between each of the items, so I'm going to add a gap of 10 pixels. And lastly, I want it to have a flex of 1. I'll save that. And now I return back to the web. You're going to notice that these items are actually arranged side by side. They're arranged in a flex container. But you can see another problem we are facing now. When I give this nav left a background color, I'll give this a background color of blue. You are going to notice that this nav left right here occupies up to this point, and this nav center and the nav right now occupy this little small area right here. Okay, the reason for that is because I gave this nav left a flex of 1. I'm basically telling this nav left to stretch out and occupy as much space as you can get. Okay, flex of 1. But we don't want this nav left to squish these other items. So what we are going to do, we're going to give these other items a flex of 1 too, so they occupy as much space as they can get and they are not compressed by the nav left. So what we are going to do down here, I'm going to say nav center. I'll give this to a flex. I'll give it 1. Then I'll just copy that and drag that down. Then this one is going to be nav right, and it's also going to have a flex of 1. Now when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that these items now occupy equal space. Now when I add background color to each of them, I'll give this one a background color of red. I'll give this one a background color of green. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web, you're going to notice that each of the contents of the nav bar are going to occupy equal space because we gave each of them a flex of 1. I want to get rid of those background color. I'll get rid of this. I'll get rid of this. And I'll get rid of this. Alright, cool. Now we can now focus on actually styling the nav left. So next I'm going to target the icon container. That's this icon container. This icon container class we created up in the apps around this icon. Okay, I'm going to target that class. So I'll just copy up to this point. I'll paste that right here. I'll copy the icon container class from my index.html file. Just copy this. I'll head back to my style of CSS file. I'll paste that right here. Now I want to give this a width of 40 pixels, a height of 40 pixels, a font size of 1.1 rem, and lastly a border radius. I'm going to give it 50%. And also when someone hovers on this icon, I want to add some styles to it. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Then I'm going to say on hover. When someone hovers on it, I want to give it a background color of BG hover. Okay, I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, when I hover on this, you can see right now that hover effect has been applied. And when we hover on it, you can see that the icon is not actually at the center of the icon container. So we have to ensure it's actually at the center. Okay, and also we have to give it a cursor of pointer. So I'll give this icon container, I'll give it a cursor of pointer. And to actually ensure that the icon is actually at the center of its container, what we are going to do, we give the icon container a display of grid. Then we'll say we want to place all the items, place the items of this container at the center. I'll save that. And when I head back to the web page, I notice that this is actually at the center right now when we hover on it. Alright, cool. So next we're going to style this paragraph that is acting as our logo. So I'll just go to my style of CSS file, copy this, I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just paste that underneath here. And I'll target the p tag in there. I'll give this p tag a font size of 1.3 rem. Then I'll give it a font weight of 500. Then next, I want to target the span tag inside the paragraph tag. Remember when we created this paragraph tag, I also added a span tag in here that wraps around this tube text. Okay, so we're going to style that too. So I'll go to my style of CSS file, copy this, I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just target the span tag in there. I'll give the span tag a background color of red. I'll give it a padding, top and bottom of 0, left and right of 4 pixels. And last, I'm going to give it a border radius of 5 pixels, 10 pixels. I'll save that. Now we head back to the web page. You can see that this text is actually styled and it's looking really good. So now we can now focus on the items on the center of the nav bar. So I'll go to my style.css file. I'll give this nav center a display. I'll give it flex. I'll give it an align items of center. And lastly, I want a gap between the items. So I'll give it a gap of 15 pixels. I'll save that. Head back to the web. You can see right now that these items are now arranged side by side. Okay. And also we want the items of the input container to be arranged side by side. So we have to target that. So I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just copy that class from index.html file, the class that wraps around our input and our input icon. So I'll copy this. I'll paste that right here. Now give this a display of flex. I'll save that. I'm gonna head back to the web. You're going to notice that both these items are now arranged side by side in a flex display. So I'm going to align the items of the input container vertically center. So I'll give it an align items of center. I'll give it a width of 550 pixels, a height of 40 pixels, border radius, I'm going to give it 30 pixels, and last I'll give it an overflow of hidden. Okay. Next, I'm going to target the input inside the input container. So I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here and I'll just target the input in there. I'll give this input a width of 100%. I'm basically telling the input to occupy 100% of the width of its container. Okay. I'll give it a height of 100%. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. You can notice right now that the input now stretches out and occupy 100% of the width and height of its parent container. But you can notice that the input actually now compresses this icon. Okay, we don't want that, so we're going to actually apply styles to the icon too. So I'll go to my style.css file. I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I want to target the class name we give to that icon container inside our input container, which is this search button right here. So I'll just copy this. I'll go to my style.css file. I'll just paste that right here. We'll give this a width of 70 pixels. We'll give it a height of 100%. I'm basically telling it to occupy 100% height of its parent container. Okay. I'll give it a background color of our BG hover. Okay. A cursor of pointer, and lastly I want to give it a font size of 1.1 rem. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. You can see that this button is actually looking really good, but the icon is not at the center, so we're gonna just place it at the center. To do that, we'll just give it a display. We'll give it grid, then place items. We just use center, and that's going to ensure that the icon is going to be at the center of the search button container. Alright, cool. So now that we've started up this button, we can now focus on this input. Okay. First of all, I want to get rid of the white background of the input. So I'll give it a background of transparent. I'll give it a border of none. I don't want any border on the input. And also I'm going to give it an outline of none. I'll give it a border top left radius of 30 pixels. I'll also give it a border bottom left radius of 30 pixels. So I'll just drag that down. Then I'll change this top to bottom. Okay. Then I'm going to give it a border for 1 pixels solid. One of our variable color, which is going to be border color. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web. You can see the input right here. I can actually type on the input, but the problem we're having is that the color of the input is actually black and the input is too close to the edges right here. So we're going to add a padding left to this input. So I'll give this input a padding left of 20 pixels. Then I'm going to give it a color of text primary to ensure that the color is actually white. I'll save that. I'm going to head back to the web page and see that this input is completely styled and it looks really good. So next, I'm going to apply styles to the placeholder inside this input. I basically just want to increase the font size of the placeholder. So I'll copy this. I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Then I'll target the placeholder in there. I'll basically just give the placeholder a font size of 1.1 rem. And also, when someone focuses on this input, I want to apply some styles to the input. So I'll just copy this and paste that underneath here. Then I'm going to say on focus of this input. So when someone focuses on the input, I want to give it a border color of accent blue, okay, which is one of our variable colors. Okay, so I'll go back to my web page. Now when I focus on this input, you can see right now that it now has a color of blue, and the placeholder now actually looks bigger. You can actually see it better. So next we can start styling the items of the right nav bar. So I'll go to my style of CSS file. First of all, I'll give it a display. I'll give it flex, and that's going to ensure that the items are going to be arranged horizontally. But I don't want the items to be at the start of their content. I want them to be at the end. Okay, so I'll give it a justify content. I'll say justify content. I'm going to say flex end, and that is going to ensure that the items are going to be positioned at the end of their flex container. All right, cool. And also let's quickly just apply styles to this icon right here. Okay, so down here I'm going to say nav center. Then I want to target the icon container in that nav center, and the styles I want to apply to this icon right here already applies to this one right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to ensure that they share the styles. So I'll just cut this off from here. I'll scroll up. Where's the icon container style we created up here? Right here. I'll paste that right here. Okay, now when we turn back to the web page, you're going to notice that the styles are being applied, but we cannot actually see it because we didn't add the hover property to it. But this particular icon, don't want it to have that hover property. We want it to have a background color. So what we are going to do is just scroll down. We'll scroll down. Then we'll paste that right here again. Then we'll give this a background color of BG over. And also I want to give it a flex shrink of 0. That way, even for mobile device and small screen device, the input at the input container at the right left hand side of this icon is not going to actually compress this icon container. I give it a flex shrink of 0. Save that, go back to the web page. You're going to notice that this icon is actually now styled. So let's focus on these items right here. So I'll give them a gap of 10 pixels, and also I'll give it an align item. Sorry, align items. I'm going to use center. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You're going to notice that they actually look better this way. Next, I'm going to focus on styling this create button. So I'll go to my index.html file. I'll just copy that class right here. Remember we gave this a class name of create button. So I'll just copy that. I'm going to go to my style of CSS file. Then I'm going to say nav.nav rights. I'll paste that class right here. I want to give this a background color of BG over, a padding top and bottom. I want it to have a padding of 8 pixels, left and right 12 pixels, border radius of 30 pixels, and lastly cursor of pointer. And I'll target the span tag in there. So I'll copy this, I'll paste that underneath here, and I'll just target the span tag in there. I'll give the span tag a font size of 0.85 rem, and lastly I'll give it a font weight of 500. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You're going to notice that this create button is actually styled. So next we're going to style this notification icon. Okay, it's basically going to have the same style as this one. Okay, so just go scroll up to our icon container styles. Where's the icon container? Yeah, then right here I'm going to say nav dot nav right, then dot icon container. And also I'll just copy this, I'll paste that right here, add a comma, paste that right here. Then on hover, I want these other styles to be applied, this background color to be applied to it. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You're going to notice that when I hover on this, it's actually having the same styles as this one. Okay, they're basically just sharing the styles. That way we don't have to repeat ourselves and rewrite two styles anymore. And with that, we're almost done with the nav bar, but we are not completely done yet. We've not added this image right here. Okay, so let's do that. So I'll go to my index.html file. After this icon container, I want to add an image. And this image is going to go into the images folder. It's going to point to image1.jpg, and the auth there is going to be profile pic. I'll save that. I'm going to head back to the web page. You're going to notice that we have this humongous image. Okay, so let's quickly style it up. So I'll go to my style of CSS file, just scroll all the way down. I'll copy this, I'll paste that underneath here, just target the image in there. I'll give the image a width of 35 pixels, a height, I'll give it 35 pixels, a border radius of 50% and object feet. I'm going to use cover. I'll save that. And when I head back to the web page, you can see that this image is completely styled, and with that you are basically done working on the navigation bar. So next, I can start working on the sidebar and the main section. So I go back to my index.html file. After this header, I just wrap up this header. After this header, I'll create a div. This div is going to have a class of page wrapper. And inside this page wrapper, they're going to have an aside. It's going to have a class of left side bar. After that, I'm going to have a main. I'm going to have a class of main content. Right. Now you have to actually get the layout of this web page. So I'll copy this page wrapper. I'll head to my style.css file. I'll just paste that underneath here. I'll give this page wrapper a display. I'll give it flex. Okay. Now that's going to ensure that the left sidebar and the main content are going to be arranged side by side. Okay. They're going to be in a flex container. After that, I'm going to target the left sidebar. I'll give the left sidebar a width. I'll give it 240 pixels. I'll give it a height. Now for the height of the left sidebar, we want the left sidebar to have a height that is 100 VH, but we also want to subtract the height of the navbar. Remember that this navbar has a height of 55 pixels. We give this navbar a height of 55 pixels. So we want to give this sidebar a height of 100 VH minus the height we give to this sidebar. So I'm going to say calculate 100 VH minus 55 pixels. Okay. Then I'll target the main content. I'll give it the same height we give to the left sidebar, which is the height of 100 VH minus the height of the nav bar. I'm going to give each of them background color so you can actually see them. So I'll give the left sidebar background color. I'll give it blue. Then I'll give the main content a background color. I'll give it red. I'll save that. I want to head back to the web page. You're going to notice that we have our left sidebar right here with a background color of blue, but you cannot see our main content. That's because our main content doesn't have a fixed height. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to tell the main content to occupy 100% width. Now, after the left sidebar has occupied 240 pixels of the width of the page wrapper, I want it to occupy 100%, occupy the remaining space. So we're going to give this a width of 100%. I'll save that. And when we turn back to the web page, you're going to notice that the main content now occupies 100% of the container. After the left sidebar has taken its 240 pixels, now we have another problem. You're going to notice that we have space at the bottom right here. That's because we gave these items a height of 100 VH minus the height of the navbar. Okay, now these content are now starting at the top of the web page and they are ending right here. Remember that this navbar has a position of fixed. That means it's not in the document flow, which means these items right now, if you can see these items, this left sidebar and this main content are starting at the top of the web page because this one is not in the document flow. So what we are going to do, we are going to give these items a margin top of 55 pixels. That way you are going to start after the navbar. So I'll give this a margin top. I'm going to give it 55 pixels. I also give this a margin top of 55 pixels. I'll save that. And when I head back to the web page, you're going to notice that they are going to now have a margin top of 55 pixels, and this looks really good. So now we've gotten the layouts of this page. We're now actually working on the left sidebar. So I'll get rid of those background color. I'll get rid of this background color of red. I'll get rid of that. I'll get rid of the background color of blue. I'll get rid of that. So now I can start actually adding items to the left sidebar. So I'll go back to my index.html file. I'll just open up this tag right here. First of all, I'm going to have a div. This div is going to have a class of nav links. Inside this div, I'm going to have an anchor tag. This anchor tag is not going to go anywhere. Inside this anchor tag, I'm going to have an icon. This one is going to have a class of far, home. And it's going to have a span that is simply going to say home. So I'll just drag this down multiple times. 1, 2. Now the next one is going to be short. and it's going to have an icon of fastfire built. The next one is going to be subscriptions. It's going to have an icon of fastfire play cycle. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, you can see those icons we just added right here at the left hand side of the web page inside our left sidebar. Okay, so let's start applying styles to them. So I'll copy the class name of this container. This is Navlix container. I'm going to copy that. I'll head to my style of CSS file. Now under this left sidebar, let me just label this. This is going to be styles for the left sidebar. I'll comment that off. Underneath this place, I'm going to say dots left sidebar. Then I'll paste that class name right here. I want to give this a display. I'll give it grid. Then I want a gap between each of the anchor tags. So I'll give them a gap. So a gap of 5 pixels. Go back to the web page. You're going to notice that these links are not arranged vertically down. Okay. But you're going to notice that the links are too close to the edges. Okay. So I'm going to add a padding around this left sidebar. So I'll give the left sidebar a padding of 10 pixels. And that's going to apply a padding of 10 pixels around the items of this navbar. So now I can start styling the individual anchor tags. So I'll just go back to my style of CSS. So I'll copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just target the anchor tag in there. First off, I want to give this anchor tag a text decoration of none. That's going to get rid of that ugly underline we have on this anchor tag. So I'm going to give them a display. I'll give them flex. I'll add a gap between the span tag and the icon of 20 pixels. I'm going to align the items at the center. I'll give them a color of white, which is text primary. I'll give them a padding of 12 pixels. And lastly, border radius. I'm going to give them 10 pixels. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You're going to notice that these links are actually looking better. Next, I'm going to style the icons inside these anchor tags. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Then we are going to give the icon a font size. I'll give it a font size of 1.2 rem. Save that. Now you're going to notice that the icon is actually going to be larger. So next, when we hover on these links, I want to add a background color. So I'll just paste that underneath here again. Then I want to say on hover of these links, I want it to have a background color of BG hover color. Alright. Now when I go back to the web page, when I hover on this, I'm going to notice that hover effect right there. And this home page is going to be acting as the active link. So let's quickly do that. So I'll just go back to my style of CSS file down here and just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now give this a .active class, which is going to have the background color that we are applying to it when we hover on the links. I'll just paste that right here. Then I'll copy this class. Now I'm going to add that class. Save this style of CSS. So I'm going to add that class to the first link, which is this one with this home span. I'll paste that right here. Sorry, I was going to say class. Then I'll just paste it in here. All right. Now when I go back to the web page, you're going to notice that this first link is going to be acting as the active link, because right now we are at the home page of the website. We're actually building the home page of this website. So I'll go back to my index.html. I'm going to wrap up these nav links. So after this nav links div, I'm going to create a div. This div is going to have a class of sidebar line. I'll just copy this class name. I'll head to my style of CSS file. Down here, I'll just paste that down right here. I'll give this a width. I'll give it 100%. I'll give it a height of 1 pixels. We'll give it a background color of this border color right here. And lastly, we're going to give it a margin. Top and bottom, I want it to have a margin of 10 pixels. Left and right, a margin of 0. Save that. When I go back to the web, you can see that line we just added right here. All right, cool. Now after this div, I'm going to have a h3 tag, which is simply going to say you. I'm going to have a class of sidebar header. I'll copy this, save this file, head to my style of CSS file. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a color of text color primary. I'll give it a font width of 500 a font size of 1 rem. And lastly, margin top and bottom of 5 pixels, left and right of 0. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You can see that H3 tag we just added right here. So next we are going to add more links to this left sidebar. So go to our index.html file, copy these links we already created. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll save that. Now go back to the web page. You're going to see that we have more links right here. Okay. For this one, we're actually going to have 5 links. So I'm just going to add more. I'll just copy this. I'll drag this down multiple times. 1, 2. Okay. Now we can update these links. This first one, instead of home, is going to be fast far history. And the span is going to say history. Second icon is going to be fast far lists. And the span is going to say play list. The third one is going to be fast far theme. And the span is going to say your videos. The third one is going to say far clock. And the span is simply going to say watch later. And the last one is going to say far thumbs up. And the span tag is simply going to say liked videos. I'll save that. I'm going to head back to the web page. You're going to see that these icons have been updated. Alright, cool. And we have to get rid of this active class on this first link. I'll just go back to my index.html file. I'll get rid of this class for this first link. Save that. Head back to the web page. Yeah, this is way better. So next we're going to add another header. So I'll just copy this header and this sidebar line. I'll copy that. I'll fold these nav links right here. Just fold it up. Now I'll paste that underneath here. This header this time around is going to be explore. Now copy this link. I'll paste that underneath here. Now I have to update these ones too. So this one is going to be fast fire. And the span tag is going to be trending. Next one is going to be fast music. And the span tag is going to say music. Next one is going to be fast game pad. And the span tag is going to say gaming. The next one is going to be fast news paper, and the span tag is simply going to say news. And the last one is going to be fast trophy, and the span tag is simply going to say sports. I'll save that. Head back to the web page and we have those items right here. Alright, so we're going to add more items to the sidebar. So I'll just wrap this up. I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just get rid of this. We don't need header for the last list of links. This is going to be fast cog. And the span tag is simply going to say settings. Next one is going to be fast flag. And the name of this link is going to be reports history. Then we're going to have fast question cycle. And this one is going to be help. And finally, we're going to have fast comments out. This one is going to be send feedback. Alright, cool. And we don't need this last one, so I'll get rid of this last link. I'll save that. I'm gonna head back to the web page. You can see that those items we just added, the new links we just added, settings, report history, help, and send feedback. We have a problem. You can see right now that the left sidebar is making the whole web page scroll. Okay, you can see right now this web page is actually scrolling. We don't want the whole web page to scroll. You can see right now this scroll bar right here is actually scrolling. What we want is that when the left sidebar overflows, we want to be able to scroll the left sidebar on its own without actually scrolling the entire web page. So what we are going to do, go to instead of CSS file, I'll just scroll up Yes, that's styles for the left sidebar. I'll give this an overflow. I'll give it auto. That way, when the left sidebar overflows, we can actually scroll through the left sidebar, and I'll get rid of this ugly scroll bar. I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Now I'm going to say colon WebKit scroll bar. I'll give it a width. I'll give it 0. Save that. Return back to the web page and see that ugly scroll bar is actually gone, and we can scroll through the items of our left sidebar. But the last item is too close to the bottom, so what we are going to do, I'll just add a padding bottom to this left sidebar. So I'll give this a padding bottom. Just give it 50 pixels. Save that. Yeah, this is way better. Alright, cool. Now with that, we are basically done working on the left sidebar. Now you have to start working on the items of the main section. This horizontal scroll search tags right here, and also these items right here, you can actually scroll through. Let's start working on that. So I'll go to my index.html file and just wrap up everything in the left sidebar. I'm done with the left sidebar. I'll wrap it up. Now inside this main, I'm going to create a div. This div is going to have a class of search tags. Inside this search tag container, I'm going to have a list of search tags. Okay, so I'm just going to paste them right here because there are actually a lot of them. I'll paste them right here. You can see them right here. YouTube algorithm, how to go on. You just basically search tags on YouTube. Okay, I'll save that. Now when I return back to the web page, you can see those items right here. They are actually in the web page, but they have a color of black. You can see them right here. They are inside the web page. Okay, so let's start applying styles to them. So I'll go to my style.css file. First of all, I just copy this class name, is search tags. I'll copy this. I'll head to my style.css file. I'll scroll down. Then I'm going to say this is going to be style to my main content. So I'll just label that out. Main content. I'll just commit that off. That way we know that these are the styles for our main content. Then I'm going to say dot main content. Then I'll paste that class name right here. First, I want to give this a display of flex because I want all the span tags to be arranged horizontally. And I'll give them a gap of 10 pixels. I'm going to add a padding of 10 pixels to this container. And now I have to style the individual span tag. So I'll copy this. I'll paste that right here. I'll target the span tag. Remember that all the search tags we wrote are inside the span tags. Okay, so we're going to style the individual span tags inside the search tags container. All right. First, I want to give it a background color of BG over. I'll give it a color of text color primary. And I'll give it a border radius of 10 pixels. I'm going to add a padding top and bottom. We'll give it 6 pixels top and bottom. Left and right 12 pixels. We'll give it a cursor of pointer, and then we'll give it a font width of 600. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, you can see those search tags right here. Okay, and we see the problem we're having now. These search tags there are lots of them arranged horizontally, so obviously they're going to actually compress the other items in the web page. So we don't want that. We want the search tags so we'll only occupy the width of the main content. We don't want it to expand and compress our left sidebar. Okay, remember we give this main content a width of 100% right here. Okay, so we just have to tell the main content to have a minimum width of 0. So I'll give this a minimum width. I'll give it 0. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, I'm going to notice that it's not going to compress the left sidebar anymore. Okay, but we still have a problem. When we try to scroll through this, you're going to notice that it's actually scrolling our entire web page and it's scrolling our left sidebar out of viewport. Okay, so what we are going to do, give these search tags overflow X. We'll give it auto. That way, when it overflows, we can actually be able to scroll through just the search tags container. And also, I'll get rid of this scroll bar. I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll say web kit scroll bar. I'll give it a height of 0. I'll save that. Head back to the web. You can see that ugly scroll bar is actually gone. All right, cool. Now we can actually apply more styles to these search tags. Okay, so first of all, I want to give this a white space of no wrap. Okay, so I'll say white space. I'm going to use no wrap. I'll save that. And when I head back to the web, you're going to notice that when I add that property to this search tag, you're going to notice that the paragraph tag is not going to fold down to the next paragraph. Okay, they're going to be arranged straight no matter how long they are. You can see right now that all the paragraph tags are arranged straight. That's what the white space no wrap is going to do. Okay, it's going to ensure that our paragraph tags is actually horizontal. Next, we'll just quickly reduce the font size of this search tag. So we are going to give them a font size. We'll reduce 0.9 rem. All right, head back to the web page and you see that they're actually smaller in fonts. The font size is actually smaller. All right, now all that is left to do is that you have to actually create an active class for this. Okay, you want this one to be the active class, so you have to create an active class for this. So I'll go back to my style of CSS file down here. I'll just copy up to this point. I'll copy this, I'll paste that underneath here, then I'll create an active class dot active. I'll give it a background color of text color primary and a color of BG main, which is basically black. All right, when I head back to the web, you're going to notice that this first tag has a background color of white and a color of black. And the reason for that is because when we head to our index.html file, when you go to our first span tag, you'll notice that it has a class of active. That's a class we are applying this styles to, the active class. Okay, so next we're going to start working on the video section. I'm going to list start all the videos and also the thumbnails of the video. So let's do that. I head back to my index.html file. I just wrap up these search tags right here. I'll create another div. I'll give this div a class or video grid. And inside this div, I'm going to have another div. This div is going to have a class or video card. And what we are going to do is we're going to create more of this cards so that we can actually work on getting the layouts of this video grid. So I just copy this, drag this down 1, 2. I'll save that. Then I'm going to copy this class name and head to my style of CSS file. Then I'm going to say .main content. Then I'll paste that class right here, video grid. I'll give this a display. I'll give it grid. I'll give it a grid template columns of repeats, auto, fit, min, max, 350 pixels, minimum, then 1 fraction. We'll give each of the card a gap of 15 pixels. And now we have to style each of the cards. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll style each of the video cards. I'll just copy that class from my index.html first. I want to style each of the video card. I'll copy this class name right here. Right to my style of CSS. So I'll paste that right here. I'll give this a height. First of all, I just want to give it a height for now because this is not going to have a height. The height is going to be auto what. I just want to give it a height so we can actually see it for now. I'll give it a height of 500. Let me just use 300 pixels. I'll give it a background color of red. And lastly, I'll give it a cursor of pointer. I'll save that. I head back to the web page. You're going to notice that we have these 3 cards in our web page. But the cards are too close to the edges, so I just add a padding on the right hand side. Basically, I just add a padding around this entire main content. Okay, so I'll go to my style of CSS file, just scroll up. I'll give this a padding, top and bottom of 0, left and right of 25 pixels. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You're going to notice now we now have a padding on the left hand side and on the right hand side of this container, this main content container right here. Okay. But the cards are too close to these search tags right here, so I'll give them a margin top. Okay, so I just give the video grid a margin top. I'll give it 5 pixels. I'll save that. Yeah, this is a little bit better. So now we've gotten the layout of these cards. We can start actually adding contents to the card. Okay, so I'll go to my style of CSS file. I just get rid of this background color and this height right here. I don't need that anymore. I'll save the file and I'll head to my index.html file. Inside this video card, first of all, I want to add an image. Now this image is going to go into the images folder and it's going to point to thumbnail1.png. Then the alt text is going to be thumbnail. and it's going to have a class of thumbnail. And after that, I'm going to create a div. This div is going to have a class of video info, and inside this div I'm going to have an image too, and this image is going to go into the images folder and it's going to point to image1.jpg, and this image is going to have an alt text called channel image. Okay, basically the profile picture of the channel, so just spell that right, channel image. It's going to have a class of channel image. Okay, now after that I'm going to have another div, and inside this div I'm going to have a p tag. Now this p tag is going to have this title in there, how to create a coffee website using HTML and CSS. After that I'll create another div. This particular div is going to have a class of video channel info. Inside this video channel info content, I want to have a p tag. The first one is going to say Egbon Tech. Then I'm going to have another p tag, and this p tag is going to have two span, and this first span is going to contain the views. So for this one, I'm going to say 1.5k views. And after that, I have another span tag, and this one is going to be for the timestamp the video was actually created. I used 3 days ago. After this div, I'm going to have an icon down here. This icon is going to have a class of far ellipsis v. I'll save that and head back to the web page. You can see we have 2 humongous images in the web page, and you can see the content we just added right here in our HTML. Okay, so let's start applying styles to them. So first of all, I'm going to apply styles to the images. Okay, so I'll go to my style.css file. Down here, I'll just copy up to this point. I'll copy up to this point. I'll paste that underneath here. Remember, we'll give the first image a class of thumbnail. So we'll just copy that class and target that image. I'll paste that right here. I'll give this image a height. I'll give it to 30 pixels. Then for the width, I'm going to give it a width of 100%. Remember that the card is already in a grid display. Okay, so we just tell the image to occupy 100% of its parent container. So we'll give it an object fit of content, and last add a border radius of 10 pixels. So I'll copy this again. I'll paste that underneath here. Now I want to target the other image. I'll just copy that image class name for here, this channel image class. I'll copy this. I'll head to my style.css file. I'll just paste that right here. This image is going to have a width of 35 pixels. It's going to have a height of 35 pixels. Object fit, we'll give it cover. Then lastly, border radius, we're going to give it 50% to ensure the image is actually circular. Head back to the web, you're going to notice that we've styled these 2 images, okay? And they look really good. So now we can start working on the other items of this card, okay? So remember that this class right here, this video info, is what happens around everything in the info. Okay, so just copy this class name. I'll copy this. I'll head to my style.css file. So down here we'll say .main content .video grid .video card. Then I'll paste that right here, video info class. Now first of all, I'm going to give it a margin top of 5 pixels, and that's going to add a margin between this info details right here and this thumbnail image. Okay, then I'm going to give it display. I'll give it flex. I'll add a gap between the items, a gap of 10 pixels. I'll give the items inside the container a color of text color primary, which is basically white. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. I notice that these items are actually styled, but this image is actually kind of shrinking. Okay, so what we are going to do, give that image a flex shrink of 0. That channel image, I'm going to give this a flex shrink. I give it 0, and that's going to ensure that that image is never going to actually shrink. I'm going to apply more styles to these items right here. Okay, so I'll give them a font size of 0.95 rem. I'll give them a font weight of 500. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You see, they actually look better this way. All right, cool. So next, we're going to target the content that wraps around these 2 items. Okay, remember that in our index.html file, those 2 items are wrapped around by this video channel info. So I'll just copy this. I'll go to my style.css file. I'll paste that right here. I'll just copy this and paste it at the back right here. We'll give them a font size of 0.9 rem. We'll give them a margin top of 5 pixels, and lastly, I'm going to give them a color of hash AAA. I'll save that. I'm going to head back to the web page. You're going to notice that these items are actually styled. Now, after this number of view span, I want a dot here before these other 3 days ago. So let's do that. So first of all, just give this span tag a unique class name. I'll go to my index.html file. I'll give this a class name of views. I'll save that. Then I'll go to my style.css. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that right here. And I'll target add views. I'm going to use a pseudo after element. So I'm going to say colon after. The content is going to be this right here, this little dot right here. Okay, I'll save that. And when I head back to the web page, I'm going to notice that we now have that little dot after these 1.5k views. Okay, that's all the pseudo element in CSS does. You can use it to actually add content to your index.html file, to your web page, without actually writing the HTML code for that item. Okay, so I'll just add a margin to this dot. Okay, I'll give it a margin top and bottom of 0, left and right 4 pixels. I'll save that. Return back to the web page. You can see this actually looks really good. And the last thing I'm going to do, just give this icon a little margin top, okay, to just push it down a little bit. So I'll go to my style.css file. I'll copy the class name for that. What's the class name for that? There's no class name for this icon, so I'll just give it a class name. I'm going to give it a class name of video menu icon. I'll save that. I'll just copy that class name. Head to my style.css file. Down here, I'm going to say dot main content dot video card dot that class name right here. I'll just give it a margin top of 5 pixels. I'll save that. And that's going to just push it down a little bit. So with that, we are done styling this card. So all we have to do is actually create more cards. Okay. So I just go to my index.html file. I'll go to my index.html file. I'll just wrap up this video card. I'll drag that down multiple times. 1, 2. Then I'll get rid of these other 2 right here. We don't need those ones anymore. I'll save that. And when I head back to the web, you can see that we have 3 cards in our web page. So next, I'll just update these 2 other cards. Okay. Go back to my index.html file. Scroll all the way up. This is the first one. This one is going to have a thumbnail of thumbnail2.png. Then it's going to have this title right here. How to create a social media website like Facebook using HTML and CSS. For the views, I just do 15k views. For the date posted, I just do 3 months ago. 3 months ago. For the next one, it's going to have a thumbnail of thumbnail3.png. Then the title is going to be how to create a medical website using HTML and CSS. Then for the views, I just give this one 1k views. Then for the when posted, I'll use 7 days ago. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web, you're going to see these other cards have been updated. Okay. So we are going to have 6 more cards. So to save down, just paste 6 more cards right here. Okay. So down here in my index.html, after this last card, I'll just paste 6 more cards right here. Okay. And you can see these other cards. These, they are just start from up. I'll start from the 4th one. This one has an image of thumbnail4.png, and the title is how to create a filterable image color using HTML and CSS. And you can see the views and the date posted. Then the next one, thumbnail5.png. Then the title, how to create a social media website like Instagram using HTML and CSS. Then the next one, thumbnail6. You see the title right here, how to create a calendar page. Then the next one, thumbnail7, how to create a quiz app using React. Then thumbnail 8, how to create a calculator app using React.js. Then the last one, thumbnail 9, how to create a to-do app using React.js. I'll save that. When I head back to the web, you can see all those cards right here. Okay. Now you can see the problem we actually have. Now when we scroll, you're going to scroll the entire web page, including our left sidebar. We don't want our left sidebar to scroll off the viewport when we scroll the main feed. Okay. So what we are going to do, I'm going to give the main feed an overflow of auto. So I'll go to my style.css. So I'll just look for that class. I'll look for that. Use the main content. I'll give this an overflow of auto, or basically I'll give it overflow. Why? I'll give it auto. Save that. And when I head back to the web, you're going to notice that when these terms overflow, we can just scroll the main section, okay, without actually scrolling our left sidebar off the viewport. And now also we have to get rid of the scroll bar, so I'll just copy this main content. I'll paste that right here. Then I'll say colon WebKit scroll bar. I'll give it a width. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. We no longer see that ugly scroll bar right there. Okay. And now the items of the main content are too close to the bottom, so just add a padding bottom. So I'll give it a padding bottom of 50 pixels. Save that. Yeah, that's actually way better. There's now a space, a padding at the bottom of this main section. So now you're basically done styling the entire web page. Now we just have to ensure that these are actually fully responsive on all screen devices. So to actually check if this is responsive, I'm going to go to my developer tools. To do that, I'm going to right click on the web page and go to inspect. Yeah, in this developer tools right here, I can view this web page on whatever device I want to view this web page on. Right now, I'm viewing this web page on iPad mini. I can view this web page on iPhone 12 Pro. I can view this web page on iPad Air. I can view this web page on Samsung Galaxy S8 Plus. You can see right now that I can view this on different devices. Okay, and also there's a feature in this developer tool called responsive. Okay, in this responsive, you can increase and decrease the screen size as you wish. Now, when you go to devices, you're going to notice that these devices have fixed width. For example, iPhone 12 Pro has a fixed width, screen size width of 390 pixels, okay, which means you cannot increase or decrease it. But with responsive, you can actually increase and decrease the size as you want. That way you can measure out your breakpoint. And this value right here, these are the values we are going to be using to actually measure out the breakpoint. And first of all, we're going to create a new file. So I'll go back to my Visual Studio Code. I'll create a new file. I'll call this file responsive.css. And this is this file I'm going to write all the media queries for this web page. So I'll just go to my index.html file, actually link that responsive.css to this index.html file. Just drag this down. Then I'll say responsive.css. Alright, cool. Now just close this back up. Head to my responsive.css now. Now inside this responsive.css, I'm going to have 3 breakpoints. First of all, I'm going to have a breakpoint for desktops, which is going to be a screen size of 1280 pixels. I'll comment that off. Then the next breakpoint is going to be for small laptops. I'll say small laptops. It's going to be at screen size of 1024 pixels. Then the last breakpoint is going to be for tablets. It's going to be at 768 pixels. I'll comment that off. Alright, cool. Now here I'm going to create a media query. I'm going to say at media max width 1280 pixels. Now just copy this. I'll paste that right here. This one is going to be 1024 pixels. Then I'll paste that right here again. Why this one is going to be 768 pixels. Alright. Now we have to actually get our breakpoint and see the changes we are going to make to this web page. So I'll go to my CSS file. First of all, I have to ensure that the navbar is responsive as this navbar up here, okay? So I'll start to use the screen and see when it starts to get unresponsive. You're going to notice that just when it goes below 1000 pixels, you're going to notice that the items of the navbar start to compress a lot. So what we are going to do here is that we're going to just reduce the width of this search input, okay? So I'll go to my style.css and look for the class that actually applies that style. I'll just, I think, up here in our navbar, just scroll up, nav center, input container. Yeah, these are the styles for it. Remember, we gave the input container a width of 550 pixels. And we just have to reduce that width to about 400 pixels. So I'll just copy this. I head to my responsive.css. I'll paste that in here. And I'll give this a width. I'll give it 400 pixels. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, I'm going to notice that when this goes less than 1028 pixels, you're going to notice that the width of the input container is going to reduce. When it goes less than 1028 pixels, you're going to notice that the width right there is going to actually reduce. Okay, when we start reducing further, you're going to notice that everything is going to look okay. But what we are going to do is that you're still going to notice that at this point it's still going to actually compress the items of the nav bar. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to paste that right here again. I'll just copy this again. I'll paste that for 1024 pixels. Then I'll just give it a width. I'll give it 250 pixels. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, I'm going to notice that for screen size less than 1024 pixels, the input container will now have a width of 250 pixels. Okay, that way it does not actually compress or shrink the other items in the nav bar. Okay, so when we continue shrinking further, you're going to notice that it's still going to shrink the items of the nav bar. So what we are going to do is that we are going to ensure that this nav center, the items at the center, have a display of none for small screen devices. So I'll go to 768 pixels. I'll paste that class right here again. Then I'll give it a display. I'll give it none. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, when I start to read, when it goes less than 768 pixels, it's going to have a display of none. We basically just want to give everything in that nav center a display of none. So instead of targeting the input container, I'll just target the nav center. That way the entire nav center is going to have a display of none. Yeah, that's way better. And this is going to be responsive on mobile devices. So next, we're going to reduce the padding at the left hand side and the right hand side of this nav bar. Remember, we gave the nav, let's go to the nav, we gave the nav a padding. Where's that nav? Starts with the nav. We gave the nav a padding top and bottom of 0, left and right of 2%. So we're just going to give it left and right of 1%. So yeah, here I'll just nav, I'll say padding top and bottom is still going to remain 0, left and right 1%. And that's going to ensure that the padding on the left hand side and the right hand side of this nav bar is actually going to reduce. That's going to actually ensure it gives the items of the nav bar more space to actually occupy for small screen devices. And also we have to reduce the gap between each of these items. Okay, you're going to notice that the gap between each of the items for small screen device is actually much. When you view this on a real phone or real mobile device, you're going to notice that the gap are actually too much. So what we are going to do, we're going to reduce those gap. So I'll go to my style of CSS file. I think the nav left, give it a gap of 10 pixels. So I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. And this time I'm going to give it a gap of 5 pixels. I'll do the same thing for the nav right. I'll reduce the gap between the items. Where's the nav right? Yeah, the gap is 10 pixels. So I'll just copy this. I'll head to my responsive of CSS. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just give it a gap. I'll give it 5 pixels. I'll save that. Head back to the web page. Yeah, this actually looks way better. Now we can start working on making the left sidebar responsive. Okay, so what I want to do for the left sidebar is that for screen size less than 768 pixels, I want to give this left sidebar a position of fixed. Okay, so I'll just give the left sidebar, I'll just copy the styles for the left sidebar. I'll look for that styles. I'll just copy this. I'll give this I'll just paste that underneath here. I'll give this a position. I'll give it fixed. Now I want to fix it at the left hand side of the web page. So I'll give it a left of 0, a top of 0. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web page, when I reduce the screen size to less than 768 pixels, you're going to notice that our left sidebar is going to have a position of fixed. Now you can notice that by noticing that these main content is now going to occupy 100% width because the left sidebar is no longer in the document flow. It now has a position of fixed. It's fixed to the left hand side of the web page. Okay, but you're going to notice that it's actually transparent. So we're going to give it a background color, the background color of this web page. Okay, so I'll just go to my style CSS file. I'll get that background color. That's PG main. I'll just copy this. I'll copy that. I'll go to my responses of CSS. I'll give it a background color. I'll paste that right here. And also I'll give it a Z index. That way no other items can overlap with a Z index of 100. Okay, I'll save that. Head back to the web page. You're going to notice that this left sidebar is actually here. Okay, and this is how we want it to be for mobile devices and small tablets. When a user clicks on this hamburger menu, it's going to open the left sidebar. When he clicks on it, it's going to close it back up. Okay, so what we are going to do is I'm going to give this left sidebar a transform translate x of -100% to actually ensure it's inside the left hand side of the web page. Okay, so I head back to my style of CSS. So I'll give this a transform translate x of -100%. I'll save that. And when I return back to the web, you're going to notice that we cannot see that left sidebar anymore. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to create an active class or an open class that when we actually toggle this, when we click on this hamburger menu right here, it's going to add that class and it's going to slide in from the left hand side. So I go to my responsive.css. Now here I'm going to say dot sidebar open. Okay, and this is going to have a transform translate x of 0. I'll save that. Now when I take this class, I head to my index.html file, just paste that class on this left sidebar, paste that class right here. I'll save that. Now when I head back to the web, I'm going to notice that the left sidebar is actually open. Okay, so we are going to use JavaScript to dynamically add and remove the class. So I head back to my index.html file, get rid of this for now. I'll just scroll down and I'll create a script tag. Just scroll the way down. Just before the body tag, create a script tag. Now I need 2 items for me to actually do this. I need the button. I need to target this button. We're going to click this hamburger button, and I also need to target the sidebar. Okay, and the sidebar already has a class. The sidebar already has a class on it. Sidebar already has a class of left sidebar, and I don't think the hamburger menu icon has a class. Okay, so I'm going to add an ID to this one. I'll just add an ID. I'll call it menu button. I'll save that. Now just copy that menu button. I'll copy that. I'll scroll all the way down. Then I'm going to use JavaScript to actually target that class. So down here, I'm going to say const. I'll call this menu button because it's a variable. I'll just call it menu button equals to document.getElement by the ID name. Then I'll just paste that ID name in here. Okay. I also have to target the left sidebar. So I'll say const left sidebar. Sorry, spell that sidebar correctly. Sidebar equals to document.querySelector. I'm going to copy that class, which is going to be this left sidebar. Just copy this, scroll down, I'll just paste that right here. Okay, now what we want to do is that when someone clicks on this menu button, we want to actually open the left sidebar, want to add that sidebar open class to it. So down here, we're going to say menu button, we're going to add an event listener, add event listener. Now when someone clicks on this button, I want to run a function called open sidebar. Okay, and then I'll create that function. I'll say function open sidebar. Now say left sidebar dot class list dot add sidebar open. Okay, I save that. Now when I head back to the web page, when I click on this, it's going to open our left sidebar. But when I click on it again, it's not going to close it back up because we are telling JavaScript to add a class. We are not telling JavaScript to actually add and remove or toggle the class. So we're going to tell JavaScript, instead of just adding the class, we tell JavaScript, hey, toggle the class for us. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, I can click this. It's going to open up. I'll click it again. It's going to close back up. Now to actually make the transition smooth, we're going to add a transition to this. I'll just go to my style.css file with my responsive.css file. I'll add a transition to this left side, but I'll give it a transition for the transform property of 0.6 seconds is in out. I'll save that. When I head back to the web page, when I click on this, it's going to slide out. Click on it, it's going to slide back in. Now we're done with the left side, but we have to start ensuring that the main content is actually responsive too. So for small screen devices, I'll just stretch this out a bit. You're going to notice that for when the cards are now one card, okay, when the grid display now has only one card per row, you're going to notice that the image is not actually covering the entire card. Okay, that's because we gave this image an object fit of contain. So I think I'll just change this to cover. I'll go to my style CSS file. Instead of using contain, I'll just use cover. So is that main content, the thumbnail image? Yeah, I'll just use cover for this. I'll save that. Yeah, it's actually better. I was going to stretch out and occupy it. Okay, And also for mobile device, we don't want any padding at the left hand side and at the right hand side of this main content. Okay, so we'll just reduce our padding. So I'll go to my responsive of CSS. Down here I'll say dot main content. I'll give it a padding. I'll give it 0. Then I'll give it a width of 100%. I'll save that. When I head back to the web, you're going to notice that the cards now occupy 100% width and there's no padding on the left hand side and the right hand side. Lastly, I'll just get rid of the border radius for this thumbnail image. Okay, so I'll look for that thumbnail. I'll just scroll down. Look for that thumbnail. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just get rid of that border radius. I'll give it a border radius of none or 0. And that's going to get rid of the border radius, and this is actually looking very good for mobile device. Now the reason I did that was because I want the image for mobile devices. I want the images to occupy up to the edges of the screen. Okay, so when I go to iPhone 12 Pro, we'll notice that it's going to occupy up to the edges. Now you're going to notice now that these other items are too close to the edges. Why we want the image to get to the edges for mobile device, we don't want these ones to get to the edges. Okay, so we're going to add a padding around these items, okay, underneath this image. So I'll go to my site of CSS file and look for those items. I think, yeah, this video info. I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. Then I'll just give this a padding. Top and bottom, since I have a padding of 0, left and right, 10 pixels. I'll save that. And we'll head back to the web. You're going to notice that there's now a padding on the left and on the right hand side of these items. Okay, these items, this is actually looking good. It's looking good for mobile device now. Just reduce the font size of this search tags for mobile device. So I'll go back to my style of CSS file. There's that search tags span. I think this is it. We give it a font size of 0.9 rem. So I'll just reduce that. I'll give it a font size. I'll just use 0.8 rem. Save that. And with that, this web page is looking really good on mobile device and it's fully responsive. Fully responsive. And we're almost done, but I don't want this hamburger menu icon to be visible for desktop. We only want this to be visible for mobile device, because at mobile screen and small screen devices, this is where we're actually going to make use of this hamburger menu icon to open up the left sidebar. But for large screen device, the left sidebar does not need this hamburger menu to open. It's actually at the left hand side. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to give this item a display of none. So I'll just go to my style of CSS file. I'll look for that item. Where is that nav left? Right here, this nav left icon container. I'll just copy this. I'll paste that underneath here. I'll just give it a display. I'll give it none. I'll save that. Now this is going to ensure that for large screen device, you cannot actually see that hamburger menu icon. But we want to actually see it for mobile device. So what we are going to do, we're also going to copy that and go to our responsive.css. For less than 768 pixels, we'll give it a display. We'll give it grid. I'll save that. And when I head back to the web page, I'm going to notice that when I go to small screen device, I'm going to see that hamburger menu icon. But for large screen device, I cannot actually see that hamburger menu icon. Okay, and when I click on that hamburger menu icon for small screen device, it's going to slide at our left side. But when I click on it again, it's going to slide it back up. We are basically done building this web page. We are done building the YouTube homepage with HTML and CSS. Now, if you enjoyed this project, smash the like button and leave a comment below. It's basically going to help the YouTube algorithm push this content to more people just like you are going to find it helpful, and basically just consider it as a little way of you supporting the channel. And lastly, if you've not subscribed, ensure you do that and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss out on the next projects we're going to build together on this channel. I'll see you in the next video.